Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some live stream discussion of the patch notes for patch 3.21. Now, I have had a quick read through all of these, but there will be little things that I have missed, and so that is where chat comes in handy. That is where chat comes in handy in order to let me know things that I miss or to ask questions. There's always a lot of questions in a stream like this. So for those of you that haven't been on one of these streams before, what we're going to do is go through everything in the patch notes. There's going to be a really thorough deep dive. We'll try to pick up everything. There's always a couple of things that are missed. And additionally, we'll go through, and we'll do this part first, we'll go through the keyline features of the Crucible expansion and have a quick look at some of the things that GGG have posted there. Then we'll jump over to the patch notes and discuss all the ins and outs. Bunch of things like, for instance, we were just discussing in text chat before the video started that the endless heist mechanics are nerfed. So endless heist is completely gone. That's the strategy where you deliberately de-level a character in order to repeat access to the vendors over and over again. That's not going to be an option in patch 3.21, and I think that's going to be something that will make the early gearing experience very different, but also I think will probably make it more fun because no one really enjoyed endless heist. Even people that liked heist like I did, generally speaking, didn't like it. So there's going to be a whole lot of things like that in there, and we'll go through them all. So firstly, Crucible is going to be an expansion that has a bunch of lore mechanics behind it. But the key gameplay things it's going to have is a Forge event inside maps, as well as dedicated maps to that Forge that are going to let you empower weapons and basically forge a little passive tree onto your weapons. So that's going to be something that'll be interesting. And I think there's a whole bunch of other changes that are being made as well. Just in terms of things that are coming up in chat, comments about potentially new players being scared away by some of the changes. I don't think that's going to be the case because Endless Heist was very much a veteran thing. I think that veteran players are definitely going to be the ones that are affected by that. And yeah, as for the camera, that was something that the old camera died, and I realized I'll give it a shot what I don't think was going to work, putting it above me, and it has turned out better in general. Okay. So there's going to be the Crucible Forges that you will encounter once per map, I believe, and these are going to be basically an altar. You channel a skill, like you select one of your weapons, and that can be either an equipped weapon, an equipped shield, or an offhand weapon. Quivers do not count as weapons for this. Bows instead get the mods of two-handers, and then you will be able to charge it up for a little while and release a whole bunch of monsters when you do so. So you click and hold it to spawn molten monsters. The intention is that if you hold it too long, you will get an overwhelming force of monsters there. Overwhelming force. And so this is going to be some sort of examples of some of the things that will happen when you spawn them. You'll gain access to the Crucible system, which will then enable you to spawn molten monsters that will attack you, but will also let you fill in a weapon-specific passive tree. This will be specific to the individual weapon item you're holding at the time. So if, for instance, I'm doing this with one copy of Cold Iron Point, you're doing it with another copy of Cold Iron Point, we're potentially going to have different trees on them, but there are some things that you can use to merge trees from different items together. And then this is just an example of one of the fights here. So we've got here the examples of some of the weapon passive trees that you'll be able to spawn. And here's some examples here. So you've got minions do a little bit of extra physical damage and overwhelm PDR. Then we have minion accuracy. We have minion attack and cast speed and damage, and percentage strength and intelligence for your player. Note that that's on a one-hander, so it's a pretty low opportunity cost. Here, this bow has physical damage and Fizz to Chaos conversion. Note that Fizz to Chaos conversion is sometimes detrimental, and that's going to be something that will come up a bit. Some of these will be detrimental to some builds, and there'll be shenanigans that you'll be able to do to deal with that. If you've got one, if you had a bow that had amazing explicit mods on it, you'll be able to find a replacement there. On the questions related to Seismic Trap, we'll come to that later. But I've just got to have a look at all of the other nerfs overall, nerfs and buffs that may affect the build. But Saboteur is being changed substantially. Like there's a huge overhaul of Saboteur. So you have changes to critical strike chance here that come at the expense of a reduction in attack speed. So that's something that transforms it. Then we have increased duration on charges and explicit speed modifier magnitudes. This is huge. Not so much for explicit speed modifier, But if you were to get this for physical, that would be absolutely massive. You may know of the heist enchantments that exist. These will be something that will provide, some of the sorts of same benefits. If you can get this for physical, it is going to be a huge, huge deal. Allocates Master Fletcher on the passive tree. Grace is better by a lot, like increased reservation. Oh, hang on. No, that's increased aura effect, but also at the expense of increased reservations. So it does have a cost to it, but it's still better. And then Socketed Gems are supported by level 10 lesser multiple projectiles. This actually may or may not be beneficial for some builds. Again, one of those things where the Crucible mechanics, you don't have to allocate a point. And so in that sense, it's a strict upgrade. But there will be times that something like this may be beneficial, and there will be times that it's detrimental. And then here we have cannot inflict ignite, but you gain a chance to scorch enemies, which is again something else that you can get that's somewhat different. Yeah, I think Countdown, just people asking in chat about the league name, like choosing Crucible. I think Countdown will probably be 322 or 323. One of them will be the final league before POE 2, I think. Increased implicit modifier magnitudes on a shield is sort of mediocre. Like you see here, it's 24 in life. 50% increased magnitude is just not that important. Quality increase is interesting. This makes it easier to socket items, which is probably more beneficial on a 6 socket item. So if you've got a two-handed weapon, this mod, if that's available there, would be potentially quite good. And then you have an interesting one, 12% increased movement speed if your dexterity is below 100. I.e. if your character is not using the Aura Grace, then you'll be able to benefit from this. I think that these mods are going to be pretty niche, but they are going to be ridiculously strong on Aura bots. Or not so much on the Aura bot themselves, but on players that are carried by an Aura bot, because then all of those auras you want to use that are dexterity based, you don't actually need to have them. And then you have the option here of getting reduced chance to block, but gaining Testio there. So lots of different things that are there. Of course, there's going to be nerfs in the patch notes. There always are. It's something that they have to do in order to keep things fun. Otherwise, if you're buffing players is equivalent to nerfing monsters, so you end up in a situation where that can be a little bit over the top sometimes if you end up nerfing monsters too much. This foil here is going to have a few things that are interesting on it. You'll notice that this item is not intrinsically any good. Like if you have a look at the tempered foil base, is just not a good base. It doesn't have any mods on it that are relevant. Oops, just close that. But we have some interesting things here, like increased effective non-damaging ailments and a bunch of flat damage, which is interesting. It helps you inflict shocks and the like on crits. Critical strike chance at the expense of accuracy. Increased attack speed, but less global damage, which is a huge drawback. However, one that can potentially work out well, can be a good overall balance if you don't have enough attack speed that's detrimental. As a package, Socketed Gems is supported by level 1 Swift Brand is probably completely worthless on a one-handed weapon, so that's deliberately not taken. 25% increased area of effect if your intelligence on your character is below 100. Again, that's stronger if you've got external auras supporting you. Gain a Frenzy Charge on kill is amazing. 50% reduced Frenzy Charge duration is meaningful. So that's something that's difficult to make work unless you are playing on a build like a Trickster, where you have 200% increased charge duration for one of your nodes. Plus 100 to intelligence, but gain no inherent bonuses from intelligence is an interesting one. If all you want your intelligence to do is to allow you to equip gear, then this is going to do that for you. Shade's asking a question I expect we'll get quite a bit. So if someone's new to PathOfExile, what does an update mean? This means that there'll be, firstly, there'll be a bunch of changes here that change the core game, and then there'll be a bunch of things that are just new functions that you can unlock within the new league. These Crucible paths that you're seeing here are going to be ways you can permanently modify weapons that haven't existed in the game before. And we don't know how grindy it's going to be to upgrade items. I think that's something we'll get a bit of a feeling for over time. But I think it'll be something that will probably take a while to upgrade a item level 86 item, but should be pretty quick to upgrade a low level item, I think. But we'll find that out. Some modifiers to skills. This is something that comes up a lot in the Crucible setup here. And then we have 50% chance to gain Soul Leader for 20 seconds upon a killing blow against a rare or unique enemy where you have used double strike or dual strike. Soul Leader is absolutely crazy. And so this ends up being a really significant thing that makes this weapon that you would not otherwise consider using into something worth crafting on, even though it's currently rubbish. This is like one of the major benefits of the unique belt headhunter, is a chance of getting Soul Eater on it. So this is a pretty significant thing to have as essentially a weapon. Like it's wrong to call it an implicit, but that's sort of what it is. It's something that is an extra boost to that weapon. And then here we have an interesting one. This Honor Edge Siege Axe is not very good, but it has something very interesting. Here, item sells for an additional unique Siege Axe, which I believe to be only the unique item Soul Eater, Soul Taker, which is very, very rare and very expensive in patch 3.20. So this is something you probably won't see very often at all, but it's something that will add a lot of value if you do get it. And the intention that Chris Wilson mentioned when he was going through some of the Q&A sections was that you will get a bunch of less jackpotty things like this. So instead of item sells for an additional unique Siege Axe, you might get something like item vendors for an additional 15 Chaos Orbs. This will be uncommon but not truly rare. Then things that are more of a jackpot like this obviously will be one of the rarer ones. So there's also a bunch of other things here that are just less significant. Now, one of the things that will come up later when you're going through the Crucible trees on weapons is that you will be able to take a Crucible tree from a weapon that has bad stats, so it's bad mods on the weapon but a good passive tree, and you'll be able to merge that together with a weapon that's got good stats on it but a bad Crucible tree. So you will be able to do that. It'll be harder to do that with unique weapons, and that's going to make unique weapons much less appealing in patch 3.21 than they have been in the past. And yes, I do think we will see items sell for an additional mirror of Calandra. That will probably exist. Although, is that something you could just mirror? No, actually, no, I don't think you can do that. I don't think that is possible. Someone's just mentioned in chat that they think that there might be item sells for an additional mirror. I think that would kind of break the game if you were to just mirror that over and over again. You get your mirror back when you sell it, and then you get yourself also all the other things that vendors for, and so you just be able to loop like that and just generate lower end currency over unlimited amounts. So yeah, that would actually be broken. I don't think they can do that. What do we have here? We've got just a couple of screenshots of the combat scenarios here, and also this Forge of the Titans, which is the thing that lets you transfer a good Crucible tree onto a different item, with some risk involved. It's not something that's a flawless thing that's going to always work. And then there's another thing that mentions a couple more examples of Crucible things you can get. So enemies in your Rage Vortex or Blade Storms are hindered and unnerved. Lots of things that are skill specific can come up on the Crucible passive trees. So I think it's going to take a long time to work out what's really good in this, but it will be accessible power early in progression. I think that's what they're going for here, is that like if you're just really early in progression, you get like a above average weapon in Act 5, something you'd be happy to use all the way through Act 8, then maybe you can give it a bit of a boost further that might make it good enough to use through Act 9 and 10 with this. That's the thing there. On the questions, someone in chat's asking, as a newer player, like should you use a build guide or not? My usual advice is to set yourself a goal, set yourself an idea as to how much fun you'll have if you fail. Like just experiment with your own thing for a while, but be aware that you'll probably hit a point where your character can't progress. And I think for most players, this is probably going to be about level 75, 78, 80, 83, somewhere around there, that you'll find a point that your character is not doing enough damage to kill monsters quickly, and that you're really, really flimsy and starting to fall over. Possibly before that point, possibly at that point, you want to re-roll and follow a build guide. That's my usual advice, but some people have a much lower tolerance for failure than I do, and if that's you, you probably already know it. If you're the sort of person that rage quits after dying twice in a game, then in that case, you would probably want to start with a build guide. But I do think that that first playthrough where you don't know what you're doing is a lot of fun. Although some people will disagree on that. It really just comes down to your own attitude towards failure in games, really. Like, are you going to have fun if you try something 15 times and only succeed on the 15th attempt? My answer is yes. Your answer might be no. If your answer is no, then you should start a guide from the beginning. Okay, so in terms of other things, and the patch notes are up if people are interested. I've put a link to them down in the description of the video below. Just want to go through the main features first because they come up a little bit here. So Atlas gateways are a new thing that's coming up, which allow you to jump rapidly across the Atlas passive tree. This is going to be something that will be an absolute godsend if you want to run Eater of Worlds alongside left side of the tree mechanics, or if you want to run Searing Exarch along right side of the tree mechanics. And I think it will cause a potentially better balance between Eater and Exarch in the future. I do need to check whether Nimbus is getting nerfed or not, because Nimbus was one of the absolute breakout uniques of last league, and it was a big thing that caused more people to run Eater of Worlds content than might otherwise have. So yeah, that's going to be something we'll see. But the ability to essentially freely choose between them is going to be huge. This will also come up a bit with master missions, and if you want to run, say, Elva in conjunction with, I think she's on the right side of the tree, isn't she? So Elva, no, sorry, she's left. Elva is on the left side. If you want to run Elva in conjunction with right side mechanics, that will also save you points. There's a lot of cool things there. So that's something that's going to be really, 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 really significant to see how these play out. They are going pretty slow and careful with the introduction of new mechanics on the Atlas, but these will be pretty transformative, I think. Now, breaches are getting changed. There was a bit more discussion of this by Chris Wilson on the official PathOfExile live stream and Q&A. And one of the key things they're going for here is that by the time you can compile 100 splinters for an Esh Breachstone, for example, you are miles too powerful as a character for the actual Esh Breachstone. So they're removing the existing standard Breachstones, charge Breachstones, and enriched Breachstones, and they're going to turn all of them into pure Breachstones, or what's currently pure Breachstones, although they'll just be called Breachstones. Then they're going to be making splinters rarer, so they're a bit more impactful each when they drop. They're going to be doing a bunch of changes to the Breach uniques. Some of the ones that have been just become useless over time will end up getting another little bit of a touch up on them. And there's a few other changes that have their own section in the patch notes. So we'll come to that one later. Broadly speaking though, Breach Scarabs look currently to be worse than they are in the present live game, although we'll have to see that in details. This was a shorter spoiler season. People are asking in chat about how long the spoiler season is going to be. This is day 4 of teaser season. Normally patch notes come out on day 12, but normally the spoiler season is 20 days, and this time, or 20 or 19 days or something like that. This time everything's been brought 8 days shorter, and I think a lot of that was because of a competitor ARPG that was having a major beta. I don't think that GGG wanted to have their big live stream happen at the same time as Diablo 4's beta was happening, nor did they want to have much in the way of teasers while Diablo 4 was hogging all of the attention of ARPG players. And then I think they expected that Diablo 4 would disappoint players, and so then their intention was, all right, as soon as D4 does that, then we'll then put out a bunch of little teasers. But it has been a quiet teaser season so far. So the patch notes came out at the same time with respect to the league that they normally do. Abyss is getting significant overhauls as well, and these are more substantial than the changes that are happening to the breaches. These are going to see the abyssal depths become rarer and better when they spawn. There's a bunch of changes to Abyss unique items that are a big deal. In particular, the Darkness Enthroned is already probably the 3rd best unique belt in the game, and it's going to be much better, much better in the future. Okay, so there's a number of changes to Ascendancies, and we'll quickly bring these up as they're going to be substantial. There's a number of balance changes that are happening. Saboteur and Pathfinder are getting big overhauls. These are completely new Ascendancies, and they kind of need their own videos to discuss them. One of the key things that's coming up here with the Saboteur. Okay, so Born in the Shadows is remaining as it was. It's a very strong node. That's the one that's down the bottom here. Pyromaniac remains and is a very, very strong node as it is in the real game, as it is in the live game at the moment. And then there's going to be some consolidation of what's available when it comes to traps and mines. So now you're going to have a Pyromaniac is going to be a 4-pointer, but it's going to be behind either a 2-point mine node or a 2-point trap node. And you'll have the option of playing new Saboteur builds that weren't really an option before. So one thing that's really interesting is this Perfect Crime. Triggers level 20 summon trigger bots when allocated. So that's very much a mouthful to say. But what this is doing, and it's got the 35% less damage with triggered spells on it, these bots end up being the things that cause any skills that trigger from your character, they instead come from these bots instead, but they come from both of them. So you'll have two little skitter bots essentially that will float around, and if you cast, say you're using Cast on Critical Strike and Ice Nova, then when your Ice Nova triggers from that, then they will trigger from the bots instead. There's also a whole bunch of changes to the amount of cooldown reduction that you can get, and a lot of other good stuff that's in here. So like clockwork, 30% increased cooldown recovery rate. This is the lowest opportunity cost, I think, that you can get that much in the entire game. This is a phenomenally powerful thing. Also, nearby enemies have 10% reduced cooldown recovery rate. This means, for instance, that the Maven will have a 50-second cooldown timer, I believe, instead of 45 on the memory game, and a number of other major boss abilities like that. This will be Searing Exarch. This will be a huge deal on Searing Exarch. Like, it's a phenomenal ability on the Exarch there. And so there's a whole lot of interesting stuff in the new Saboteur. This probably needs its own video at some point. Hey, the consumer, thank you for the super chat. May your Varlorbs have interesting results. So in the Pathfinder Ascendancy, we are also seeing a major change. This was less discussed in the stream by Chris Wilson and Grinding Gear Games, but there's a whole bunch of things that are going on here, and essentially this really needs a lot more thought. This is not something that I can give immediate ideas on. This is something that needs to be seriously looked into before we can do anything. One thing I will add for anyone that's joined the stream late, one thing I would suggest you can do, you can rewind the stream, especially given that we've only been going for a little while, and you can jump it on 125 or 150% of base speed, and then you will actually catch up. If you're watching this like miles after I'm saying this, then that's not going to apply. But if you're watching it, if you've only just joined the stream, then that is a viable option there. Absolution's been good for a while, and yes, Val Absolution is something that's being added in this patch as well, which could be quite significant. So, the new Val skills that are being added. So, 3.20 introduced a number of Val attack skills, and they all kind of missed because the Sanctum League mechanic was so unfriendly to most attack builds. Like, you wanted to be doing damage indirectly through a proxy, and a lot of those skills didn't play well with that. Hopefully here we will see some of those 320 skills like Val Cleave will have a bit of a chance to get played around with. Probably Val Cleave looks like it's a lot of fun. It doesn't look like it's particularly strong, but things like Val Smite will probably be a lot better this league. But also we have Val Firestorm. This hasn't really been teased in much detail, but it's going to cause massive meteors to spiral inwards towards a target. Each meteor creates a patch of burning ground on impact, which is something quite different to base Firestorm. Base Firestorm doesn't create that burning ground. I think that things that scale Firestorm won't necessarily scale that ground, but you might want to try and focus on just the Val Firestorm aspect if you wanted. So there's a lot of things there. Val Smite saw some use, and Val Venom Guile was excellent. Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Amit Kale in chat pointing out Val Venom Guile was really good. I just didn't play it, so that was true. That was very, very strong. Val Ice Shot and Val Lightning Arrow are other skills that are going to be interesting on bows. So Val Ice Shot is going to fire an icy arrow and create multiple mirages of your character that also fire at the same target. So this sounds like it's a single target skill. The mirages persist for a few seconds, firing again whenever you use Ice Shot. So this seems like it could be something that fixes Ice Shot's really bad issues with single target damage. We'll have to see how exactly the numbers work out on it, but it does definitely solve a real problem with that skill. Of course, Ice Shot does get used a lot in conjunction with aura supports, at which point it tends to be overwhelmingly damaging anyway, and so those problems go away then. Vile Animate Weapon is one. I actually hadn't noticed this one. So Vile Animate Weapon animates multiple weapons or lingering blades at once, transforming them into random attack-focused unique weapons. These unique weapons have a separate weapon limit, but a shorter duration than regular animated weapons. So that's something that will provide burst damage to that skill there. So that'll be interesting. Lots and lots of things that are coming up that could be quite interesting there. Vile Absolution, though, is particularly interesting. It causes one of your Sentinels of Absolution that already exists to grow into an Uber Sentinel of Absolution for a period of time. And these Uber Sentinels deal 300% of base damage and have essentially 333% base life. So Uber Sentinels also have their own skills on top of the normal. This looks like it's a very, very interesting setup there. We also have Vile Arctic Armor, which is going to be very, very, very niche. 99% of players won't be interested in this, but there will be some cool interactions with it. Essentially, Vile Arctic Armor, though, its core identity is that this is a brace for impact skill. You brace before you take a big hit. That's the intention. And yeah, so people comparing it to Diablo 4 Sorcerer, apparently, Ice Block. I was thinking the World of Warcraft Ice Block from whatever the mage class is. It's been so long since I played that game, I can't even remember what the mage class is called. But that's something there that just comes to mind as a way to just brace yourself before a massive impact. You take 90% less damage from hits, and you count as frozen, which sometimes provides other defensive benefits. But the ice breaks after you take 3 damaging hits, or after the duration expires. Frost Mage, there you go. That's what it was. As I said, it's been a long time since I played World of Warcraft. Can't even remember that. That's a good question's just been asked about how Vile Arctic Armor interacts with your existing duration-based skills like Vile Spark or Vile Fireball. So if you cast one of those Vile skills that continues to do actions over a period of time, you're going to become frozen when you pop Vile Arctic Armor. And I don't know how that's going to apply there. You definitely lose the ability to move during it. I believe that's the intention there. But yeah, we're just going to have to see. I think that this is going to be pretty niche. You can't move or perform non-instant actions while in the ice, but I don't know what happens for spells that have already been cast. That's something we'll just find out there. We next have Vile Lightning Arrow, which is going to be really interesting in that it just causes a lot of projectiles that linger on the screen and just keep bouncing around doing damage to things. This doesn't really address a weakness of the core skill, underlying skill Lightning Arrow, the way that Vile Ice Shot seems to. So at least that's my first reading of the skill, but we'll have to see. Vile Lightning Arrow generally looks like it has a lot of damage projection, but so does base Lightning Arrow, so I don't know it'll do all that much. And then we have Vile Reap, which does a double the amount of hit damage that Reap does, which is a big deal, and also has a number of other mechanics that are attached to it. Now, we have a number of new unique items here that are coming up. So we have the Tainted Pact, which causes chaos damage over time that you suffer while you are leeching life, heals you instead of causing you damage. This seems like Death's Oath. If you can make a build that's using Death's Oath, leech life, then this is going to provide you with an enormous payoff for doing that. That's the first thing that comes to mind for me, but I'm sure that there'll be other niche uses as well. Alternately, you can just use it as a way to mitigate, taking nasty chaos degen pulls from enemies, but I don't think you want to give up your amulet slot for that. So I think it's going to be something that you will need to be doing chaos damage over time to yourself in order for this to be good. But if you can make it work, there's a reasonable payoff there. You've got lots of life leech on it, and you also have physical attack damage leeched as mana. There's a fair bit on this, but I think the amulet slot might be too competitive for this to be good. Golden Rule is a good point. FS Forward Sound in chat is reminding me that Golden Rule exists. This causes poisons that you inflict on enemies to also be inflicted on you in some form, so that's something that you may want to consider as well. Definitely could provide you with a lot of life recovery until your life is full, but then you need to keep hitting things, otherwise you're going to be in a lot of trouble there. Blood Price is next. This reserves 8% of nearby enemy monsters' life. So essentially, any monster that gets really close to you is going to lose 8% of its life. I do not think that this is worth using except in niche situations. The niche situations for this are going to be in conjunction with some sort of minion. So this can be an Animate Guardian. I believe that, yeah, Animate Guardian's an option, and so is having an actual human player wear it that's an ally of yours. These are the two types of minions I think that Blood Price is going to be useful on. It's going to cause enemies that you haven't yet hit to start at 92% life instead of full. I think this is very niche though. I don't think this is going to be widely used. At least that's my first thought. But let's see if people prove me wrong on that. And then we have Widowhail, which is one of my favorite items. It provides massive bonuses to the mods that are granted from your equipped quiver. Hey, thanks Italy for your super chat there. So Widowhail, there's a bunch of things that are interesting with this. So firstly, it's a crude bow, which is a modest attacks per second rate. What you're going to want is either a plain stats quiver, in which case, because all the quiver mods that provide additional flat damage to attacks were buffed recently, or probably more significant, there's a couple of unique quivers that do ridiculous things. The one that comes to mind most of all is Prism something, I think it is. The one that grants, it's a replacement for an old prophesized item, and it provides you with stat stacking based upon your attributes. This could be really good in conjunction with that, especially if you can get it over certain thresholds. Rigwald's Quills is a question I've got as to what it does when you gain forks multiple times from Rigwald's Quills. That's an open question as to how exactly that works. Poised Prism is the name of that quiver that we were talking about. I couldn't think of the name of it. It used to be called Hyri's Ire, then Hyri's Ire was retired, and then Poised Prism was introduced. So thanks to people in chat for reminding me of the name of that one. So there's a bunch of different things you can do with this. I think this is going to be a really interesting, unique item. Whether it's good or not is going to take a lot of thought. Like, this is not going to be something that's easy to work out all of the details with. And it's also probably going to be something that does some really strong things with differently rolled quivers to what you'd normally use, and also just different builds to what you would normally play as well. So for instance, Widowhail might do some ridiculous things if you can scale your number of if you can get flat damage from gems. So you're using things like Awakened Added Cold, or even using the Covenant as a chess piece, then that could potentially provide you with a situation where you're getting most of your damage from your quiver. Like, your quiver is multiplying your damage in various ways. So that's my first thought there. Void Fletcher has come up in chat as something that's interesting, and I'd be interested to see exactly how that works. And yes, a reminder for people who might have missed it at the start, Books of Regression are gone, and so the Endless Heist strategy is dead. Dead kaput. Now, there is going to be a race event run in the Crucible Challenge League, and this is going to require players to play Ruthless Hardcore Solo Self-Found and defeat the Uber Searing Exarch and Uber Eater of Worlds in that game mode, which are two of the hardest of the Uber bosses, especially in the context of Ruthless, where you don't have movement skills. This is going to be a very, very difficult early boss race. I do think it'll get won pretty quickly, but it'll take longer than the ones that have been run in the base game, the non-Ruthless game. And there's some pretty significant prizes there for people who can beat this. I do think that this is probably going to end up being Ben, I'm Exile, and then one of the other excellent races. You know, someone like Zizran, Jungron, Khan, one of those types of tiers of players. But those are the things that I think are really going to be interesting there. And yes, the first player to reach level 1 announcement is no longer available. You can no longer try and pick up that announcement, that world announcement for being the first player to D-level back to level 1 in Path of Exile. That is going to be gone, that announcement. So there's a couple of changes that are being made in Ruthless, and interestingly, they've decided to put Eternal Orbs into Ruthless, which will still be very, very rare, that these are going to be something that's like, because Eternal Orbs became extremely strong in the base game, when they had a whole lot of other things they could be used with, they're not as strong in Ruthless, and so they're going to be added as the rarest of the crafting currencies there. So that'll be interesting to see. I don't think that this is going to change who Ruthless's target audience is. The thing that will change who Ruthless's target audience potentially is, though, is that there will be challenges available in Ruthless now. So this is something that's going to be available there. One side note on Eternal Orbs. So these are the things that let you imprint an item, even a rare item. Same as a beast imprint, but not limited to magic items. These would be really interesting to see in one league that did not have Mirrors of Kalandra. That would be something I think would be really interesting to see there. I'm actually quite happy to see this being done as a race event. Like this sort of race is aimed at the top 100 players, and just having something that's different is going to be interesting there. Like it's going to create a different meta for the race, because I think that the core game racing meta is somewhat solved. I mean, there's a lot of changes, especially when we get to the patch notes. There's a lot of changes to Acts 1, 2, and 3 play, but there's going to be a lot of things for the rest of the game have been solved. Ruthless adds a number of additional challenges and extends the length of it. I feel like if they ran just Uber Searing Exarch and Uber Eater of Worlds in hardcore solo self-found without the Ruthless rule set in play, I feel like it would be 1 in 18 hours now. And that's probably shorter than they're going for there. And there's a reminder about ExileCon here, and then the new supporter packs that are being added. Anyways, let's go over to the patch notes themselves now that we've gone through the high-level feature overview, because the high-level feature overview then impacts what's in the patch notes, obviously. There'll be a bunch of things we've already discussed that will come up again here. So, patch notes, as always, are quite long and very, very thorough. We're going to do a deep dive through all of them. And the first thing that it starts about is just basically that high-level overview of the Crucible Challenge League. So most of this we can pretty much skip over here. It's just that basically, hey, just a reminder, fresh economy if you're interested in that. And you can join in the Crucible Challenge League. You'll learn a bit about the ancient titans that once shaped the primordial surface of Rayclast. So there's going to be a bunch of lore, I assume, in this. This seems to be possibly one of the most lore-heavy expansions that we've had since either Expedition or Heist come to mind as ones that had a bunch of lore. Sanctum had a little bit, but it was very specific to the Sanctum content. Sentinel had absolutely none. Lake of Kalandra had only a small amount of lore. It did have a little bit, but it was like 8 different things in it. Arch Nemesis had none. Scourge had a little bit, but not much. And then, yeah, you're sort of going back quite a while there. Ultimatum was the last league before that had a bit more lore. Ritual had basically none, although it had all the Maven stuff at that point. Anyways, it looks like there'll be a bit of lore in here. Whether it's as much as Expedition, we don't know. Crucible Forges, we were discussing all the details of how they work. But the key thing is that you channel the Forge in order to conjure a whole bunch of monsters. Those monsters then attack you, and boom, you get to go splat at them. Or alternately, you manage to kill them, and when you do so, you upgrade your weapons. One thing that's interesting is that when you do win one of these encounters, you will sometimes get access to basically an unidentified map of sorts that you can then... It's not identified, it's something you sort of open, and then that becomes a map. The reason that they've made it so that it's something you open like a stacked deck is because of increased item rarity. They didn't want that player stat to affect them. And interestingly, there's going to be 40 new challenges in the Crucible Challenge League, but there will be 8 in Ruthless Crucible, and they will have the same rewards. So if you get 8 challenges in Ruthless or 40 in normal, then you'll get the same rewards overall, except for the totem poles that people don't usually focus that much about. That is a good point about Sanctum having some lore around Innocence. So someone in chat's just reminding me that, yeah, Sanctum did talk a little bit about Innocence's character quite a bit there. Now, we have 9 new Vaal skill gems. Vaal Absolution, Animate Weapon, Arctic Armor, Vaal Firestorm, Vaal Ice Shot, Vaal Lightning Arrow, Vaal Reap we've discussed. There's also Vaal Domination, which we don't know anything much about, and Vaal Rejuvenation Totem, which does sound like a meme, but who knows? We will find out. Like, sometimes things that you think are going to be a complete and utter joke end up being real. Atlas Gateways are the thing that allow you to jump around on the Atlas, like teleport across the Atlas. So the way that I would explain these, for those of you that have played a Scion before, you may be aware that once you do, usually it's your Eternal Labyrinth, although you can do it from Merciless onwards, you can spec points that allow you to start at another class's starting area. Essentially, this is something vaguely like that on the Atlas passive tree. You go to one end of the gateway, and then you can, if you path into the gateway, then that activates the other end of the gateway as well. And so you can jump around on the passive tree quite a bit. Main utility for this will be taking left and right side mechanics together, especially things that synergize that were a bit costly to allocate together. For example, Delirium tends to be fairly good in conjunction with some of the right side mechanics, but it was expensive to do those together, like Delirium and Breach, Delirium and Abyss. Now you can do that a bit more effectively. Yeah, someone's mentioning in chat something that I think Reddit will be up in arms about, and that is that a number of the masteries for reservation are going away. I think GGG's intention here is just to say auras are too strong at the moment. We're going to do things that reduce the power of auras. That seems to be what they're going for. So the thing that we'll come to later is that all of the specific reservation masteries, like Grace has increased reservation efficiency and things like that, those are all gone. That's going to be a big deal. Like, you're basically not going to get much reservation efficiency on the tree, except, I mean, the main classes are still ridiculously good. So I think Sovereignty, for instance, is unchanged, but there's a whole bunch of them. There's a generic life reservation mastery now, I believe. I don't think there's a mana reservation mastery. There is a life reservation mastery that's been added there. So that was the change, I think, was my reading there. We'll get to that at some point. Someone's saying that Mana Mastery has 12%. Okay, that would explain it. That's the one that was missing there. Getting asked what I would suggest to go as League Start. I feel like at the moment, it depends whether you're looking to, how far you're looking to progress with your first character. I feel like nothing that I've read so far is advising me against going with the Armageddon brand approach that Jung Rowan's recently been popularizing. I quite like the look of that. And there is a good question that's been asked about how the League mechanic interacts with Energy Blade. Chris Wilson said that there were a lot of bugs with it when it came up originally, but that they're just trying to make something sensible with it. And yeah, there's a lot of things. Like, essentially, pretty much everything that was a proven performer in 320 feels like it's still here, but so are the melee builds that people didn't want to play in 320 because the League mechanic was so hostile to them. So, there's a bunch of melee builds that aren't particularly uber at the moment, but that are solid. So Bone Shatter is still fine. Like, Bone Shatter was fine in 320 anyway, but that's going to be better in 321, I think, with the League mechanic. And there's also a number of melee skills that aren't quite there, like Rage Vortex is something people could consider playing as well. That should be a lot better this League than it was last. And Poison minions have taken a bit of a beating. Yeah, that is true. Poison minions have lost a lot on the Chayula weapon. So there's a number of new skill gems that are being added. Snipe. This will be familiar to those of you that have ever used the unique helmet Asylum, and essentially it is the same skill. And this is a complex mess of a skill. So you channel to charge up your bow, gaining stages. You release to trigger one supported bow skill for each stage that you have gained. If there are no supported skills, but at least one stage was gained, this skill will fire its own arrow instead, cannot be used by totems. Essentially, this mess is something that tends to get used in conjunction with things like bleed. That's where it's been used historically, where you want to do one big hit. If there is a bow ignite build, if there is a bow bleed build, snipe will probably be considered on it. If that's not the case, then this will just be ignored. Mana-Forged Arrows is a new skill. This causes bow attack skills to trigger when you've spent an amount of total mana on other bow attacks, based upon the supported skill's mana cost. Supported skills deal more damage based upon their mana cost. So this is going to be one that's going to require a lot of investment in mana on a bow, which is something that's just quite different. Early on, you'll struggle with that mana, and then later on, you'll be able to get it from Mana Leech on your passive tree. I think this could be something interesting, but I really don't want to recommend starting with this. I think it's something that comes online pretty early, so maybe you'll use it in the early acts, but I don't think this is something you want to start plan a build around yet. I think this is something that might end up being very good, but I don't think it's there yet. So Cosmica is asking what the nerfs are to poison minions. It is to the Chayula sword. The Chayula sword, I think it's called 7 in Sleep or something like that. United in Dream. One of them's the upgraded, one's not. It's losing the 60% chance to poison. So that's huge. And yeah, there is a whole bunch of changing to try and equalize out caster leveling, bow leveling, and attack leveling. Whether they actually succeed in that or not, I don't know. So there is a new intelligence support gem, Prismatic Burst. This supports attacks, causing them to trigger Prismatic Burst, which is a new spell. This cannot support triggered attacks or attacks used by things other than you, so it's not for proxies. Can't modify the skills of minions. Prismatic Burst chooses an element at random and deals damage of that type in an area. Having higher strength makes it biased towards fire, higher dex makes it biased towards cold, higher intelligence makes it biased towards lightning. I think this could be really interesting. I feel like it's going to be very hard to get it to bias away from lightning. Now, one thing we need to know is this going to be one of those skills that can't choose the same thing twice in a row? My reading of this is it's not, and that's going to impact exactly how you would go around building it. But it's some interesting stuff that's going on here. This is a somewhat different setup to everything else in the game, which could be interesting. Added a new Strength Dexterity support gem. Now this is largely replacing Onslaught support, and this is Momentum support. Supports attack skills that aren't triggered. Using those skills will grant momentum, which is lost when you move, including teleporting. And there's no details of what exactly momentum does here. Presumably that causes the skill to do more damage or something like that, but we'll see exactly what it is. Interestingly, someone had said in chat earlier that this should have been called inertia support, and I think that actually is true. This is very much the opposite of the way that players think of momentum in PathOfExile. Obviously, you can have momentum being something you've built up when you're attacking things, but it really does feel like you are standing still and generating an inexorable force rather than an irresistible force, rather than zipping around as an unstoppable object zipping through the map. And momentum in PathOfExile generally has that meaning. So I really think they should probably change this to inertia. Added over 10 new unique items. We'll have to see what those are. I think there's only been about 6 that have been spoiled so far. 5 new divination cards. So it looks like they may have gotten down the backlog of divination cards that were commissioned years ago when they used to sell them. So divination card numbers are way, way down this league. Either that or they've prioritized other things over them. Number of currencies are now getting a stack size of 20, so this is a quality of life upgrade. Alchemies are currently 10, Vials are currently 10, Chaos Orbs are currently 10. Tainted Chaos Orbs, these things are so ridiculously rare for no good reason. Like, they're actually not one of the stronger of the tainted currencies, and I don't really see any reason that they need to be as rare as they are. Eldritch Chaos Orbs and Veiled Chaos Orbs. So Eldritch Chaos Orbs are extremely rare as well, and Veiled Chaos Orbs are quite rare too. I mean, you can target farm them, but they are twice as rare as Divine Orbs as direct drops from monsters. And so all of this seems like, except for the Elk, the Vaal, and the Chaos, this seems like a nothing burger, but the Chaos Orb change is huge there. This is really, really significant. I do like in chat, John McCullough saying that, like, as a physicist, crying because they're getting using the word entropy wrong, using the word momentum wrong, and yeah, I feel you every time as someone that studied maths years back. I feel like every time I see a bunch of statistical things that come up on PathOfExile subreddit and stuff like that, if you ever want to annoy a mathematician, just say something like, oh, I flipped a coin 8 times and it came up heads 7 of them. It must be rigged, or anything else is just like that, and you'll have a lot of fun. You'll have a very annoyed mathematician on your hands, and so yeah. And of course, continued improvements of sound, art, effects, and environments. So it's sort of one of those things that can be nothing or can be a lot, and you really don't know. All right, so the League revamps are the next thing that they go into in some depth. We discussed the Breach and Abyss changes a little bit when we were going through the keyline features section at the start of this live stream, but I want to go through them again and start with the Breach stuff. But we'll go through every little detail of it here, because when we were discussing this before, we only went through some of the major features. And here we're going to be talking about a big lot of changes that are happening all at once. I think both Breach and Abyss look better next League than they've been in the past. Especially like some of the modernization of some of the uniques that's going on, some of the changes to numbers of Breach splinters and all sorts of things like that. Lots of good stuff. So, firstly though, the high-level overview of what they're doing with Breach. Breach currently is in a situation where by the time you can get 100 Esh Breachstone splinters together, you are way too powerful for the Esh encounter, because this was designed at a period before all of the power creep linked to influenced items, back in an era of the game when not only did we not have current crafting methods like harvest or fracturing orbs and stuff like that, we didn't even have fossils. So when fossils came out, fossils felt brokenly powerful. Nowadays, most players don't learn fossils until they've been playing for quite a while, and they want a specific niche craft that uses them, where fossils are the best way. But when fossils came out, they were the best way to craft everything. Well, Breach was designed before we even had fossils. Crafting was literally at this point, you can exalt an item, you can bench craft it, you can divine it, and there wasn't just much else you could do to an item to improve an existing one. And a lot of the better items in the game would come from from IDing things on the ground, IDing bases with potential and stuff like that. So, with all of that in mind, that's when they balanced the Breach Lord encounters, and why those Breach Lord encounters were so easy when they were designed. They were designed to be, for the power level of characters then. Nowadays, by the time you can fight Esh, you're way too strong for it. And what they're doing is they're raising the Breach Stones from level 70 to 81, 82, 83, depending whether it's Elemental, Physical, or Chaos. So that is essentially they're raising all Breach Stones up to be where pure Breach Stones are now. And all existing Standard Breach Stones, Charge Breach Stones, and Enriched Breach Stones will be upgraded to pure. Although they will just be called Standard Breach Stones. So this is going to be the new identity of Breach. However, because these pure Breach Stones are better than the old Breach Stones were, they're going to be a bit rarer than they used to be. So, pacing of Breach encounters has been improved. They now feel dense with monsters throughout the Breach, leaning more on the side of it feeling overwhelming towards the end. We've also reduced the duration of breaches so that there is constant monster pressure and you can get on with your mapping sooner. I think that'll be a very welcome change, albeit something that feels bad when you just get started. It's something that you'll want to then sort of upgrade on. That'll be something that you'll then want to come around to play around with a little bit, get the practice with it, and then once you do get that practice, then it'll work well. Number of breach splinters dropped are now affected by increases and reductions to item quantity. Fun fact, I never realized that wasn't the case. I've been running Breach all League, and they feel like, except from the chest, they feel like that may have been the case already. Although it's one of those things where just having more monsters means that you get more splinters anyway. Experience gained from killing Breach monsters in your maps has been reduced, and the number of Breach splinters dropped from monsters has been rebalanced, as you're now encountering more of them. So that's going to be interesting. Experience and Breach hadn't been something I'd really associated together, except for the things that come up in Breach Stones themselves. A couple of questions coming up about Heist there. Heisters will just have to map occasionally. That's really is the answer. If you're doing Heist a lot, then you're just going to have to go into mapping sometimes for Crucible stuff. Or alternately, you can trade for a finished weapon if you want. But you probably don't need that extra power in Heist, so you just run a few maps here and there. And yeah, and also there's some changes we'll come to with the synthesis items. Some of the most ridiculous of the synth mods have been removed. Number of Breach splinters dropped by Breach bosses in your maps have been reduced. Again, this is because instead of these splinters being 1% of a standard Breach stone, they're now 1% of a pure stone. And all of these existing Breach stones are being merged. All the lower tier ones essentially are going to all be pure. Now, Breach blessings are interesting. These are getting a big change. These are going to be way rarer than they've been in the past, and they're now going to upgrade a pure Breach stone into a flawless Breach stone. I'm using the term pure Breach stone because it's what we're familiar with for level 80 plus Breach stones, but they're going to be called normal Breach stones instead. And so that's going to be something that's going to that jumps up there. Flawless Breachstone bosses can no longer drop Breach blessing. Flawless Breachstone bosses can no longer drop Breach blessings or unupgraded Breach uniques. They now have a chance to drop upgraded Breach uniques. And interestingly, Flawless Breachstones are being moved out of Maven invitations. So instead of an encounter like the Hidden being mostly about sourcing Flawless Breachstones, nowadays these are going to come about, these Flawless stones are going to come from using one of these blessings on a regular Breachstone instead. There's a couple of little changes here where normal Breachstones, which are pure Breachstones, are going to be the only thing that Kirak will offer when you use an otherworldly scouting report, and will only show up in red missions. Harvest crafting option for Breach splinters and Breach stones has been updated to change a stack of Breach splinters or a normal or flawless Breach stone into splinters or a Breach stone of another type. Breach stones now have their own item class. Now, I think they were fragments previously. They're in the fragment tab, so it'll be interesting to see exactly what happens there. ITF's Betrayal Research Safehouse rewards are now map device crafting options that can be used on Breach stones. That could be really interesting to see there. So that's going to be something that's a weird and wonderful change that's going to happen there. There's going to be a little bit less of a boost from the enchanted map modifier for defeating it that fled on fortification duty. That's not something that's particularly all that relevant in general. It doesn't come up very often. Normally ITF will be in research instead. Although this might actually create a situation where ITF is just less important in the future. Number of Breach splinters that are obtained from non-Breach content, such as Incursion or Heist, is being reduced. Now, when I think about it, Incursion doesn't really drop all that many Breach splinters. Heist is one of them. Heist is one. Where else is there? Legion drops a lot of them. So I'm assuming that these are going to be reduced there. Breach speed in 2 of the rooms of the Incursion Temple are being reduced. That's hardly ever going to come up because that Breach room is just not very good. Even though it does drop one of my divination cards, it drops Price of Loyalty. That is not enough to justify running that room. Breaches will open and close a little slower in Nico's Memory of Grasping Hands. I think Nico's Memory of Grasping Hands could be quite a bit better with all of these changes. Given that it just does so much there. I think that one's going to be really significant. Yeah, Delirium's another example of a mechanic that drops lots of splinters, but that's going to get nerfed here as well. All those sources of Breach splinters, like where these mechanics have previously dropped 6 or 8 or 9 or 10, they're going to start dropping like probably 2 or 3, I think. But once more, those are going to be splinters of pure Breach stones in today's world, so that's still going to be alright. Within their grasp, notable passive on the Atlas is no longer going to provide chances for Breach stones to be charged, enriched, or pure. It will instead have a chance for them to be flawless, and it's going to be 5%. Like, that's no joke there. We'll have to see exactly how popular running flawless Breach stones becomes in the new league, but this is going to be a significant upgrade. However, the chance of getting a breach stone from those bosses is going to be 1/3 of what it is. Additionally, I think that this is an interesting line here in general. Breach bosses, like the fact that the chance is going from 12% down to 4% kind of implies that GGG are going for about a 2/3 reduction in the amount of splinters, and I think that might be just the universal amount they've gone by. So they may just go for instance, if a Delirium encounter would have dropped 12 breach splinters, it may now drop 4 instead. If it would have dropped 6, it drops 2. If it would have dropped 5, now it'll probably be 2 in 3 chance to drop 2 and 1 in 3 to drop 1. That's a bit speculative, but that's the way I think it's probably going to work. Flash Breach is having its numbers reduced because of the changes that are happening to how breaches work. There's also a couple of other small nodes that do the same stat. So it's between Probing for Weakness and Evolving Hives. So essentially you can now only get 18% faster on these on breach stones. And there is on breach events in maps, 18% faster than base. And that's because they're making it so they're faster by default. But you will also have this option of speccing heavy breach if you want your breaches to open and close slower, which is something that I think some people will probably want. I think most people will want to take this while they're just getting their character up to the point that it's strong enough for breach. And then once it is strong enough, then you unspec this. Once your character's stronger again, then you take Flash Breach and you take the nodes between Probing for Weakness and Evolving Hives. I think that's going to be the way to go there. Now we have the Gatekeeper's Notable Atlas passive here, which now causes breaches in your maps to be 20% increased chance to contain a boss, down from 70%. So again, a lot of these are numerical reductions because breaches, when they come up, they're going to be more significant than they were. So they're going to be lower in numbers when they pop up. And then we have the Power Struggle is going to no longer cause breaches to contain 2 breach boss hands. Instead, it will contain one breach boss's clasped hand. Now, these clasped hands will have a 4% chance to spawn a breach boss instead of 5%. So again, more numerical nerfs to the mechanics around breaches, but they will still end up being, like, the rewards are better, so it should work out fine. The duplication of bosses are going to be 50% instead of 100%. And there's 2 divination cards that are tied to breaches are going to be temporarily disabled. Normally what they do there, because I've had this happen to me twice now with div cards I've commissioned, is that they reach out to the designers and say, yeah, what do you want to change it to? And it'll be something thematically similar. It wouldn't surprise me if these end up, because I think one of them's a flawless breachstone in general. So one's a pure breachstone in general that may become flawless, and the other one is a pure Chayula specifically that may become flawless Chayula, but we'll have to see on that. There'll be some decisions that are made by the designers of those cards. Breach Scarabs are essentially being nerfed here. Rusted Breach Scarabs will be +1 breach. Polished Breach Scarabs will be +1 breach, and breaches in the map contain an additional breach boss clasped hand. That is actually pretty solid though. Then Gilded Scarabs will do that, but also cause breach hands in the area to drop double splinters. And Winged ones will do what a Gilded one does, but will also contain 2 additional breaches. All in all, I think Breach looks like it's going to be in a stronger spot next league. It looks like there's sort of nerf after nerf after nerf here when you're looking through it, but because the core functional changes are so strong, I think this ends up being a net positive overall, despite all of the reductions there. That said, that's something we've got to test that one out. And yeah, as Joshua was saying in chat, it's like right after they let us open more than 1 breach at a time, they then come along with all of these changes that reduce the number of them. That said, you still can get 10 additional breaches in a map. From that, there's a 1% proc. When you have a breach in a map, you have a 1% proc rate to get additional ones is there. And yeah, all of the breach items, when we get to the breach uniques, which is coming up now, all of these are getting substantial improvements here. This is going to be really interesting. Yeah. So the Red Dream unique jewel is now going to have, instead of 5% of fire damage added as extra chaos, it's going to be 6 to 10%. A lot of these are gaining roll ranges on them, and that's going to be pretty significant too. Red Nightmare is also getting that same change, but also passives granting fire resistance or indirectly granting fire resistance because they grant all ally res. These are now going to grant half that value of block instead of 35%. This can now give quite a lot of block in the right spot on the tray. I don't think exactly where it is, but I feel like that is now a very large amount of attack block if you want that. It's also losing the endurance charge on kill line though. So that's so it's not all upside, but I think in general this is an upside. Green Dream is getting the same change from cold damage to chaos damage stat, but also the suppression that it grants based upon cold resistance is going up to 70% of its value, but it's losing its frenzy charge on kill mechanics. Again, I think this is an upgrade, although it is slightly different. And the Blue Dream is getting the same sort of treatment here. The key thing is that the Blue Dream is getting a lot of spell block, and spell block is probably the hardest of these stats to get. Spell suppression, spell block, and attack block. Spell block is probably the one that adds the most value here, and so I think the Blue Nightmare is looking quite a bit better than it was in the past. These haven't been used very much lately, these duels, but they're not terrible. They're sort of one of those things that people forget exists, and they're pretty good without being extraordinary. The thing is, though, that you need to be in the right area of the tree to use a specific one of them, and you also need to be stacking that particular defense. So, like, it's one of those things that's sort of a bit awkward. Like, you get a bunch of things together. Like, you do get a bunch of things together on one item, but they're sort of they're almost there, but not fantastic. I think that the extra boost here might be enough to cause them to get used. Okay, so here's the two Chayula swords. So the key thing with these Chayula swords at the moment is that the upgraded version grants a lot of chance to poison enemies on hit with your minions, and that is going away. It's still getting some benefits, but it's going to be different ones. So 7 in Sleep unique sword no longer has an attribute boost, no longer has minion damage, no longer has 60% chance to poison on hit, and no longer causes your minions to recover life on killing a poisoned enemy. Instead, it now provides minions have 29% chaos res, grants level 25 envy, minions have 60% chance to inflict withered on hit, and withered being a huge deal here, and minions have 5% to critical strike multiplier per withered debuff on the enemy. So this is a powerful package, but it's essentially a new item. And that's the key thing. This is the big nerf to Summon Raging Spirits, low investment Covenant builds that were really powerful during this league. Those are going to require higher investment because you're going to need to get minion poison, and you're going to need a lot of minion poison. There's a comment in chat saying that, yeah, hoard the original version of this item in standard if you're interested, because I do think that the old version of 7 in Sleep will still be desired. Will definitely be desired there, and that's something that you want to at least consider as an option. United in Dream unique sword, so this is the non-upgraded version, is losing the minion damage and minion leech against poison enemies. Instead, it has minions recover 10% of life on killing a poisoned enemy. This one, yeah, this probably is actually worse, I think, than the old version. The Anticipation is now going to have just different amounts of armor than it used to have. It's, I think, better in general, but I'd have to run the numbers on that. And the Surrender is getting the Surrender was already quite good. This is the upgraded Ulna Toll Shield. This was already good. It's probably going to be better overall. It's losing a bit of conditional armor, but I still think it's going to be a really good item. This also feels like the fact that it's losing the provides 1500 armor if you've blocked recently. I feel like a version of, like a legacy version of this, if it were to be divined, probably won't lose the line of text, provides 1500 armor if you've blocked recently. So if you do care about standard, maybe try that, divine an existing Surrender, and see if that ends up losing that 1500 conditional armor or not. If it doesn't lose it, then this is going to be really strong. The Infinite Pursuit unique boots are changing their base type to Titan Greaves instead of Goliath Greaves. It's going to lose the small amount of life it had, and it's now going to provide more movement speed than it did previously. Conditional movement speed based on you being bleeding. And it's now going to cause bleeds on you to, well, to just have... It's a bunch of different changes, but ultimately I don't think anyone's going to use them still. They're not a very good... they're just not a very good item. Red Trail is also getting a few changes, but again, I don't think it's going to get used. Ulnatol's Kiss is getting an overhaul. Now, this is one of those items that's really unique. Ulnatol's Kiss is a very slow attack weapon. It was sort of designed when they first made Slams an archetype from memory. They went back and overhauled this then. And it has that projectile nova that it fires out. It's a very slow attacking weapon. And then when it goes off, it has that projectile burst that it sets out. A bunch of the numbers on this are being improved considerably. However, it's also just getting a bunch of other changes. Essentially, it's somewhat of a new item, and it's still in the same range, same sort of theme of very, very slow, very powerful attacks. Someone's just pointing out in chat that the Red and Blue Nightmare and Sanctuary cluster is granting 21% block and 30% all resist. So that's something, so 21% to the appropriate type of block. So that's a bunch of things that are worth keeping in mind. There's a lot of really good uses for those things. Zoph's Inception is now changing its base type. It's gaining a lot more life than it did. It's getting a lot more damage than it had. And projectiles pierce all burning enemies. And arrows deal additional fire damage for each time they've pierced. So there's some quite interesting stuff going on with that bow. It's getting a bunch of extra damage projection there, which is something that it can definitely use, and this might end up putting it into a spot where it ends up being quite good. Zoph's Inception is something I used in one of the short events, and it is definitely a good item already. Like, it's already been usable for a while, so it seems like it does some interesting things there. A couple of changes to the armor stacking helmets for the Zoph stuff. These do not stand out as being overwhelmingly good or anything. It's just basically doing a few different things, but it's not really doing anything better or worse. That's my at least initial thoughts on this. And the Formless Inferno is getting a bunch of life instead. The Formless Inferno is getting changed entirely. Oh wow, hang on, I had missed this when I was flicking through these before. I must have seen only the Formless Flame and thought, oh, nothing really is changing. Armor is increased by overcap. Fire resistance is going away. So that is something I wasn't really expecting to see. This item is now entirely new. Its old use case is gone, and now minion life is increased by overcap. Fire resistance is much weaker than it used to be. But Socketed Skills is supported by level 30 Infernal Legion has some interaction with that. Formless Inferno, it's doing interesting things, and I want to run numbers on this. I can't yet tell if this is good or not, but it is no longer a personal defensive helmet. It is now a weird minion helmet. Very, very unique and different sort of thing there. So something that's, completely new item. I'm glad I reread that, because Formless Inferno, the first time I looked at it, I'm like, hang on, that's not changed, is it? Zoph's Heart no longer covers enemies in ash when they hit you. Instead, it has nearby enemies are covered in ash. This is a huge upgrade to an item that used to be meta. This used to be really, really popular. It's fallen off a bit lately, but it's still fairly good. And it's, something that that does something really significant now. I still think that for builds that scale off caster level, this probably doesn't get there over a +2 amulet. I think you're still going to use that, but it's at least more competitive, and it's certainly going to last for longer than Zoph's Heart did in progression. Tulborn is changing from a spiraled wand to an opal wand, and there's a bunch of changes that we'll come to later to wands in general that may affect this. No longer has increased cast speed or increased cold damage to spells per power charge. It now adds a massive chunk of cold damage to spells. That is an absolutely phenomenal amount. That's like, for a lot of builds, that amount of cold damage is in line with like +2 gem levels, maybe even +3. although that'll pull back towards being +2 when you're around gem level 24 or so. And cold exposure you inflict applies more cold resistance penalty as well. So this is pretty significant here. As long as you're regularly doing the as long as you're regularly applying cold exposure, Tullborn looks like it's quite solid. Tull Fall is now giving a massive chunk of cold damage to spells per power charge. So again, both of these are quite interesting. Both Tullborn and Tull Fall are looking like they're doing some things that are quite intriguing there. And a number of changes to Snowblind Grace here, where it is now going to have instead of a lot of the existing stats, it's no longer going to have this evasion rating is increased by overcap cold resistance. I think what GGG are going for here is they're taking out some of the extreme outliers for how people can scale like literally millions of armor. I think that's what they're trying to do with a bunch of these breach changes here. Dexterity increases and suppression are gone, but instead it's going to be percentage dexterity, increased Arctic Armor buff effect, and Arctic Armor has no reservation. This feels a bit like, I think it's Replica Perfect Form. It feels like there's a lot of overlap there. So there's a lot of intriguing things that are being done with some of these items, but I do think they are trying to deal with some of the extreme top-end ways that you can scale armor into the millions in the game. So Perfect Form is no longer going to have its percentage increased dexterity, Arctic Armor stats, or life. Instead, it's going to have massive... That really seems weird, the Perfect Form changes. I'm honestly not sure what they're doing with the Perfect Form there. So the Halcyon is no longer going to provide the small amount of cold damage it did. Instead, it's going to provide Freeze Proliferation. Freeze Proliferation is extremely important here because it means you no longer need to have it on Eldritch Implicit, or I think you can also get that on Cluster Jewels. So it's just a new option for getting that on an amulet that is actually genuinely still competitive now. Halcyons always remain pretty good. So interesting stuff going on there. We now have a number of changes to Hand of Thought and Motion, Hand of Wisdom and Action. And here we have... Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. So Hand of Thought and Motion was the old low tier version of this. It seems like they're just making it so that this is essentially the old Hand of Wisdom and Action. And then the new Hand of Wisdom and Action is going to be the old Hand of Wisdom and Action, but with a tiny little change on top of that. So they're basically making it so that you no longer need to upgrade Hand of Thought and Motion to get something that's a workable item. Instead, all you need to do is just get the base version. It'll already be workable, and the Esh upgrade token that you can use will then improve it further. Esh's Mirror is going to no longer have life or shock reflection. Instead, it's going to have a lot more energy shield on it, and shock proliferation instead of shock reflection. Shock proliferation is better in general than shock reflection, although there's the odd instance where it's not the case. And Voice of the Storm and Choir of the Storm are getting tweaked a bit, and triggers a level 30 lightning bolt when you deal a critical strike will be really interesting to see. This could be intriguing. Lots and lots of cool stuff going on in the Breach Uniques. I think that some of these are going to genuinely be useful now, but some of their existing use cases are gone. Again, the main change there, probably the most impactful change, is to some of the armor stacking things. Now, there's no discussion here of grasping males that I'm aware of. I'm going to have a look for that. Okay, it doesn't look like there's anything. Nothing. Okay, there's nothing listed as a change to grasping males. So a number of the mods that are being removed from the Breach Uniques might still end up being available on grasping males, or maybe there's changes that will be added there later. Okay, the next major section of the patch notes relates to the Abyss overhaul. We already discussed in the first section of this video, the stream, we discussed the high-level overview, but let's go into some of the details of Abysses here, because there's a lot of details here. Lot of them. Abyssal Depths will now always contain a Lich. Because the rate of encountering Abyssal Liches is unchanged, Abyssal Depths will be much rarer than before. It's now possible for a Stygian Spire to replace the Abyssal Trove at the end of an Abyss, which will drop all the jewels and items you would normally receive, as well as a Stygian Vice. Depths can now appear in level 78 plus zones, previously 70 plus. Abyssal Depths now always spawn at the 4th hole, if they're going to spawn at all, rather than being on the 1st hole. This is something that is going to be a big improvement if you take that top crack on the tree. The top crack is something that it always felt bad to get an Abyssal Depths on that. Now, an Abyssal Depths will always feel like it's a decent reward, rather than being something that's a pain when it shows up. Ulaman, Sovereign of the Well, so the Liches are getting buffed, basically. Ulaman is getting their life increased, gaining the ability to cleave from further away. Speed of the projectiles has been reduced, but their damage has been increased. Now, the spirit ability on these projectiles were not very deadly previously. They were designed in a period of the game, 3.1, when players were a lot weaker than they are now and also didn't have access to as much chaos resistance. And they also didn't have as much access to physical damage mitigation as we do now. Ulaman will spawn more geysers, which will have their duration and damage increased as well. Essentially, the fight will just be more chaotic. It was always one of those fights that you just felt a bit too powerful for, and so that's going to be interesting to see how that works out now, whether it ends up being a little bit more challenging than it was. Amanamu, Liege of the Lightless, has had life increased, more likely to use a thrust attack, mortar projectiles summoned during the fight last longer. Amanamu's channel projectile attack now deals more damage. So it was the case that before 3.16, that projectile attack did an amount of damage that felt really meaningful. But then once Determination became universal, then it became something you could just literally stand in the way of and ignore. Turn speed while channeling has been reduced, so it's going to be easier to dodge. It's going to be both more important to dodge it and easier to dodge it. I think that will be interesting, how that works. Oh, it's Joustus in chat. Hey, Joustus, mate. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Joustus, if anyone has never followed Joustus's builds, comes up with the most zany and bizarre and honestly hilarious sometimes builds. Joustus came up with the idea of, I think it was Joustus that came up with the anti-support in Heist League, where you could set up a support that would have an aura because of one of the alternate qualities, that when you turned it on, it would actually reduce all of the players that were affected by that aura's AoE by 100%. And yeah, you would wind up with some really bizarre stuff. It was cool. It was phenomenal to see. So yeah, salutations, Exile, as Joustus will say. And yeah, Joustus also sings as well, which is cool. Not just at the karaoke level like I do, but he actually has a real voice. So yeah, definitely someone who, if you don't follow Joustus, definitely do so. It definitely has a lot of really, really interesting build videos that will come out. So Amanamu is also going to have the Stygian Spires and Hearts that are spawned during the fight having their stats increased. The important thing here is going to be the Stygian Hearts, I think it is, the ones that when there are 2 or more of them up at the same time, Amanamu becomes immune to damage. You're going to have a minimum DPS threshold in order to defeat Amanamu now, because you're going to need to kill 2 of those in order to be able to hit Amanamu again. And so that's going to be something that will be a little bit of a stat check on your character, but really it's not that significant anymore. Okay, Stygian Spires no longer gain a reduced damage taken buff upon using their skills. Instead, they spawn with a reduced damage taken buff, which tapers off over 5 seconds, and their life has been increased. The thresholds they summon minions have also been adjusted. So you may notice in the current state of the game, if you fight a Stygian Spire, that you'll burst it down to 50% real fast, then it'll take ages to get to 45%, and then once it drops to 45%, it'll die pretty much immediately. That's no longer going to be the case. Instead, they're just going to be 5 seconds of not immunity, but significant defense. So they're going to be very, very hard to burst down before they can do anything. There's a number of changes to some of the Atlas support for Abyss. Awakened Depths Atlas notable passive no longer causes abyssal depths in your maps to have 100% increased chance to contain a lich, because they have 100%, so that would be silly. But it now causes abysses in your maps to have 100% increased chance to lead to an abyssal depths, previously 50%. And in Ruthless, it's staying at 50% increase. So when they say 100% increased chance to lead to an abyssal depths, what this means is that if it is currently 4%, then it will go up from 4% to 100% of 4% plus 4%, i.e. 8%. That's the intention there. Hey, catch you around, Cosmica. This will be available as a video on demand if you're interested in following it later. So it'll still be up on the channel later if you need to get going and do important things in the rest of your life. The Lightless Legion Atlas notable passive has been renamed to Inspired Darkness. No longer modifies the abyssal depths, and in particular that means that you're no longer going to have the additional +3 zone level. Instead, it's going to cause Stygian Spires in your maps to drop items with +1 to item level. So this is going to be where you're going to get your item level 86 Stygian Vices from. They won't be 89 anymore, although there's no difference between 89 and 86 anyway. And one thing I am very curious about is whether this will allow natural drops of Shaper or Elder Stygian Vices again. This is a pure curiosity because they're easy to make with Harvest, but it's just something that I'm curious whether if you use a Shaper Scarab or an Elder Scarab, whether these will sometimes, because they're dropping in the map now, whether they'll end up dropping as an item level 86 one. But that is entirely a silly thing because there's no benefit to having them spawn that way. The two small Atlas passives prior to Inspired Darkness no longer grant abyssal depths in your maps have 15% increased pack size. Instead, they provide abysses in your maps that do not lead to an abyssal depths have a 10% increased chance to lead to a Stygian Spire. And the two small Atlas passives following Inspired Darkness no longer grant 10% quantity in depths. Instead, they provide 5% increased chance for abysses in your maps to lead to an abyssal depths, and 5% for the chance to lead to a Stygian Spire. Now, that is essentially the changes to Abyss content in maps. In the short version of it, it's that when you encounter a Lich, the Lich is going to be a harder fight. When you don't encounter a Lich, the Stygian Vice, instead of going into the depths, the Stygian Spire will spawn on the map instead. That's going to be something that will be a big improvement there. So, changes to Abyss unique items. These are pretty substantial. Some of them are basically redesigns of the items, and Shroud of the Lightless is like that. So Shroud of the Lightless is the unique item that essentially functions as a 5+1 link at the moment. So you would manually 5 link this with Fusing Orbs normally, and it had socketed gems as supported by level 25 Elemental Penetration. Instead, it's now going to have 3% increased maximum life per Abyss Jewel affecting you, 3% increased maximum mana per Abyss Jewel affecting you, and penetrate 4% elemental resistances per Abyss Jewel affecting you. And you can now get it as 1, 2, or 3 socket versions. So that means 1, 2, or 3 abyssal sockets, with the rest of them being standard gem sockets. I think that this is going to remove its existing utility, and I don't know that it's quite going to get there. I mean, you can get a lot of LE pen off this, but then you've got to find somewhere else to socket your primary skill. Maybe you could use a 3-socket one and then have your primary skill. If you're using, say, Spark Gloves or something like that, that would be a situation where this would be really good, actually. So there is definitely a use case for it. And you would then want to use a 3-socket version of Shroud of the Lightless, a Darkness Enthroned, and then a bunch of other spots. I think actually, yeah, no, I think my first impression was wrong. I think this will get used, but it's going to require some pretty high-end gear to make it work well. Or alternately, you could use one of those Squire setups. So a Squire in the offhand, and in your main hand use one of those weapons that has all of the Shaper and Elder pseudo links on it, and that could conceivably end up being the best way to run something with Shroud of the Lightless. There's a lot of potential there. Someone in chat is suggesting putting the using the Annihilating Light staff and then having a 6-link Annihilating Staff. That would work too. Yep. You know, you know where I'm thinking? Like, this is one of the weirder options, but Crest of Desire comes to mind as well. So you can't use your chest here. Crest of Desire can give you +8 gem levels and double damage to the skill. Then you're getting all this elemental penetration from Shroud of the Lightless. I think there may be something there as well. So there's a lot of things to think around with this. This is genuinely a new item that requires a bit of thought. Additionally, this might make it viable to use Hollow Fossils again. Hollow Fossils haven't had a good couple of years. They used to be really good, but there's just been a lot of things that have been buffed past them. So lots of things to think about there. I don't think it's clear what to do, but I do think there's a bunch of possibilities. Tomb Fist is being overhauled. It's no longer going to give increased percentage life. It is going to give back the attack speed that it used to have on the legacy versions of it, and it will now have 2 modifiers out of a pool of 6 rather than 2 set modifiers on it. So that's very different to what exists currently in the game. Essentially, this is going to be as good as the old legacy versions were. The legacy versions of Tomb Fist were interesting. They got nerfed because there was no point in using any other gloves for a whole period, at least on attack builds. But then other things got buffed past them and far past them. And so Legacy Tomb Fist would actually not have been all that strong in the last year or so of PathOfExile. I'll be really interesting to see whether this ends up making it good or not. It's going to depend on how good those modifiers that require a specific Abyss dual socketed will be. If those are good, then this could end up being used. But if they're not, if they're just as good as the existing Tomb Fist ones, then it's not going to be particularly great. Light Poacher is getting a big overhaul here. It is no longer going to have the life recovery it used to have. Instead, you will be gaining spirit charges faster, and then you will also be gaining percentage of physical damage added as extra damage of each element, which is really strong. And this could now be something... Light Poacher could now have a new utility here. So Light Poacher in the past was historically used in low tier maps for its fast clear ability. For the actual capacity, when you spend a spirit charge to expend a Nova, those Novas used to be quite effective at killing things in low tier maps. Then the game moved away from low tier blitz farming, and now this is going to get more damage on it. The Novas themselves will do something, but also on top of that, you will have the ability to just augment your own skills. Whatever your main skill is, it's going to be better. If you're using Light Poacher, you're going to be doing it with a physical skill, and that's going to end up being something that's now generally quite good. I think there's a lot of potential. And here's the best of them all, Darkness Enthroned. This is already the 3rd most used belt in the game on level 100 characters. So behind only Mage Blood and Headhunter. And it is getting a huge buff, except it's not a universal buff. It's going to come down to how it rolls. But Darkness Enthroned is not expensive, so if you do get one that's rolled at 51%, you just trade for 2 more of them, and then do the 3-for-1 recipe, and that's equivalent to using a Divine Orb on one of them. I think that Darkness Enthroned with rolls of 100% exactly are going to be phenomenal. Like, there's going to be one of those things that's a chase roll on a unique item. In much the same way that, like, Brass Dome is worth miles more if it's 5% than 4%. Darkness Enthroned is going to be miles better 100% than 99%, because a lot of things will round down. All in all, I think this is really, really, really good. And yeah, we don't know how rare it's going to be. It could be that Darkness Enthroned is now much rarer than it used to be, but it's not an uncommon item at the moment. It's not a rare item at the moment. So, you know, who knows? If they've left it at its current drop rate, I think it'll be, like, I think a 100% one will probably be, like, 5 Divines, but a 99% one will be, like, 1 Divine max. And yeah, there's a bunch of things, especially, like, I feel like in Standard, this is going to have a huge impact on accuracy stackers. Someone's mentioning accuracy stackers there. I think that they removed some of the accuracy options on Abyss Jewels a while back, but in Standard, obviously, those jewels still exist, and that's going to be really, really good there. Bubonic Trail is no longer going to have the 30% move speed. What's it? It's got some move speed. It's just conditional move speed. It's no longer going to have its existing stats pretty much. Instead, it's going to have 24 to 32% increased movement speed while affected by a Magic Abyss Duel, 40 to 60% reduced duration of elemental ailments on you while affected by a rare Abyss Duel, and 16 to 24% increased reservation efficiency, note that's mana and life, while affected by a unique Abyss Duel. This is cool. So using a Magic Abyss Duel is a high opportunity cost. You're going to have to fit in a magic one, but you can probably get a perfectly rolled magic one. And this is just doing a lot. Bubonic Trail looks like it's going to do quite a bit there, and I think it still has the other effect on it. So that is definitely a big improvement there. And the whole reservation efficiency only applies once you get your unique Abyss Duel. Unique Abyss Duels are quite rare, although they're not all expensive. The funny thing is that, like, honestly, if you had a 2-socket Bubonic Trail, you would legitimately put a magic jewel in it, put a unique jewel in it, even if those jewels did nothing for your build. You'd probably end up wearing that. Like, you know, if you got, say, 28% movement speed and 23% reservation efficiency, like, that's pretty much already usable, even without the other stuff. And then the other stuff is just going to make it better. So yeah, Bubonic Trail looks like it's one of the better changes here to unique items. Tekrod's Gaze is getting its stats doubled. Like, it really tells you that a unique item is bad when it needs to have its stats doubled like that. Nowadays, Tekrod's Gaze, who knows, maybe it'll end up being like Amanamu's Gaze was last league, where everyone wanted it. Abyss Scarabs are getting a change. So the Rusted Abyss Scarabs are still the same, just +1 Abyss. Polished Abyss Scarabs are +1 Abyss, +50% monsters. The Gilded Abyss Scarabs are +1 Abyss, +50% monsters, and abysses in the area that don't lead to a depths will lead to a spire. And Winged is the same as Gilded, but +2 abysses. This is not a massive change to the Abyss Scarabs from memory. So that's all, that's sort of all good stuff that's going on there. Basically everything with Abyss seems like it's going to be great. I think Abyss is going to go from being something that people aren't particularly hyped about to genuinely much happier to run. Map changes. My first glimpse of these, I thought they were generally positive, but let's go through everything here. So, Arid Lake is back. This is a positive. Armory is back. This is neutral. Barrows is back. This is slightly negative. Beach is back. That's positive. Belfry's back. That's neutral. Cells is back. That's negative. Chateau is back. That's neutral. Conservatory is back. That's neutral. Core is back. That's a negative. Crystal Ore is back. That's roughly neutral, I think. At least, yeah, neutral to negative. Desert Spring is back. That's a pretty good map, even though it's got a terrible map boss. Dig is back. That's mostly neutral. Neutral. Excavation is back. That's slightly negative. Fields is back. That's positive. Flooded Mine is back. Slightly negative. Fungal Hollow is back. Neutral. Geode is back. That's neutral. Jungle Valley is back. That's positive. Lighthouse is back. That's positive. Malformation is positive. Marshes, negative. Marshes is really open, but it's just such an empty map. Pit is back. That's a negative. Racecourse is back. That's a positive. Ramparts is neutral. Relic Chambers is neutral. Scriptorium is neutral to negative. Siege is neutral. Siege has been off for a long time, I think. Stagnation is back. That's a negative. Tower is back. That's a positive. Tropical Island positive. Waste Pool positive. And Wharf neutral. So, broadly speaking, the additions of maps seem to be more positive than negative, I believe. Removals from the Atlas. And keep in mind that this will affect some of the divination card stuff. We'll get to that in a sec. Academy is gone. That's positive to have that gone. Acid Caverns is gone. That's neutral to positive. Ancient City gone. Neutral. Ashen Wood gone. Negative. Bazaar is gone. That's neutral. Bog is gone. That's a negative. Burial Chambers is gone. Negative. Cage. Ooh, I wonder where Cage and Pen are going to... I wonder what's going to happen with Chains that Bind. will Pen be available low level? Cage is, yeah, roughly neutral at endgame at least. Carcass being gone is positive. Channel being gone is neutral. Courthouse being gone is neutral. Dark Forest is positive to be gone. Desert being gone is positive. Estuary will be missed. That's negative. Forking River being gone is positive. Gardens being gone is neutral. Neutral to positive. Ghetto is, yeah, positive. Grave Trough is positive to be gone. Graveyard is neutral. Haunted Mansion is negative, and that means that the Haunted Mansion hideout, for anyone that cares about that, is going to be hard to get. Well, you're pretty much going to want to try and push for it now. Iceberg is going away, and that's that's sort of neutral-ish. It's a reasonably good map, actually, so we'll call that a negative. Ivory Temple and Lava Lake are taking a break. That's a positive. Lookout's taking a break. Neutral. Mausoleum is taking a break. That's and Mesa. They're actually both pretty good at the moment, so we'll say that that's a negative. Peninsula going away is a negative. Sepulchre is probably positive going away. Spider Forest going away. What's happening with the Doctor? Isn't the Doctor just from Spider Forest and Burial Chambers? Anyway, Spider Forest is a terrible map, so I'd be happy to see it gone. Spider Lair is going away. That's neutral. Sunken City is going away. That's neutral. And Villa is going away, which is neutral as well. Some map bosses you're changing. So map tiers and locations and Pantheon links are changing, and so are crafting recipes. And now we have the things that are coming up in terms of divination cards. Oh, the Doctor is coming up in other maps. Yeah, it's called out. I hadn't seen it because it wasn't the first thing in its line. So it is solved. And yeah, so just going through here, Arrogance of the Vaal is now going to be in Vaal Pyramid map. So that was previously in Sunken City, and it's now going to have a new home. Arrogance of the Vaal is such a fun divination card. That's the one that gives you a double corrupted unique, although it's been pretty much obsoleted by Vaal Temple. Broken Promises. Oh, that's the one that drops from Tolman. So Broken Promises is the double implicit synthesized ring divination card. So that's going to be there. Immortal Resolve is now dropping from Crystal Ore. Brawny Battle Mage, the Doctor, of course, importantly, Incantation and the Witch can now be found in Putrid Cloister, Sepulchre, Waste Pool, and Phantasmagoria. Waste Pool is getting a big buff here. Like, picking up the Doctor is going to be a fairly big deal, I think. Waste Pool is already a pretty good map, and so that's going to be something that's, yeah, definitely people will be happy with that, I think. Korot can now be found in Residence. Oh, that's interesting. Dapper Prodigy was wrongly listed, I believe, as being in Residence for a long period of time on the POE wiki. I think it was a Dapper Prodigy and Residence. Anyways, it had to be tested, and it was found not to be in one of them. And the Wedding Gift can now be found in the Overgrown Ruin map. So the Wedding Gift is the divination card that grants you Arakali's Fang. It was newly added this league, 320, and it's going to drop. It was dropping previously from the Arakali boss in Sunken City. Overgrown Ruin is which map is Overgrown Ruin? That's one of the Malagaro ones, isn't it? Waste Pool is indeed the one that's very similar to Toxic Sewer, yeah. So they're very similar to each other, those two maps. Someone's saying in chat that Chains That Bind drops in cells as well. So I'll have to confirm that, but we have, yeah, whatever pen and cells is lower tier is going to be the way to get your first 6 link in the league then, I guess. We'll have to find that one out. Hopefully it's not cells, hopefully it is pen, but we'll have to confirm that. I will put out a video close to league start on getting your first 6 link, but since the tabular drop rate nerfs, not so much tabular itself as a direct drop, but Humility Divination card was nerfed hard in 3.19, and you should no longer farm it. You should be farming Chains That Bind instead. It's so much better. It is quicker to farm, and you get a far better thing. Yeah, Pen as well was the other thing. That Pen is on the Atlas, I believe. So there's a few options for it. We'll find all that information. Pen, cage, dungeon, and cells. Someone is just confirming in chat there. So that's where it drops. I will double, triple, quadruple check that when I make that video about making a 6-link, because it is one of the biggest progression milestones you make. And whilst nowadays you do actually RNG drop 6 links a lot more than you used to, since the Arch Nemesis monster conversion changes were introduced and they're in their current form, you can't really count on getting that. Val's side areas are getting mentioned as an option for getting 6 links. I don't like them because they are just so much worse than a craftable one. So much worse. And also you won't be able to chrome them. You won't have tainted chromes or a whole bunch of Val orbs to feed into it. So yeah, there's a bunch of things there. Okay, so in-game changes. This is one of those things that is a big deal. So there's a number of changes that are coming up here that are really important to pay attention to, because these are things that are going to jump out and bite you. Some of these, or some of them are going to be upgrades. One major nerf to a top-end farming strategy that's going to have big flow-on effects down the economy as well. So firstly, added a series of new profane modifiers that can roll on maps, logbooks, delve biomes, and heist contracts. These cause monsters to deal extra physical added as chaos damage, and they cause monsters to inflict withered for 2 seconds on hit. This is a terrifying mod if the numbers are high. We don't know how high the numbers are going to be on this, but this is something to be very aware of. I feel like this could be something that becomes a nothing mod if you've got a decent amount of chaos resistance, but if you don't have a decent amount of chaos resistance, it could be the most scary mod around, but we'll have to see the details on that. Something that's significant here is that it makes small hits dangerous, causing monsters to inflict withered for 2 seconds on hit. That is actually really quite scary if it ends up causing you to suffer withered for while you're mapping. Like all those little hits for 100 damage or whatever, they start to really matter. This is going to be something that will make you want to favor using evasion over armor, because evasion will provide you more mitigation against getting withered stacks in the first place. And yeah, I think people are going to want to skip this mod entirely in hardcore, as someone's saying in chat there. This is really terrifying there. The Eldritch Altar modifier that causes you to have reduced cooldown recovery per power charge is being replaced with one that causes you to have reduced critical strike multiplier per power charge. Got to see the numbers on this. The cooldown recovery per power charge nerf was one of those mods that a lot of builds didn't care about, and then other ones it was just an absolute brick for. I think that reducing critical strike multiplier is going to be a safer mod there. So I think this is going to be something that essentially nerfs that altar downside, but we've got to see the numbers on it. And also, I don't know if critical strike multiplier can go under 100%. If it can go under 100%, you might find yourself in a really awkward situation where this altar modifier causes you to be, well, especially if you can go under 0%, you might be unable to deal damage with critical strikes. So yeah, lots of things that are going on there that could be intriguing. Now, there are mods that are the Atlas passives that grant 3% quantity in the Maven's Crucible are being removed. They're being replaced by something else instead. Final map boss in each map has an 8% increased chance to drop a Maven's Invitation in tier 14 plus maps. The number of Crescent Splinters dropped by Maven Invitations has been increased to account for this change. So essentially here they're trying to make it so that you don't need to be spec'd correctly before running particular content. At least that's the goal. I think this will actually work to some extent. I'm not sure though, with this final map boss in each map has 8% increased chance to drop a Maven's Invitation, how that is going to work in conjunction with, say, a Shaper Guardian map. If you're running a Shaper Guardian map, is this going to increase the chances of getting Maven's Invitation, the form specifically? Or is it going to give you other Maven's Invitations like the Atlas one? Don't know how that is, and so that's going to be... Until that's clarified, I don't know whether I would recommend taking those points for particular strategies or not. We'll have to see. Now, here we have one of the most impactful changes in the entire patch notes. The Harvest Craft that applies an enchantment to a non-unique map, causing it to not consume Sextant charges, has been replaced with an enchantment for non-unique maps that provides a 50% chance to not consume Sextant uses. So, all of the infinite winged Sextants, winged Scarab strategies are gone. Essentially, this is a major nerf to top-end wealth acquisition. So if you're the sort of player that was able to abuse that old Sextant mod, and put it this way, if you were the sort of person who when you were doing a day of mapping, the first thing you did was you trade for 250,000 yellow life force, then in that case, this is going to be a meaningful nerf to you. If you're not going to be doing that, then you're sorry, I'm just laughing at chat at the moment. But, sorry, you guys crack me up sometimes. Anyways, yeah. This is going to mean that, yeah, for those people, it's going to be a big nerf to the amount of things that they can do with top-end Sextants. However, for everyone else, this is going to be a reduction in the amount of Conqueror maps flying around. This is going to be a reduction in the amount of winged Scarabs that are flying around that those top-end players were turning yellow life force into. So essentially, what you had was a system where not even the top 1% of players, like the top 0.1% of players, could buy yellow life force off people for 2,500 yellow life force and turn that into a bunch of winged Scarabs and keep most of the profits for themselves, but also in the process suppress the price of winged Scarabs a bit. This is going to be a substantial decrease to the amount of winged Scarabs in the economy. As a result, most of the loss will be eaten by those very wealthiest players. But this is going to change everything about the game. There's going to be and it's also going to, make Harvest less lucrative because yellow life force is going to be in much lower demand as a result. This is going to... There's also questioning about what the impact will be on the value of Mage Blood. I think that it's going to be less of an impact on the value of Mage Blood than a lot of other people think. A reason for that is that I think at the moment, I don't think there is much of a difference in the pool of players that can get 200 Divines and that can get 500 Divines. I think most of the individuals that can get 200 Divines can also get 500 Divines, and most of the individuals that are willing to pay 200 Divines for Mage Blood, many of them would still be willing to pay 500 for it. So that means that it could conceivably go up. But I don't think that there's a huge number of extra players that are going to be chasing or not chasing Mage Blood. And players that get a lucky Mage Blood drop or a lucky Apothecary drop will still be around, and they'll just be more keen to sell. So yeah, it's hard to say exactly where it's going to end up, but I'm not sure. I'm really not sure where Mage Blood prices will end up here. So yeah, this is going to be the single biggest nerf to Yellow Life Force prices we've seen. I think this will bring Yellow Life Force to be in line with Red and Blue Life Force, because it's still useful. You've still got Harvest Card Gambling, which has some uses. It's not fantastic, but it's alright. And you've still got all the various augments that can use it. You also have, I think, Reforged Speed, Reforged Crit. I think they're both yellow from memory. They're ones that weren't worth ever using before, but they might see some use now. And yeah, there's going to be a big bunch of changes around the economy that's just going to take a while to flow out. And yeah, so Amit in chat thinks that Mage Blood may end up being 1 to 2 mirrors all league as a result of this, but we're just going to have to see. We will definitely see exactly where that goes over time. Something else that's really interesting is that replica uniques in Grand Heist are no longer going to be biased towards rolling with special amounts of sockets and or links. So this is something that is quite a significant nerf to the availability of some of the easier 5 and 6 link items to get in early endgame. I'm not really sure where they're going with this particularly, but anyways, that's the way it is. There'll be more utility for fusing orbs, I guess. That's one of the things there. Okay, so we have the changes that are happening to divination cards and Voidborn Reliquary keys. The Iron Bard is back and is now going to give 4 Tainted Mythic Orbs, and Balance of Terror is no longer available from the Voidborn Reliquary. That was a mistake. Passive skill tree mastery changes. There are a lot of changes on the passive tree, and they are mostly to masteries. So, we have a bunch of changes here where GGG's approach was that they reviewed each type of mastery, tried to come up with as many interesting stats as they could, ignoring what was currently available, and then once they had a short list of interesting stats, they added in the existing ones that used to be on each mastery and picked the 6 best. All leftover ones have been saved for later or used in other places like unique items. So we have here, the process was performed on around half the masteries on the tree, targeting the ones that needed attention most. Previously, some of the masteries only had 4 options, so try to increase as many as possible to 6. We've also added new stun and recovery mastery types to fill in gaps we felt were missing, introduced a new recovery mastery which replaces the life mastery in vampirism infused flesh and hearty passive clusters, and introduced a stun mastery which replaces one of the attack masteries. One of the life masteries is also found on some new sections as well. So there is a lot to go through here. There's a lot of new mastery changes and a few that have been nerfed as well. So this is going to be quite complex to go through. We've compiled a list of the mastery types that have received changes in Crucible, highlighting the new options. Below this is a spoiled section containing all the ones that have been removed. So let's start with accuracy. 40% increased accuracy against unique enemies. I do not like this as a stat. I really don't think this is useful in general, because you generally, there are some niche use cases where it's alright, like particularly an accuracy stacker, but in general, I don't really like that option. Gain accuracy rating equal to your intelligence is kind of niche, but this is going to be a big problem solver for wand attack builds. Not for most wand attack builds, but for some specific ones. Dexterity's accuracy bonus instead grants 3 to accuracy rating per dexterity, which is again just giving you accuracy rating equal to your dexterity. So again, this is a problem solver for builds that are looking to that are already stat stacking and just want to make sure they're always hitting. Minion accuracy rating is equal to yours. That is a big one potentially. I don't think most people are going to want that, but it has some niche uses. 50% increased accuracy rating at close range is something that an accuracy stacker could use, but most of them aren't going to want. It depends what close range is. And flat accuracy, but negative accuracy per level is again something that does something interesting there. People are asking about some of the changes to various builds and the like. I think Spark is getting nerfed. I'd like to just clarify that. Spark is getting some direct nerfs to it, and that's going to be something that's that is a mess. And yeah, going in chat again there with the comment that this minion accuracy being equal to yours is a huge deal for Blink Arrow, Mirror Arrow builds. It is going to solve a lot there. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that's going on. Armor masteries. Increased armor based on your strength score. This is only worth considering if you're on a strength stacker build. It is just not enough to be useful otherwise. You take 30% reduced extra damage from crit strikes. 20% chance to defend with 200% of armor is pretty significant, but also very unreliable. This is essentially like if you had... this would be like having 10% spell dodge. It's sort of like a big boost some of the time, but it's not all that big a deal. +1 to all maximum resistances if you're equipped helmet, body armor, gloves, and boots all have armor. This is a fantastic mastery. I really like this one, and it looks like it's pretty solid too. Like 1% all maximum res is pretty strong, and getting it for 1 passive is great, but it does have that cost associated that all of your gearing needs to have armor on it. 20% increased armor per second you've been stationary up to a maximum of 100% is something that will be niche on Like, if armor stackers survive this patch, which is still, then that could be interesting there. Increased armor from equipped boots and gloves specifically is mostly going to be rubbish, but there are some unique items that this is going to be good on. So if you're using certain specific sets of boots, certain specific sets of gloves, then that will be good. Okay, armor and energy shield masteries. 2% chance per 5% missing energy shield to defend with 150% of armor. So let's just clarify what they mean. When they say defend with X% of armor, what that means is that you suffer damage from that hit as though your armor was equal to 150% of what it is. This is a reasonably good mod if the numbers on it were higher. I just think the numbers are a bit too low, but it is there when you need it most. So if you're playing a character that is primarily a life-based build, but that has a small amount of energy shield, then this is going to be good. Where I think this really shines, though, is if you have a tiny amount of energy shield on your character and you're using Blood Rage. I think then in that case, you're looking at potentially having 40% chance to defend with 150% of armor, because your Blood Rage may be able to keep you on 0 ES all the time. Or if you are primarily life-based, you have just a sliver of ES and you are playing Righteous Fire. I think there's a bunch of things here that are looking really solid. Recover 5% of energy shield over 1 second when you take physical damage from an enemy hit. So this is going to be like 5% conditional recovery of energy shield. This is like the opposite. This is where you've got much more energy shield than you have life. That's where you're going to want this. Maybe even if you are playing Chaos Inoculation. This is solid in that niche case. If you're Chaos Inoculation or if you are low life with a lot of armor, then I can see this being good. That's where I think we're going there. 10% of armor also applies to chaos damage taken from hits. This sounds phenomenal. I've got to run numbers on this, but the Juggernaut node that does something similar is already fantastic. And this is something that looks like it's... this is a huge defensive buff to a Juggernaut, I believe. But I have to check the details on that. I think this is a... Actually, we've got Joustus in chat. You'd have a sense. Is this as good as I think it is? 10% of armor applying to chaos damage taken from hits. If it is from hits, so it's it's hits. Whether it doesn't apply to damage over time, but it will apply to hits. So whether that's a spell hit, whether that's an attack hit, I feel like this is a big deal. And Divine Flesh, of course. Oh god, I wasn't even thinking Divine Flesh. That's amazing. Divine Flesh and this node is nuts. Yeah, this is I think this is one of the strongest masteries around. Even though, like, people are saying in chat that a lot of chaos damage is damage over time, and obviously this isn't going to apply there, but chaos damage over time is often reasonably survivable, especially if you've got life recovery. This feels like it'd be phenomenal on a Juggernaut. But yeah, I think this is going to be really, really solid. And yeah, Forbidden Rite is another example. This could be used in conjunction with mitigating your self-damage on self-cast Forbidden Rite or triggered Forbidden Rite. Lots of potential here for this to be intriguing. We're saying Chaos Inoculation. I meant Chevron's Wrappings. And also the Profane map mods. Yeah, lots of things here that would be really good. Divine Flesh is another option, as I was saying. There's just so much with this. 10% is a good number on this. Like, if this was 6%, I think it would still be okay. But at 10%, I think this is really solid. Of note, if you're thinking about using this with Ward Loop, just be aware that Ward Loop very carefully balances the amount of damage it does to itself. So, yeah, the Profane map mods, we don't know how big those are going to be, but if the Profane map mods are small, then this is going to be even more important. I feel like this Armor and Energy Shield Mastery is going to be really good next league. Like, you only get exactly one of these at least to get this, and maybe there'll be other things you want. I mean, you probably want 10% of physical damage from hits taken as Chaos as well. We'll come to that in a sec, why that is so good. Increases and reductions to armor also apply to energy shield recharge rate at 20% of their value. I think 20% is too low for this to be good. But I'm open to being proven wrong on this, but I feel like one of the biggest increases and reductions to armor is 100% global defenses on Skin of the Lord, Skin of the Loyal. That's not going to count because it's not an increase or reduction to armor. Specifically, it's an increase or reduction to a broader category than armor. So yeah, I just don't think the numbers are here on this one. I think this one's not very good. New increased 100% increased armor and ES from equipped body armor. If you're equipped gloves, helmet, and boots, all have both armor and energy shield. This is phenomenal. This is absolutely amazing in conjunction with the brass dome. So your body armor doesn't need to have both armor and energy shield. It just needs to have one or the other. Or alternately, it's also really good if instead of brass dome, you are using just a high ES rare Val Regalia. Either of those, this is going to be a huge boost to that. You then need to have your gloves, helmet, and boots all be hybrid blue-red bases, but that should be easily managed. And yeah, that should stack additively with the Juggernaut one. So you need, all of your gloves, your helmet, and your boots all need to be hybrid armor and armor and energy shield bases. Now, the fact that you're then forced into armor and energy shield bases means that they will have no suppression on them. So there's a serious drawback there. You can't roll suppression on those items. You also will struggle to get green sockets on them, although that's pretty manageable on 4-socket items. I still think the payoff is there, though. And there's a bunch of other unique items. Like, I am thinking of Brass Dome here as the thing that really stands out, but I don't think it's the only choice. For instance, this would be 100% increased energy shield on Siobhan's Wrappings. You know, that's something you could use. There's a lot going here. This is really, really strong. Next, we have 10% of physical damage from hits taken as chaos damage. Now, this is going to stack with this, assuming that there are enough armor and energy shield masteries that you can take both. And I actually need to check how many of those masteries there are. So I'm just bringing up POB in the background. I'm going to check how many of those masteries currently exist on the tree. So armor and energy shield. Armor and energy shield. Where's a cluster for it? It's like, okay, so if we do a search for the word defend, that will find those, won't it? That should find most of them. So you have Armor and Energy Shield Mastery in Sanctum of Thought. We have Faith and Steel, Templar area. That's just a pure armor mastery, pure armor. Okay, it looks like there are only 2 of these classes, I think. So they're both in the Templar area. I might just quickly bring them up on the screen actually so that you can see what I'm looking at as well. And where's POB? There. So the masteries in question for this, there's this one here, Armor and Energy Shield Mastery, that is linked to Faith and Steel, which is not one of the better nodes on the tree. And Armor and Energy Shield Mastery again is here, Sanctum of Thought. That's basically all I can see on there. There could be more that have been added, but I'm not aware of them if there are yet. I'll have to have a look when we get to that. So that means that you can take both 10% of armor applies to chaos damage and also 10% of fizz damage from hits taken as chaos. But if you do that, you're not going to get this 100%. Or you can basically take whichever 2 of those 3 you want, but they are going to be at a high opportunity cost. The fact that these 3 options are so good basically means that the other ones don't exist. So the 150% of armor conditional, that doesn't exist because you're just going to take the other ones instead. They are better. So anyways, that's your Armor and Energy Shield Masteries. There's some pretty good stuff there. There's a lot of good stuff in that lot. Armor and Evasion Masteries. More chance to evade melee attack. This feels really strong, this first one. 5% more chance to evade melee attacks is a fairly good stat. 120% of armor against projectile attacks, which is where you actually care about that more. that's looking pretty solid. Increased armor per an endurance charge, increased evasion rating per frenzy charge is only good if you can get a lot of both of those charges, which is pretty niche. So this one here is niche, but it's all right when you've got it. It's actually an existing mastery there. 80% increased stun and block recovery. I don't know that that's quite worth it. It's certainly not competitive with some of the nutty things in Armor ES masteries. Regenerate life equal to 1% of armor and evasion rating over 1 second. This is strong on some builds. So you could, I think, you could get like... I mean, if you've got Mage Blood, this is going to be giving you hundreds. Like, this is going to be giving you 1,000 armor and 1,000... So this is going to give you 1,000 life or more. But even then, that's only over 1 second, and it's only once every 4 seconds. No, actually, correct. Scrap that. This is not particularly strong. It will have its niche uses, but it's not generically strong. 40% increased evasion rating if you have been hit recently. 40% increased armor if you haven't been hit recently is reasonably strong again, but not anything amazing. Where I think this is probably at its best is if you've got Iron Reflexes, and then at that point it's just 40% increased. Like, I mean, it's better to have 40% increased evasion rating, but it's at least as good as 40% increased armor, which is something you would want. And immune to poison if equipped helmet has higher evasion rating than armor. Immune to bleeding if equipped helmet has higher armor than evasion rating. That's cool. So that's actually quite easy to get immune to bleeding on it. I don't think you're interested in the immune to poison. You're interested in the immune to bleed. And that's strong. The problem is that you're going to then not be able to get suppression on your helmet, probably. Unless you were to benchcraft on... So if you had a hybrid base, you could then benchcraft on flat armor, which is coming at quite a price, and then you could make that work. That's probably the strongest of these masteries, granting you immune to bleeding, which is really strong. Immune to poison is nowhere near as powerful. Like, it's just an objectively much worse stat, but unfortunately that's the one that comes with suppression. So there's some interesting stuff going on there. Some discussion about the mana reservation situation. Someone's pointed out to me, and I had missed this, that there is a mana mastery that is reservation efficiency. So there is a replacement in there, albeit slightly different form. So yeah, there's a lot of... The armor and evasion masteries, there's some good stuff in there. And yes, that's right, there are bases that don't have balance, don't they? Arthur Rosa in chat is reminding me that it's not like the bases are balanced between armor and evasion. You can pick a base that has higher armor than it has. So it can be an armor and evasion base, but that 60% of the itemization budget goes into the armor, 40% into the evasion, or vice versa. So pig-faced bassinet, as long as it doesn't have any explicit mods that counteract it, should be something that will work. So yeah, that's good. That's really good. You can then get the suppression. Fantastic. I really like that idea. That's, yeah, that mastery is good for armor and evasion. Attack mastery has some cool stuff in it. Like, these are really, really, really good. +3 to melee strike range is just something that's kind of essential. Like, this isn't an optional stat to get. Non-Val strike skills target one additional nearby enemy. Again, this is something you really kind of need to get. I think they increase the number of attack masteries on the tree and rebalance them around a bit better. Because this one's essential. If you want to play a strike skill, you need this. If you want to play a strike skill, you need this. Gain adrenaline for a second when you change stance. 1 second isn't very long, especially given that you've got to take the action of changing stance. I think this one's particularly niche. Monsters cannot block your attacks. Hello, Expedition. This is mandatory if you're playing Expedition. I think if you're focusing heavily on Expedition, this is something you must go for here. This thing is just absolutely bonkers. So monsters cannot block your attacks is huge in a world where those Expedition remnants give monsters... The first one gives monsters 50% block, the second one gives them 85%, the third one gives them 90%. So it's basically like if their base hit points were 1 million, Then the first one is like 2 million EHP. The second one is like 6.7 million EHP, and the third one is 10 million EHP. So getting rid of all that extra health, this attack mastery is mandatory for Expedition. If you're not playing Expedition, you don't need to worry so much about monsters blocking your attacks. And then in that case, you've got the first two choices are basically really good. 5% increased attack speed per enemy in close range, depends on what close range is, but I don't think it's going to be enough outside of certain content. In certain content, like if you're specializing in certain ways, then you'd want this, but otherwise I think it's good. And Joustus actually has a really good point in chat there. Champion's Recovery grants you 25% life and remove all elements when you change stance. That's a big deal. So that's something I hadn't thought of there. Yeah, so Simulacrum is one example. It's been called out in chat as a good example here for close range. People are asking in chat whether this monsters cannot block your attacks applies to Grandmasters. My reading of the situation is that that's yes, but test it. You want to test that. I can't give you an authoritative answer on that. I feel like it is going to work, but I'm just not sure I'm right. Restarting Static Strike is a good point on this for attack speed in close range. Yeah. There's a bunch of uses for it. It's not bad. It definitely has its niche use cases and it will see use. But you've got the key things are +3 range and +1 target. Nearby enemies are intimidated while you have rage is really strong. Like getting intimidation here is crazy. So yeah, there's a lot of good choices here, but if you're playing Expedition, you must take the block thing. That thing is just crazy. Questions coming up about what's the situation with Saboteur, Seismic Trap, Poison. Saboteur has been overhauled enough that it really needs to go back to the drawing board. I think it's probably still very strong. It's not got any sort of big nerfs on it that I'm aware of yet, but we'll get to more details on that later. Saboteur is definitely worse though definitely worse for that build. Caster Masteries. So we still have Final Repeat has 30% increased AoE. I do not like this mastery. You want your earlier repeats to be hitting. So like it's not completely dead, but I don't like that. There's the odd use case, like there's an odd weird use case where it's alright. 25% more spell damage as a recovery method if you've been stunned while casting recently. You kind of don't want to get stunned there while casting at all. I don't know that 25% more spell damage is going to really help you recover that much. This will be good situationally, but I don't think it's worth taking. 6% increased cast speed for each different non-instant spell you've cast recently. This is intriguing. Are you using lots of different skills? If you are, this has got a payoff on it. I am just trying to think how you would use this. So you'd need to use a move skill that's a spell that's not instant. This requires a lot of thought. I can't give you an answer as to whether this is good or not yet. Unleash the Intensify are still there because they're kind of essential. And 25% chance to open nearby chests when you cast a spell. This is just cool. Like, this is just bizarrely cool. Really like this. So there's some cool stuff going on here, but I'm just not that impressed with the caster masteries other than the two that feel mandatory. The two existing ones that feel mandatory if you're playing something that needs them. That's my first thought there. And yeah, like Joustus is pointing out that Flame Dash, Frostbolt, Ice Nova is only 18%. And I just can't see you weaving in more skills than that very often. Like, you might occasionally... You might also throw in... You might also throw in something else, but it's just not going to be that common. And even then, it's too many hoops to jump through for 18, even 24% cast speed. Yeah, people are asking in chat whether this chance to open nearby chests will impact Heist. That would be really funny if it does. At which point people will just unspec this in Heist. Except just to have a bit of a laugh with it. Like, you'd mess around with it a little bit, but you'd probably unspec it, because even though it would speed up opening some of the chests you really want to open, it would make it more difficult to open the ones you don't want to open, or to avoid opening them. Chaos Masteries. So first thing is, wow, what's happened to the Chaos Dot Mastery? Oh, something important is gone here. So we don't seem to have your chaos resistance applies about like 1% increased chaos damage over time per 4% chaos that you've got. So that seems like it's gone there. So yeah, that's a lot worse. And people are saying in chat that the corruption node has been nerfed as well. So Chaos Dot seems to be taking some hits here. I'm not really sure it needed them. But anyways, that's the way it goes sometimes. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff here that's... let's have a look what we've got. Recover 1% of life per withered debuff on each enemy you kill. Yeah, that's useful while you're mapping. I think you can you probably can get this better in something along those lines better in other locations, because a lot of monsters that you kill really quickly are going to only have 1 or 2 withered debuffs. There's this mod that already exists that's really niche. Plus 1% max chaos res is fine, but a lot of the value of that is sort of gone now. 40% fizz conversion to chaos is very niche, but very good in that niche. And deal 10% more chaos damage to enemies which have energy shield. That's actually really strong. Like, that's 10% more chaos damage. That is really strong. But a number of monsters seem to have Chevron's Wrappings type effect, where the energy shield goes away first. For the rest of them, though, that's that's really strong if you're not playing in a party. If you're playing in a party, that's going to be worse. Then we have 5% chance when you inflict withered to inflict up to 15 withered debuffs instead. Definitely quite an upgrade. I'm kind of not sure where they're going though with this overall. Like, Chaos Masteries feel like they're weaker than they are currently, and like people are saying in chat, like the Occultist is really good right now, but not because of Chaos Dot particularly. Like, Chaos Dot is quite serviceable live on the live game, but it's not like it's in an amazing position or anything. I felt like it could have been left as it was rather than nerfed. Note that this, however, is going to be nerfs to poison damage here. So the changes here to Chaos Masteries are going to reduce some of the poison damage available. And so yeah, there's a bunch of interesting stuff going on here, but Chaos Masteries all in all look like they're weaker. Claw Mastery. We still have the skill supported by Nightblade have 40% increased effective elusive. What else do we have here? I kind of got to read all of the things that have gone as well here, because like Claw Masteries and Dagger Masteries both had some pretty silly things, but elusive grants 40% crit multi for skill supported by Nightblade is still around in the Dagger Masteries. So, and that's not conditional on it being a dagger, so that still means Claw's still going to get that. What do we have here? There's 25 life per enemy hit with main hand claw attacks, 25 mana per enemy hit with offhand claw attacks. That's interesting. That's sort of encouraging you to diversify a bit there, especially if you are using Ascendancy Changes. Then you can get life, mana, and ES recovery all at once. That said, Ascendancy Changes is very, very rare now, and it's just not all that good. So it's, yeah, there's a bunch of things here that scream out, hey, use 2 claws at once, but shields are so good that you kind of don't necessarily want to do that. But anyways, we have here inherent attack speed from dual wielding is doubled when wielding 2 claws. We're going through these slowly because there is a ridiculous one coming up. 60% increased damage with claws against enemies that are on low life. This is roughly equivalent to 30% increased damage with claws, and you're definitely happy to take that. Like, that is a really strong node. Now, 50% increased stealth if you've hit with a claw recently. Stealth is something, don't know exactly how the mechanics around being detected work. Here's the big thing. 10% of leech is instant per equipped claw. This is potentially ridiculous because instant leech historically kind of circumvented a lot of the limitations on how much life you could recover per second with leech. And they did say there were going to be some significant overhauls to leech in the video that was put out. Really want to see exactly what the numbers on this are. But if you're attacking really fast and hitting hard, this is just going to be ridiculous. Absolutely and utterly bonkers. And yeah, Worm's Molt is around. Worm's Molt's a thing. Like, we just got to check exactly what the changes are, because they did tease that there were going to be some changes to leech in general, and we don't know what those are as yet. So let's hold off on the excitement. Like, be excited about this, but temper your excitement with the possibility that it might get ruined when we've got all the details of how leech is going to work. But yeah, it looks like it's really, really good. Claw masteries remain extremely, extremely good. And yes, Frostblades with claws is being asked about. Yes, you can definitely continue to play Frostblade with claws in the new league. It should be really good. Okay, cold masteries. 40% fizz conversion to cold is still around. 10% chance to inflict cold exposure on hit with cold damage is pretty weak, given that that'll be a minimum effectiveness exposure. Enemies near targets you shatter have 20% chance to be covered in frost for 5 seconds. This is a really powerful use case for Herald of Ice at endgame. So you're then when you shatter an enemy, you're going to be freezing all the weak enemies around it. You're going to be covering the powerful enemies in frost sometimes. I think this is quite solid. I think this is definitely very usable. 1% maximum cold resistance is okay. You're not taking a cluster for this. You're not really happy about this, but it's well worth 1 point. Chills from your hits always reduce action speed by at least 10%. I feel like that's at the weaker end. There's the Elemental Mastery. Oh, hang on. Oh, have they gotten rid of the really good Elemental Mastery for Ailment Effect? That's kind of crazy there. Someone's asking about Heat Shiver. I haven't checked yet. But I'm actually quite fine with having, like Heat Shiver's sort of in that tier of item like the Covenant, the Squire in terms of power. It's very, very strong in its specific niche. I am fine with an item like that being common for a while. But yeah, the 40% ailment effect is gone. That's going to make item sources of ailment effect much stronger than they were. Yeah, there are actually some pretty big nerfs there to ailment effect on the character passive tree. This makes the Elementalist better relative to other classes, relative to other ascendancies, and it makes the items that provide ailment effect better than they were otherwise. Because you're gonna want to get that stat somewhere. It's a really powerful stat, ailment effectiveness. Dagger masteries. We have, these don't seem to be changing very much. Like, we got 50% increased projectile speed while wielding a dagger, which is actually pretty solid in some niche cases. Like, are they trying to make daggers something for spectral throw or something here? But not just that, but things like Frostblades. That is actually quite a useful stat on something like Frostblades, where it's not quite instant propagation of damage. That gets it closer to that, but it's not enough to use a dagger over a claw. Especially given that this Elusive grants 40% crit multi for skills supported by Nightblade still works with a claw. I missed the last cold line. Oh, good point. Enemies permanently take 5% increased damage per second they've ever been frozen by you, up to a maximum 50%. Oh, wow. Thank you for pointing that one out, another in chat. Yeah, that does do something substantial there. So, with Pinnacle bosses, a lot of them are capable of receiving the frozen status effect, but their action speed is still 70% baseline or something around that range while they're frozen. This is potentially a very big deal. If you can inflict, you've got to land freezes on them for a substantial period of time to benefit from that. But I feel like this could be really good. And yeah, Frigid Wake from the Occultist is really going to work well with that. Glacial Hammer, this is phenomenal with. Like, absolutely god tier with Glacial Hammer. And there's a few other things. Like, this is a really strong mastery. So thank you for pointing out that I'd jumped over that. Sort of the drawback to getting up at 5:15 in the morning on a Friday is that sometimes you feel a little bit out of it and you miss lines of text that are important like that. Now we can move on to the dagger masteries. So 100% crit multi against enemies that are on full life. Note this is universal. This is not just dagger. This is not just dagger specific. And it seems like a lot of these are not very dagger specific. And that's something that has come up in the past. There is a dagger mastery that people take on claw builds at the moment, and it is still going to be there. You're still going to do it. People take an entire wheel just to take that mastery. So we have 100% crit multi against enemies on full life is one of those niche stats that is useless when bossing, but is extremely good when mapping. And it's actually probably at its best for heisting. I really like this stat in Heist. So crit multi against enemies that are on full life means that you can obliterate enemies in heists really quickly with your first hit on them, and you can then just keep moving. Also, this is sometimes enough for your Frostblink to one-shot enemies if you crit with it, and you can often get your Frostblink critting a lot of the time. So this is quite a bit better than it sounds. That said, it is niche, and I don't really recommend it. I don't think I'm going to recommend this outside Heist. But if you are heisting a lot, then you probably want that. This new league mechanic doesn't seem very heist friendly, but heist should still be pretty good because, well, the more people are in mapping and the less they're heisting, the more those people are looting blueprints you can buy from them, and the more demand there'll be for the unique items that are heist exclusive. And there's a lot of them. Not just unique items, but also alt quality gems. All that sort of heisty goodness that is going to be there. Critical strikes have Culling Strike. Again, this is not something that is only critical strikes with daggers. This applies, for instance, to spells. Critical strikes with spells have Culling Strike. And so this is something to keep in mind as something that you may want to consider. Like, is it worth investing maybe 4 points on your tree in order to pick up a dagger wheel and get this on a spellcaster? Probably not, but maybe. I think the answer is generally going to be no, but at least it's an option that you might want to consider. And then we have 10% chance to suppress spell damage for each dagger you're wielding. This is quite good with White Wind. White Wind is where I'm leaning with this. White Wind is one of those weapons that's really good early in progression. This makes White Wind even better early in progression. And then when you outgrow White Wind is probably when you're going to get a shield with decent suppression, gloves with decent suppression, helmet with decent suppression. So, yeah, if you're wanting to league start Frostblades, you might actually want to pick up White Wind as your first weapon, and then you can use one copy only. Don't use two. Use one copy of it, and then this will give you an extra 10% suppression, help you get over that 100% marker earlier. 8% more damage with hits and ailments against enemies afflicted by at least 5 poisons. Now, 8% more is, yeah, this is kind of like that Culling Strike thing in that I don't think it's worth taking on other builds. But if you are playing a poison build and using a pneumatic dagger, you are definitely using this. Like, this is nuts. So this is something that makes those pneumatic dagger type items from Heist better than they otherwise were, and they were already pretty good. If you're wanting to play a poison attack build, you probably want to start with the Wasp's Nest. Wasp's Nest for a little while, but then when you outgrow it, you want a pneumatic dagger, or a hollow point dagger, or a pressurized dagger, all of which are Heist exclusive, and then you'll be able to roll that, get something good out of it. Yes, it is. Well, the reason it's not auto take for all poison builds, as Hyan Jinju is asking, is that one, it might cost you 5 points to take. At which point, like, is it really worth 5 passive points for 8% more damage? And secondly, because there's a lot of situations where, like, if you're using bigger individual hits, you might not inflict 5 poisons in quickly enough to have 5 reliably on an enemy. So that's the reason that it might not have a high uptime. Yeah, so this is a dagger mastery, not a poison mastery. So if you're playing, say, like if you're playing, say, Poison SRS, I think this is more dubious. And obviously Poison SRS is going to be quite a different build with the changes to the Cheola sword, but it will still exist and it will still probably be pretty good. But if you are playing that build, you are not going to necessarily want to take this entire cluster. Although Poison SRS will get the 5 poisons on an enemy real quickly, but something that was doing individual big hits with poison. I remember back when Bladefall Mines poisons used to be good. I think that was in Parandus League. I think it might have been 2.2 or 2.3. Back then, that build would not have done very well with this mastery if it could have taken it. It wouldn't have done very much for it because you just didn't have 5 poisons on things for very long. So yeah, that's like, I think it's good, but it's not quite as universal as it looks. 50% proj speed when wielding a dagger is like the backup thing you might take if you have to. And then yeah, there's the crazy elusive one. Elemental masteries. So as I was saying, there have been some nerfs here. The ailment ones are gone. The ones that increase the effective ailments by a huge amount, that's gone. And that was one of the most important elemental masteries around. So what do we have here? We've got elemental exposure. We've still got the 18% minimum exposure, which is quite good. It's not universal, but it's strong. Still have 60% reduced reflected elemental damage taken, which is Blair. This one's Blair. Like it does the job to some extent, but you kind of want more. It's a stat you kind of need 150% of because of shock. If you're going to go with reduced reflected elemental damage, you kind of need to have reduced reflected elemental damage taken. You kind of need 150% because shock increases, and so it stacks additively with shock, and that ends up being awkward. 50% reduced effective exposure on you is going to make Simulacrum safer. Delirium in general, this is going to be really good at. Hits have a 25% chance to treat enemy monster elemental resistance values as inverted. This one, now my reading of this is that if an enemy has 40% fire resistance, let's say you're doing only fire damage to make it easier, this is a 25% chance to treat that elemental resistance as -40. If you have 15% fire penetration on top of that, my reading of this, and I could be wrong on this, 75% of the time, the resistance will be 40%, it'll be 15% penetrated to 25%, and so the monster will take 75% base damage. The other 25% of the time, the resistance value will be inverted to -40, then it'll be penetrated to -55. So I think this stacks in the best possible way with elemental penetration. I'm not sure of that interaction. If that interaction is correct, then this is really good. The situation in which this is bad is if you are using conductivity and elemental weakness. Then in that situation, you might be flipping the monster's elemental resistance from -26 to +26, in which case you're going to be pretty sad. So it depends upon how much you are debuffing enemy elemental resistances, but this one could be quite strong. Now, if I'm wrong about how it works in conjunction with elemental penetration, then that would make this worse than I'm thinking it is, but it would probably still be worth taking. All in all, I think this is a genuinely good elemental mastery here. The question that's come up in chat is how would it work with overcapped resistances? So if a monster has, say, a cap for resistance to fire of 75% and actually has 120% fire resistance because of mods, that's a question I can't answer either. I think it would be -120, but I'm not sure that I'm right on that. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that's interesting on there. Critical strikes against you do not inherently inflict elemental ailments. This is a fair bit of mitigation of shock and ignite and freeze. A fair bit, but not absolute. There's a few sources of percentage chance to inflict those things. I feel like you want absolute protection from elemental ailments. I feel this is too conditional, and that there's too many monsters that will have ways around that. 3% chance for hits to deal 300% of physical damage as extra damage of a random element. So this is 9% fizz added, like on average, this is 9% of fizz damage added as extra. However, this is unreliable extra damage. I think like the faster you're attacking or the faster you're casting spells, the better this is. If you are casting one massive spell every quarter second, then this is not very good. If you are casting something every frame, then there's going to be a lot more smoothing and a lot less overkill from this. On the flip side though, this is going to cause some Herald of Ash overkill, which is going to be interesting. This Elemental Mastery is not rubbish, but I don't think it's great. Ben is asking in chat, what's up with reservation efficiencies? There is a mana mastery that provides generic reservation efficiency for mana. There is a reservation mastery for life, and there is no longer the single aura ones. So there's a bit up and a bit down. Okay, Energy Shield Masteries here. We have increased light radius and the light radius quality of life. This is one of those things that's essential if you're playing an Energy Shield build. So what happens if you're playing a low life build? You will have your character's sight radius. You will be always on the your character is panicking mode, where you have a very constrained visibility radius, and that is just infuriating. It drives you nuts, especially on indoor maps. This Energy Shield Mastery is kind of mandatory on builds like that. It's annoying. Light Radius is one of those mechanics from Diablo 2 that probably should have been left in Diablo 2, but this is a mastery you have to take if you're playing a low life build specifically. 10% less physical damage taken while on full Energy Shield. I'm just trying to think if there are good ways to be on full Energy Shield almost all the time. If you have a very small amount of energy, if you have a very small Energy Shield pool, and you're gaining Energy Shield all the time, like gaining Energy Shield on spell hit or gaining Energy Shield on attack hit, this might be something you can keep a lot of uptime on, and that's something that might be worth investigating. So, yeah, that's one that you've got to think about. From memory, there is a rare dual mod that causes you to gain 2 to 3 energy shield when you hit a monster. If you can get your maximum energy shield to be only 2 or 3, that's what you're looking for there. That's what I think is the goal on this, and then you can make this work. Also, yeah, Trickster is coming up in chat there. Gone is saying that Trickster's like this node. And the reason that that's being said is because you have Energy Shield Overleech on a Trickster. So that means that you are much more likely to be at full Energy Shield. And then when you do take a hit, you go back up quickly. This is not going to save you if you take 2 hits on consecutive frames and they're both fairly big. So the first hit is, well, even if the first hit's quite small, like if the first hit's just for 500 damage and then the second hit is massive, then you're not going to have this mitigation in play on that one. This is still a good mastery. I would recommend that any Trickster that takes Energy Shield Overleech takes this, and probably goes a bit out of your way to take it too. So yeah, that's really good. And there's a whole bunch of sources of ES regen. So the key thing is figuring out a way for this. I think either use it with Energy Shield Overleech or find a way to get your Energy Shield maximum to be extremely low. And that might be a character that has no Energy Shield investment at all, and then that takes, that then uses some tiny source of Energy Shield, like a bottom tier ES, max ES roll on an Abyss Jewel or something like that. Might allow you to get back up to full ES really quickly. There's also a belt mod, I think it's on the belt veiled mod, that's regenerate a whole bunch of Energy Shield when you've per second when you're near a unique monster. There's a bunch of stuff like that. Lots of different options that you can get in order to make that work. Okay, stun threshold is based on 60% of your ES instead of your life, which previously was 50%. So if you're playing a character that has much more energy shield than life, you're going to get stunned a lot. This prevents that. This is a mandatory mod on those builds. Regen 2% of ES per second I find is pretty mediocre. This is one of those interesting mechanics. 30% of chaos damage taken does not bypass energy shield. And there's a Cirrus belt that does some of this. It gives you some of this stat as well. The reason you want this, if you can split the way that damage attacks your defenses, like attacks your key resources, your life and your energy shield, that can provide considerable mitigation because you can simultaneously be regenerating life and energy shield through different mechanics or recovering them through different mechanics. And so I think there's a bit of potential there. 100% increased ES from equipped helmet is good as well, as the helmet is the third best slot for base energy shield. So your best slot is your chest piece, your second best slot is your shield, and then your third best slot is your helmet. And also the helmet tends to be a fairly universal one. So that's another quite powerful mastery there that's been added. So ES masteries are looking like they're in a pretty good spot there. And yeah, there's also, as Rubik is saying in chat, there's a couple of unique items that have big energy shields in the helm slot as well. But mostly it's those rare hubris circlets that have tier 1 percentage ES, tier 1 flat ES, have a fair bit of base ES just because they're a hubris circlet, and then that have reasonable suffixes, have eldritch implicits on them. Those are the sorts of things that you can get there. Evasion masteries. Can it be stunned if you have been hit recently? Is sort of, I mean, this is not new. This is just one of those stats that's weird to have on an evasion mastery because, like, you don't often get yourself in a situation, at least if things are working with your defenses, you don't often get yourself in a situation where you've been hit recently, then you get hit again and as such at risk of being stunned. Key thing here though is that the new one is 15% chance to suppress spell damage if your equipped helmet, body armor, gloves, and boots all have evasion rating. This is just something that is going to help you get a stat you need early on, and importantly, it's something you can spec out of when you no longer need it. Interestingly, you've got this 100% increased evasion rating from equipped body armor, 100% increased energy shield from equipped helmet. This is set up in a way that plays around with how tricksters work as well. So it's just an interesting mechanic where they've gone with which of those masteries exists for which slot. Okay, Evasion ES Hybrid Masteries. There's a bunch of new ones here because these were not very good in the past. So it's keeping the 30% increased evasion rating while you have ES, and keeping 20% increased ES recovery rate if you haven't been hit recently, which honestly is one of the more useless things around. Like, the times that you want your ES recovery rate to be higher are the times you have been hit recently. If you haven't been hit in 4 seconds, then you are often, not always, but often at full ES. The exception, of course, being if you have Righteous Fire or something like that, then you're doing damage to yourself through means that are not hits. That's usually it. I guess standing on degen ground as well, but if you're standing on degen ground when you haven't been hit for 4 seconds, you're probably on full life when you go into the degen ground. You're probably not that scared about it. 20% increased maximum energy shield if both equipped rings have evasion modifiers. 40% increased energy shield recharge rate if equipped amulet has an evasion modifier. This is interesting in that it's causing potential for some ring mods that you might not otherwise have wanted to become good. Equipped rings having evasion modifiers is, I have to check. There's going to be something on POEDB that I'll need to check some of the specific mods around that. I'm just going to quickly bring that up in the background. So if we go POEDB, I want to check the ring mods that exist, whether there is flat evasion that's not bench crafted or not. Yes, there is. There is flat evasion that's not bench crafted. Oh, and there's also flat evasion from your essences as well. So there's a number of ways that you can get that there, and that comes up. That is something that you can get as a ring mod on natural rolls or from an essence, or from a benchcraft. So there's a bunch of different ways that you can get that there. But 20% increased maximum energy shield is a fair bit, but it's not a staggering amount either. It's just a moderately good chunk. What I want to check though is what you can get in the way of veiled prefixes. Do you have the double defense mods? You do not. There is no ring double defense mod that's like evasion and energy shield like you get on belts. That is not in that slot. It's one I couldn't remember whether it was an option or not. 40% increased energy shield recharge rate if the amulet has one of these mods. I think the amulet version of this is weaker. Like, honestly, energy shield recharge rate is not a stat that I've tended to chase in the past. I don't think it's all that phenomenal. 100% increased evasion rating if energy shield recharge has started in the past 2 seconds. 2 conditional. This is not going to have enough uptime. I don't really like it. 1% increased evasion rating per 5 intelligence. Dexterity provides no inherent bonus to evasion rating. I really, really like this one. So here you have something that is screaming out. Play me on one very specific build that doesn't exist at the moment. And that is intelligence stacking evasion ES hybrid builds. Like, this is new. This is new and cool. I think this has a lot of potential to do some interesting things here. Oh, the consumer has just made a really good point here with the going back to 10% less physical damage taken while on full energy shield. This and Divine Flesh. Divine Flesh causes damage to bypass your energy shield entirely. So energy shield stops being a defensive layer against it. That's a phenomenal finding. Yeah, there's a couple of things that make Divine Flesh better in this patch. In fact, Divine Flesh is probably going to be worth talking about for a sec. So I'm just going to bring it up in the background and then put it in, show it up on screen in a sec. Divine Flesh is from the Javakwa version, I think, of the Timeless Jewels, the Val Timeless Jewels. So let's just bring this into the window that we are mostly using. Just one of those things that's a bit tricky when you're streaming. You got to play around a bit with this. So this is what we're looking for here. I was just trying to avoid flashbanging you all by jumping into that carefully. So all damage taken bypasses energy shield. 50% of elemental damage taken as chaos damage and +5 to maximum chaos resistance. This is Divine Flesh. It is from not from this, it's from the Timeless Jewel. Val Timeless Jewel, and it is Javakwa. I was right on that. I couldn't remember whether it was Javakwa or one of the other two. So yeah, a Val Timeless Jewel, Glorious Vanity with Javakwa on it will give you this, and it will work really, really well in conjunction with this specific mastery. Thank you for pointing that out, the consumer. That is the best new tech that I've seen today, I think, that's that already goes into something already established. But yeah, intelligence stacking tricksters. This is something new. This hasn't existed before. Who knows whether it's going to be good or not, but it's just something that's intrinsically cool and could conceivably work. Get you a lot of both energy shield and evasion rating together. Yeah, there's a lot of potential there. Every 4 seconds, regenerate a few hundred energy shield over 1 second. I really think this would be better if it was constantly regenerate energy shield equal to 0.25% of your evasion rating. This may or may not be up when you need it. And it's okay. I think it's fairly solid, but I'm just not sure it's great. And yes, Andrew B in chat is pointing out something really useful with this dexterity providing no inherent bonus to evasion rating. You get the same thing with Magebane. So yeah, Magebane becomes a no drawback passive. If your character requires 200 dexterity to function, and you take Magebane, then Magebane is going to give you 13% spell suppression, which is a perfectly good use of even more than one node. You'd be willing to spend more than one node on that. There's a few things that let you double dip downsides like that in the game in general, but Magebane is a very, very good keystone in general. Alright, let's have a look at the Fire Masteries now. So Fire Masteries, we have... I think we've lost the Ignite life recovery on it. But there's some interesting stuff in here. Fire exposure you inflict is still around. Still, like, fire exposure is better. Fizz conversion to fire, still there. The essential stuff. And then we've got the new stuff. Burning enemies you kill have a 3% chance to explode. So very low chance, but it only costs you 1 mastery. Dealing a 10th of their life as fire damage. I feel like you've got to take this on most fire builds, at least if you're igniting things or doing anything like that. 3%'s not much, but it's still enough that it's really good. So yeah, there's a lot going there. For this. This is just really strong. Like, you don't need a high percentage chance for explodes because they all stack anyway. Like, a lot of the different chances stack. So yep, take this. Take this if you're playing Righteous Fire. Take this if you're playing Ignite. Just take it. But especially if you're playing Ignite. Universal Ignite, if you can make this 10th of their maximum life Ignite, then that is just such a staggeringly big initial hit that it's going to cause a lot of things to go nuts. 50% chance to refresh Ignite duration on critical strike is not a big deal usually. Like, it does something. It's going to mean that if you're doing if you've got one very big Ignite on an enemy, then it's going to sometimes make that Ignite last longer, but it's pretty niche. Like, most of the time you don't want that. Regenerate 1 life per second for each 1% uncapped fire resistance. Very good at low level, not good at end game. Like, wow, I'm getting 120 life regeneration per second. Like, yeah, you might take that, but then, like, that's assuming you got 120 uncapped fire resist. It's worse if you've got less than that. Critical strikes do not inherently ignite, but if you are igniting somehow, 100% increased damage with hits against ignited enemies. This is sort of really pushing me towards... this is pushing me towards an occultist. Hear me out on this. An occultist that is igniting through Shaper of Flames. You don't really care about your... Or even, actually, not just Shaper of Flames, maybe even Zerfi's Heart to ignite with fire, or there's something that ignites with fire. Like, there's a few things that can cause skills to ignite. And then if you've got some percentage chance to ignite, 100% increased damage with hits is a lot. And you can hit with a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, Chieftain's another option. There's a bunch of stuff there that's... a bunch of stuff there that will do the job with that. Now, people pointed out that, yeah, the Fire Dot mod is gone. The Fire Dot Mastery is gone. The one that has the drawback of being a negative to fire resistance. This is a nerf to Righteous Fire, but Righteous Fire does pick up this burning damage exploding thing. So, yeah, it's still fine. Yeah, Righteous Fire does actually... You're right that Righteous Fire gets a lot out of this early on. Like, if you want to start with Righteous Fire, it's good. Hex Blast was a skill I was thinking of. Thanks, Harren Lu. Hex Blast is a skill I was thinking here that it's... the fact that it's 100% global damage with hits means that you can do that, and also if you are using Profane Bloom, then you're getting those explosions. Those explosions are hits. If the enemy is already ignited, then you're going to get that benefit as well. So there's a whole bunch of stuff going on there. A whole bunch of stuff that's going on that will cause a bunch of like options there. This is an interesting mastery. This is really sort of what do you call it? Something that's a very universal mastery. It's not niche. It's got a lot of options with it. I like this one a lot. Flask Mastery. So we have these are, well, the first 3 are still the same. Life Flask Recovery, Mana Flask Recovery. Remove a random non-elemental element when you use a Mana Flask. Sorry, elemental when you use a Mana Flask, and non-elemental when you use a Life Flask. Non-elemental element is sometimes enough to function without immunity to bleed. So, you can use this as your primary source of cleansing bleed. That's okay. Although, maybe not in hardcore, because you don't want to be in a situation where you are both you have multiple poisons on you and you get a big bleed on you. Then they've gone and messed around with some of the other stuff. Let's have a look at what's new at least. So enemies you kill that are affected by elemental ailments grant 100% increased flask charges. Probably doesn't matter outside Ruthless. I feel like in Ruthless this could be quite good, where flask charge recovery is harder. But in the base game, I think flask charge recovery, when you're killing things, it's nearly unlimited. 25% chance to gain 1 flask charge when you deal a critical strike is huge on bosses. This is really strong. Recover 4% of life when you use a flask is really strong. But there was something else that's gone that was significant there. So, question: what is Ruthless is being asked. It's what they internally called hard mode for a while. It's just like you've got solo self-found as an optional rule set that's harder than the base game, or you've got hardcore as an optional rule set that's harder than the base game. Ruthless is similar. Ruthless is really stingy on items, but it also has a few modified game rules, and one of them is that flasks just function worse. So there's a few things in here that are intriguing in the Flask Masteries. There's some good stuff in there. Fortify Masteries are being massively overhauled. So we're keeping the melee hits Fortify with -3 to maximum fortification. And we're keeping 10% reduced damage over time taken while you have at least 20 fortification. Then we're getting some new changes. Recover 100 life for each fortification lost. This feels like it's there when you need it most. Like, that actually feels like it could be quite strong. So when your fortify stacks start falling off, you will gain some life. You will have some recovery there. Gain 20 fortification on melee kill against rare or unique enemy is only good in certain content. Like, this is nuts in Heist. This is absolutely nuts in Heist, but it's rubbish everywhere else, I think. And honestly, no, maybe it's not even good in Heist. Yeah, and then reduced duration of ailments inflicted on you per fortification is, again, the biggest problem with Fortify and anything that's ailment mitigation linked to it is that sometimes you go from not engaged with monsters for several seconds to your first engagement. The opening salvo is an attack that freezes you, and then you're in real trouble. That's a problem with this. I don't really see this Fortify... And that's a problem with Fortify as a defensive layer in general. So that's the thing that's going on there. Godlike, I think that GG are not doing very much with Ruthless. Like, they put more effort into solo self-found than any of the other hard modes, I think. Ruthless has been pretty fringe in comparison to SSF in terms of its support that it's got. Like, SSF just gets so much more of that. Yeah, I think Ruthless is a lot of fun. It's well worth playing, but I don't think they've quite got it. Like, it was in beta in 3.20, and I don't think they've quite got it right yet. They've just got to get they've got to get progression through yellow maps better. If they can get that right, then I would start recommending Ruthless much more. It is the best way to play through the axe. It's the only way I have fun in the axe now is Ruthless, because in Ruthless you are constantly somewhat challenged through the axe. Whereas in the base game, if you're a veteran player, it's just like, oh yeah, go on autopilot. Although a few of the gearing changes, the gearing changes that are going to come up later in these patch notes are substantial. Like the wand recipe being removed is going to be a transformative for Acts 1 to 3. But yeah, there's like Ruthless, the key thing that makes it feel significant is that when you're in Act 6, you are trying to get the gear you need for Act 6 and 7, whereas in the base game, when you're in Act 6, you have gear that's good enough to beat Uberlab. You don't have the gem levels yet, but your gear is going to be good enough for Uberlab. So yeah, it's like it's quite different. It's worth a try, but maybe not on League Start. Anyways, let's jump on to Impale Masteries and have a look here. We've got 10% chance on hitting an enemy for all impales on that enemy to last for an additional hit. So, that's good, isn't it? For all impales to last an additional hit. So that means substantial amount of extra damage. That's massive. I'm reading this right, aren't I? This is like 6% more damage or so. I think this is like 6% more damage, if I'm reading this correctly. Like, if you hit an enemy and you've got 5 impales on it already, and then you hit it, and then all of them get an extra hit on them, that feels really, really significant. I've just got to run the numbers on that. I need to check this, but it looks really strong. Impale damage dealt to enemies impaled by you overwhelms 20% of PDR. That's just essential for Impale to function. And then there's the Call of Steel mods that already exist. And then there's 20% chance on hit to remove all impales from enemy, and they deal their damage instantaneously. Yeah, I have to look more into this. I have to give this more thought with a clear mind and without the pressure of working things out quickly. So my first impression is that this looks strong, but I'm very open to being proven wrong on that. Here, though, 20% chance to basically instantly convert all of your impales on the enemy into instant damage. That's only strong if you're in a situation where those monsters are going to be where those monsters are going to be dying quickly from that, because they would have taken that damage anyway. Yeah, I would think more on this, because I've got to look into some of the interactions with Impale before I can say more on these. But this looks like a refresher on Impale is definitely something that would be its own video. Yeah. I think that these are all looking like that. The first one looks strong, the last one looks weak, but the last one has its niche uses, sudden bursts of damage rather than persistent damage over time, and it's just going to come down to whether you're fighting stronger enemies, in which case you want this, or weaker enemies, in which case you want this, which is fine. Leech Masteries, 10% of Leech is instant again, so the Claw Masteries had this as well. We really need to check out exactly how this interacts. Like, this is going to be something that's going to need some clarifications, because we want to know whether there are limits to the amount of instant leech that you can have in a particular time frame. Is there a limit to the amount of instant leech that you can benefit from in a second? It was the case back when instant leech existed in the past that people could tank things that were meant to be one-shot, not one-shots, but meant to be devastating degens, like Shaper Beam and being in a Shaper Ball at the same time. And what they would do was just be hitting so fast that their instant leech was recovering more life than the Shaper was taking away. This is a period where player defenses were much worse than they are now. So this was something that we'll probably want to have a look into exactly how it works. But if it is instant, if it is truly instant, then all of the limits on how much you can leech per second aren't going to apply, and that's going to be ridiculous. If it's based on the maximum size leech, as FS is saying, then that's going to be much more limited, and it's just going to be something like gain 80 life or so on hit. And there's ES Leech, ES Leech with or without Eldritch Battery. Lots of potential there. This is significant, but this requires a lot more research before I can say anything further. Armor and evasion rating while leeching does suffer the same issues as Fortify before, and that is that you aren't protected when you first engage in a fight. That's something that's significant there. Here's an interesting one: 25% more damage with hits against enemies. So that's a massive amount of extra damage against enemies that can't have leeched from them. Now, that is a very, very rare niche situation to come up there, but it's something that is, that's kind of bizarre. What can't you leech life from? Are there any major bosses that you can't leech life from at the moment? I don't think there are. There's minor stuff like the Remnants of Corruption. When the Remnant of Corruption in Essence Monster dies, the Remnants of Corruption themselves that come out of its corpse, they can't be leeched from. But yeah, there's the odd Metamorph that this is significant on. So like, this is going to be interesting. This is not going to come up very often. This is like super, super niche. I think most people will say no. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that's it. Games with Jay has just clarified what it is in chat. It's for maps it's for the map mod, for no leech map mod. So yeah, you'd have this as a way to make that map mod actually easier than it otherwise would be. That's kind of crazy. That's a really weird situation to be in, where you actually be taking a leech mastery on a character that is specializing in dealing with content that you can't leech from. That's really interesting. I like that a lot. It's a bizarre mechanic, but it does definitely come up there. And 25% more damage with hits against enemies in maps, in those entire maps, is a big deal. I think you could possibly make a character that specializes in doing that content, like in doing anti-leech maps, and then trading for anti-leech content, because it's something a lot of people don't want to do. It's kind of like the way that players couldn't. It's kind of like the way that players couldn't. Like, if it can't do elemental reflect and physical reflect, used to, back in the days when maps were scarcer than they are now, they used to often sell maps that rolled with reflect that they were allergic to players who were doing chaos stop builds and similar things. 25% of damage taken recouped as life if leech was removed by filling unreserved life recently. That is ridiculously niche. Like, filling unreserved life. Oh, hang on. Sorry. No, wait. Yeah. Filling unreserved life means that your leeches expire. They had to actually expire. Then 25% of damage taken recouped as life. So this is like... This is worse than 25% of damage recouped as life when you are at full life. Or when you have been at full life recently. Yeah, that's... that I think is too niche. I think, like, where you can play around this and the payoff is big enough, I don't think you can necessarily make that work here. 100% increased total recovery per second from leech, and 25% increased maximum total life, mana, and energy shield recovery per second from leech. Oh yeah, Arthur Rosa in chat's got a use for this. Bone Shatter is a good use for this. That is a good use case for this because you're doing that damage to yourself. So there is a good use case for Recooper's Life Leech there, but it is linked to specifically that Bone Shatter option there. Okay, Lightning Masteries here. This is worse than they used to be because there used to be some pretty good ones here. So Fizz damage converted to Lightning is still around. 60% increased critical strike chance against enemies that are suffering lightning exposure. That's actually pretty good, but it doesn't make up for what's lost. Plus 15% to maximum effective shock, so that's 65%. It is very hard to get that high, especially given that there are so many nerfs to sources of shock effect on the tree. There is still plenty of sources of shock effect on gear, but that's a higher opportunity cost than getting it on the tree. Shocks you inflict spread to other enemies within a radius of 10. 10 is a very small radius, and this is not new either. Oh yeah, that's right, this is not new either, the 15% increased max effective shock. It was already 15%, I thought it was 10% for some reason. Increases in reductions to maximum mana apply to shock effect at 30% of their value. This is important to take, because it is now harder to get shock effect from other things like elemental masteries. And so that's something that's... yeah, and then lightning damage of enemies hitting you while you're shocked is unlucky. That's way too niche. Like, you want better protection against shock than that. So here we have, like, we just don't have anything that makes up for the lost elemental mastery. That's the key thing. The lost element effect mastery was so good that this ends up being a net negative overall. Now let's have a quick look at the life masteries here. Okay, 10% more maximum life if you have at least 6 life masteries allocated. So you get nothing until you've got 6 of them, but then this is amazing. You might actually... Well, Oh, that's interesting, because this is not something that's always positive. So you have the low life and full life ones. I would be fine taking this and just wasting these ones. However, this is genuinely harsh. Skills cost life instead of 30% of mana cost. My understanding of this is that if a skill would cost 200 life, 200 mana, it now costs 140 mana and 60 life. So you may not necessarily want that, but if you do want it, then this is probably worth taking. If you take 6 of them, then you're going to get something really solid here. And yeah, 50 maximum life. Like, this is probably going to be a dud on in a lot of situations, but still, it's very good at making certain body armors that you otherwise can't use really into something you might actually start using. I really, really like this mod. This is one of the best things ever. Yes, you do. ML Kalani is asking in chat whether you need to take this in order to be able to use this, and yes, you do. So if you want to get this to work, you've got to allocate all 6, because there's only 6. And how are you pathing for all those life masteries is a good question. I think you're probably going to need to go a little out of your way, but you will pick up a lot. I agree the wording on this is unclear, but my understanding of it is that a spell that would have cost 200 mana instead costs 140 mana and 60 life. And Yuting is making a really good point in chat there that 15% increased maximum life if there are no life modifiers on equipped body armor is extremely good in conjunction with Skin of the Lords and Skin of the Loyal, and that this is likely to make those armors even more dominant in 3.21 than they were in 3.20. And in 3.20, I believe Skin of the Lords was the most equipped unique body armor in the game, and I think it's going to be even more so next league at this, so far, from what I've seen. Unless there's something I've missed that's going to show up later on. These low life and full life things are a pretty small change. So you count as low life normally when you're on 50% maximum life or below, and you count as full life when you're on 99% or above. Actually, it might be strictly more than 99%. So this is only a small amount of extra range. Counting as full life means that, if you do care about being at full life for some effect, then you can now spend life. So that mastery is useful in that case. 55% is really niche. Like, most of the time you won't care about this, but as an overall bundle, I think that the 6 life masteries together in order to get this will be used by people. Of course, the most important one is 50% maximum life is still there. Of note, 10% increased maximum life at the expense of 10% less recovery is gone. So that's something that's gone there. And yeah, Doppelganger Guise is another example of a chess piece that's... Doppelganger Guise is a good thing that it's been pointed out there, that it is another example of a chess piece that has no armor. Brass Dome. Oh, life regen count on... Oh yeah, FS Forward Sound's making a good point that a number of mods might actually be tagged as life. So I'm just going to confirm that on on Doppelganger Guise and Brass Dome, because they've come up. So Doppelganger Guise first. So I'm just going to check the mods on this, and yeah, the regeneration I'm sure is going to be... I'm looking on the wrong site. I'm going to go to POEDB and not POE Wiki for this. So Doppelganger Guise, let's make sure that is correct, that the regen is... I've got to type it out completely because of Doppelguise has the strange characters in it. Okay, Doppelganger Guise. Yep, Doppelganger Guise is life tagged, and Brass Dome is the other one. So that's the strength provides no... And strength provides no bonus to maximum life is also life tagged. So neither of the items that I immediately went to with this as not having life on them actually count there, because they're both life based. Oh yeah, Petrified Blood. Arthur Rose is right. The 55% low life mastery and Petrified Blood. Of course, I'm forgetting Petrified Blood exists. It's like one of those things that's really, really good. But yeah, that works. So yeah, this mod is a little bit less good than we thought, because two of the body armors that seemed like they were really good with it don't work, but Skin of the Lords, Skin of the Loyal do. They don't have any life mods on them, so that's particularly possible there. Or yeah, you could use, as Black Omega's saying, you could use like classic influence chests. There's lots of just rare chests can roll, especially with Awakener's Orbs, but even without Awakener's Orbs, you can just roll one that gets 6 mods without life on it, and then this becomes really good on it. Punishment is the only thing I'm aware of that causes mobs to have additional damage against low life. The other thing that's of note with this is that there is the rare monster mod formerly known as Executioner, I believe might be a little bit more lenient if you've got this. FS Forward Sounds pointing out that there are monsters that can cull you in Expedition. Those monsters don't cull you based on low life. They cull you based on, I think it's 20% life. It is a threshold that's set by the Remnant. So when you proc those Remnants, you'll be given a certain threshold that they'll apply to. Link Masteries are next. So there's a couple of new sections of support for links on the tree. Links are something that haven't really been used all that much. They are used, but they're not the huge deal that people might have thought they might have been when they were brought out, which is a pity because Flame Link is really strong. Elemental ailments are inflicted on you instead of your link targets. This is all upside. You don't want to have the target that you've got a link on ignited. You want to eat that ignite yourself, because you can get rid of it and you're aware of it. Whereas if they get killed by an ignite, then you can't do anything about it. Enemies near your link targets have tri-exposure, is something solid, I guess. But that's already there as well. Links take twice as long to break. This is strong. Link skills linked to one additional random target. This is terrible if you've got minions around. Assuming that minions... I've got to check what the situation is with minions and links now. But this... that could be bad. I've got to... yeah, I have to confirm that detail. And then linked targets share charges with you. So their charges become your charges. You get a copy of their charges. So that's going to make you a lot tankier. If you're playing a build that's using links, you definitely want that. Your targets will be gaining some charges, so that's fine. And your movement speed is equal to the highest movement speed among linked players, is again going to be fairly solid. So there's a few different things there that are interesting. Yeah, someone's saying in chat that Flame Link at 5,000 life gives Fireball plus 6 levels worth of damage. So that's a buff from level 20, gem level 20 to gem level 26. Or if you're already about gem level 25, it's still like 4 levels at that point. So link skills don't inherently work to minions. Someone's clarified to me in chat. They don't inherently do that. That's something that you can spec into, or at least you used to be able to spec into, and you probably never wanted to. Like, when your linked target dies, so do you. And it's just generally, like, there were some use cases with Summon Reaper, but I don't think it's very good. Now, Mana Masteries are next, because links don't get played very much. And now we'll move on to mana ones which do. So, we have Regenerate 5 mana per second. This is one of the huge benefits of a Lyra early game. 5 mana per second is a lot early on, and this is really, really, really strong. This is something you probably want to spec early on and then get rid of later. Recover 10% of mana over 1 second when you use a guard skill appears to be used with Arcane Cloak in mind, because that's going to recover a lot of the mana that's spent on Arcane Cloak, but it can be used in other situations as well. It's sort of solid. Damage taken recouped as mana, I find, is just really unreliable. I don't like this stat. Some people like it. I don't. I do not like this as a stat. I want to find some solution to mana drain that is not related to me being hit. That's not dependent upon me suffering damage. It'd be a little bit different if you're intentionally damaging yourself, like Ward Loop. Then you can have some uses for it. Again, 10% reduced mana cost of skills. This can be really good. Note that it doesn't apply to reservations. So this is something you can use in certain situations, but it's not universal. we're getting to the big one. These 10% chance to recover 10% of mana when you use a skill is, again, just unreliable, and I don't generally like it. Yeah, if you are... Mind over Matter does definitely have a good use for this. That is true. Sifrog is pointing that out. That if you are using Mind over Matter defensively and you're not really expending a staggering amount of mana, then that does have a use. Here's the big one though: 12% increased mana reservation efficiency of skills. This was previously in Reservation Mastery and was like universally taken. It was removed entirely in 3.20. And now it's being restored, but it's being restored in a worse spot. And note that this is replacing all of the 25% masteries for specific skills as well. So it's, it's looking like it's really going to be an interesting one. There's an ask, someone's requesting Venom Gaia got nerfed. I don't think it has been. There's been a little changes to Claw Masteries and Dagger Masteries that'll affect it. But... broadly speaking, I think the build is still pretty much as it is, but I just want to check that. So don't assume I'm right yet, because I haven't gone through everything with a fine thought yet. And on Seismic Trap, which gets asked a lot at the moment, Seismic Trap is going to be worse than it was in this patch, but I don't think it's gutted. There's a little bit less in the way of support for just traps in general and saboteurs. Trappers in general, I think, are a bit worse off. But, so this Mana Mastery situation is going to be stronger than stuff was in, I think it was Calandra League that we last had the Mana Reservation Efficiency node. We're going to be weaker than we were then, but stronger than, we're going to be weaker than we were when we had that, but stronger than we were this league, generally speaking, when you take all the changes to Reservation across the board. If you're willing to spec into those Mana Masteries. I think people will probably spec those Mana Masteries early, then ultimately look to outgrow them through Cluster Jewels. And I think, I think people will be, people will eventually do that. Ultimately, reservations are too strong at the moment. And GG are trying to fix that, but they got to fix it without breaking the rest of the game. That's one of the things that's really, really tough. We did discuss the stuff. Saskabest is asking about the reworked Breach and Abyss uniques. Darkness Enthroned stands out the most to me. Darkness Enthroned looks fantastic. Really, really interesting. And the Lucky Lightning Mastery is on Choir of the Storm, Voice of the Storm now. Okay, so we have the Mind Masteries, which are largely unchanged. We've got 5% increased AoE for each mine. There's actually a lot of AoE, because miners can often have 20 to 23 mines out at a time. So this one's a really big deal. And the mine masteries are fairly strong already. Mines in general, though. Mines suffer because auras are so strong. That's the reason mines aren't going to be playable at the moment. But you gain 5% increased area of effect for each mine. That is a lot of area. That is a very big amount. Mark masteries have been massively changed here. So enemies near your marked enemy are blinded, are still around. Blinding enemies these days is it's something. I think it's something like 10% more evasion rating on your character. It's just not all that strong, but it's sort of okay. And again, we still have the existing 10% chance to gain a frenzy charge when you hit your marked enemy, which is incredibly good. So marked enemy cannot regenerate life. I feel like this is too niche to take. There will be situations where you'll encounter a particular monster and you will portal out of the map and you will respec into this mastery and then come back in. But I don't think you want to keep this all the time. Marked enemy cannot deal critical strikes is huge. This is really powerful defensively. Again, it's somewhat niche, but it's really, really good. Your marked transfers is fantastic as well. And 50% increased accuracy rating against marked enemy is only something you really want if you're accuracy stacking, I think. But if you are accuracy stacking, this is ridiculously good. Maven heals come to mind as for marked enemy cannot regenerate life. That's a good point. if you're doing a Maven Invitation, or even if you're just going Maven Witness, I think you might do it. Yeah, you would. If you're going Maven Witness, let's say you're doing a cycle of Shaper Guardians, putting Marked Enemy Cannot Regenerate Life on makes a lot of sense, and keeping it for the Formed encounter as well. That's a good point. Thanks for the reminder of Maven Heal is a regeneration. It is not an external heal. It is that the monster gains regeneration equal to, like, I think it's like regenerates 10% of its life over 2 seconds. Something like that. Essence is another thing, yeah, that's come up in chat here with this Mark Mastery. Maybe you would spec Marked Enemy Cannot Regenerate Life if you're doing Essences on the tree and using Essence Kirak mods, because that can be something that's pesky. There are other alternatives to monsters that regenerate life, like you've got your Frostbomb as an option, but which one of these is the higher opportunity cost is going to vary. Physical Masteries are next. So again, we've got this partial Reflect Resilience. I just do not like Reflect Resilience being partial. It's one of those things that when you need it, like, you feel like you're right with 120% of this stat, then suddenly you die because you're shocked. You're shocked for 28%, and then so you end up with 28% increase, 120% reduce, so you're taking 8% of the reflected damage, and then you end up just one-shotting yourself. Wow. 10% more maximum physical attack damage. That is kind of nuts. So what this means is that if you've got a weapon that's dealing, say, 50 to 180 physical damage, it's now going to do 50 to 198. If you've got a weapon that's closer balanced, so if it's like 130 to 131, then this is going to be a 5% more multiplier to damage, which is huge. Like, you're already going to take that. But that's the worst case scenario. Best case scenario is like there's a big divergence between minimum and maximum. This is fantastic, and it's not just a bleed build. Like, people in chat are talking about how this is good for bleed, and they're right. But this is good for attack builds, for hit builds as well. Like, this is just a universal buff to physical attack damage. Whether you're inflicting that with a bow, whether you're inflicting it with a melee weapon, whether you're bleeding with it, or whether you're just doing anything else, this thing's fantastic. Like, this thing is really, really strong. As you say, it's 5% if your weapon has very little variance between the minimum and maximum damage it deals. It's 10% if you had 0 to maximum damage. And in practice, you're going to be somewhere in between those points. And so it's going to be probably an average of like 8% more damage or so, depending upon the weapon you're using. You cannot be stunned by hits that only deal physical damage. I don't think this is very good. You're just going to die. Like, if you allocate this, there's too many rare monsters that will have additional damage and will stun you, or even magic. Like, you don't get stunned by white monsters all that much. It'll be the magic and the rare monsters. This will stop you from dying to Xandro Blooddrinker. That Rogue Exile can be really brutal in some maps, except if the map has the map mods on it that cause Fizz added as extra X. So yeah, this is just a dud. This is a complete brick of a mod. Hits have 40% chance to ignore enemy monster physical damage reduction. So if you don't have much overwhelm of physical, then this is going to be great. The more overwhelm you have, the weaker this stat becomes, and that's something that's kind of tricky. 40% increased physical damage with skills that cost life is mandatory on Reap and Exsanguinate. Always has been. And I think there's other ones as well, but yeah, really good. 6% to damage over time multiplier for bleeding per impale on the enemy. So here you are going to want to inflict, like, this is too much damage over time multiplier to not take. So you're going to want to try and find a way to inflict impales there, which is interesting. This is a really strange mechanic because it's hard to get impale at no opportunity cost. This is like trying to bring together two forms of damage, but it feels like it's just so much that you have to do it. Yeah, so there's a bunch of interesting stuff going here, but Really here, I think the big thing is this 10% more maximum physical damage, physical attack damage. That's fantastic. Like, this is something that is a real melee buff. Even though it's bow attacks as well sometimes. This is a melee buff primarily. Poison masteries. So we have 5 existing ones, and we have enemies poisoned by you cannot deal critical strikes. That's a pretty big deal. Enemies poisoned by you cannot deal critical strikes. And yeah, thanks to people for suggesting the Impaler node as an option for that bleeding and Impale hybrid node. That would work. Yeah, the Impaler is the way to go. That's going to give you... that is going to make the Impaler really good on bleed builds. And they're close together on the tree. So going back to the poison masteries, enemies poisoned by you can't deal critical strikes is a very strong effect while it lasts, but then it's going to stop working. Again, this is that Fortify conundrum where this is great as long as you strike first, but you don't strike first all the time. And so, yeah, this is all right. Like, it is good. It is a good node. It's better than a lot of those conditional defenses, but it's not amazing. Conditional defenses can be fine too. If the defenses are so good, like Heartseeker, for instance, in the Trickster, is one of those cases where the numbers on it are so high that even though it's unreliable, it ends up feeling quite good anyway. This may be in that situation. Just depends on how desperate are you to take the other things here. There's a lot of stuff you're going to want there. So yeah, there's good stuff in there. Now, the question is, how does the wording interact with poisoned minions? Poison inflicted by minions. They're not poisoned by you. So the minions that are... if one of your minions, let's say your Summon Raging Spirit poisons an enemy, that monster has been poisoned by the Summon Raging Spirit, but it hasn't been poisoned by you. Used to be a Claw Mastery node, that's right, and it's been moved to the general poison pool. Yeah, there's a bunch of changes like that that are easy to forget about. Okay, Protection Masteries, so previously Resistance and Ailment Masteries. Corrupting Blood is still there. 12% Ele Res, 7% Chaos Res is gone. That was something I often took early in progression with a view to unspecking later, but that one is gone there. Damaging ailments cannot be inflicted on you when you already have one. Non-damaging ailments cannot be inflicted on you when you already have one. That feels like it's very strong if you want to run Delirium content before your Elemental Ailment immune. That feels like the purpose there. So you're not going to cop both Poison and Bleed simultaneously. You'll probably just cop Bleed because it's worse. But non-damaging ailments means that, like, if you get if you get Brittle, then you're not also going to cop Scorch while you're Brittle. That means that you won't get stacking up of those ailments. That's what kills you in Delirium. It's like you're brittled from one thing, you're scorched by another, you're shocked by another. You won't be able to get a combination of a bunch of those together. So that's going to be something reasonably solid. The other thing is, if you are self-chilling, this thing is going to be nuts if you are self-chilling. Like, the way I'm reading this, if you are self-chilling, you are now immune to freeze, you are immune to shock, you are immune to brittle, you're immune to scorch, and you're immune to sap. So that's really good. As well as that, if you are self-chilling and also capable of inflicting either self-bleed or self-poison, which is, like, I don't think there's any existing builds that do that, that would also do that there. Your elemental resistances cannot be lowered by curses is actually pretty solid. I think I could see people taking that a fair bit. Reduce effective withered on you is very niche, but might work in certain content. I can't think of anything that will do that. And then there's a good question. Will this cap corrupting blood and poison at one stack? Which will be asking about this. I don't know the answer to that. I think the answer is no, but I'm not sure on that. People are also saying in chat that poison duration was reduced on the tree. Well, that would be the answer to Seismic Trap's power as well. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of things that are useful here. I will miss that 12%/7% resistance mastery, but that is definitely well compensated here. And this in self-chill is just nuts. Like, this is screaming, play me with self-chill. That is really, really screaming. Play me with self-chill. It's, yeah, really good. Recovery masteries are all new, so this is something we want to have a quick look at. 3% chance to recover all life when you kill an enemy. I think this is a trap. This is going to be fun. This is going to cause some clips where it saves people, where it just comes in clutch, and it's going to be exciting when it goes off, but I also don't think it's very good. It's too low a chance to come off at a time that it's useful. That's a good point. Yuting Chen is pointing out that Corrupting Blood is a debuff, not an ailment. So Corrupting Blood is not affected by this. Which is probably why they renamed it from Resistance and Ailment Protection to just Protection Masteries, because Corrupting Blood is not an ailment anymore. It used to be like an ailment, now it's not. It's not related to bleed in any way and hasn't been since 3.14, but it's one of those things that's easy to forget. Life recoup effects instead occur over 3 seconds. So this means that they run faster. Generally not that impressed with this mechanic. Life recoup is solid. There are use cases for it, but they're kind of niche. So you will take this on some builds, but I think most builds will not want it. Recoup just hasn't felt like it's performing that well from my perspective. Every 3 seconds, consume a nearby corpse, if one is available, obviously, to recover 10% of life. I think that's just way too... Like, the numbers are just way too low on that. 3 seconds is way too rarely for that to come up. Nearby enemies have 50% reduced life regeneration rate. I feel there's better ways of dealing with enemy recovery. So, again, we have the Frost Bomb. There's a few other things as well. I don't think that that's getting there. Life recovery from regeneration is not applied. Every 4 seconds, recover 1 life for every 0.1. So, in other words, life recovery is applied at 2.5 times as... You get 2.5 times as much life recovery, but you only get it every 4 seconds. So every 4 seconds, you get 10 seconds worth of life recovery in one hit. I think that this is just a hard no. This sounds cool. It's a massive numerical increase. You can look at this and say, hey, this is 2.5 my life recovery, except it's coming at terrible times. I don't think this is going to work for most people. So yeah, I just really don't see this as being particularly great. Regenerate 50 life per second is amazing early game and then falls off pretty fast. Reservation masteries. If you are reserving both life and mana, then you can now get +1% all res, which is fantastic. That is basically... Everything else is the same as it was. That mastery is going to be very useful. If you want to take, like... I think a lot of people are going to take, like, level 1 clarity and link it to arrogance for that. At the very least, it's worth considering, and especially if you have a Watcher's Eye for clarity. You don't want clarity on your build. It doesn't have to be clarity. It can be vitality or precision as well. But you don't really want that aura on your build, but you've got a level 1 version and you've got a Watcher's Eye for it. That's going to be really good. Especially if your Watcher's Eye has other good mods, and that's a bonus. Then you're going to get yourself +1% max res, which is a fair chunk of extra EHP, even if you are throwing away a bit of life there. And yeah, as Sir Three Frog is saying in chat, if you reserve Vitality as Righteous Fire, you automatically get +1 maximum fire resist. And not just fire resist, you're getting lightning and cold as well, which are useful. You might only be doing the fire damage to yourself, but everyone else is trying to help you out by doing some lightning and cold damage as well. Oh, Joustus has a phenomenally good point on life recovery mastery here. Thank you for that, mate. That is a good one. There is an item. There is a set of gloves that has this same drawback. So we're talking about double dipping on drawbacks before. We're talking about Magebane and the new mastery that causes instead of dexterity applying a bonus to your evasion rating, instead intelligence does, and how you can double dip on that drawback by taking both that mastery and Magebane. Justice is right. Life recovery from regeneration is not applied, is the drawback on, I think it's called Calm Spirit, is the set of gloves that Iron vs. Wild designed that is absolutely phenomenal, and that we will then convert your life recovery from regeneration into rage recovery. So you'll have rage recovery, and once per 4 seconds, you'll get a huge surge of life recovery as well. So yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Joustus, the real Joustus. This is the real Joustus. Salutations, Exile. Is here and has definitely had a lot of good things to say in here too. It's definitely been demonstrating how much of a font of wisdom he is, especially while I'm trying to go through this for my sort of second read through the patch notes. There's always things you miss. So, spell suppression masteries are next, and there's a lot of changes here. So, prevent 3% of suppressed spell damage is still present. There's a good spell suppression mastery that's missing, right? There's, I think one of them has been moved from to evasion, maybe? Wasn't there one previously that was like, if you have evasion on all of your item slots, you get 12% suppression or something? Anyways, we have this retaliate when you suppress a monster's spell damage by inflicting tri-exposure on it. I just think this is not very good. You want to have a better source of exposure than that. That is, like, you don't want to be deliberately walking into spells for the chance to suppress the damage on them in order to then retaliate against monsters. I just don't think that gets there. So, it's not enough of a payoff. It's, yeah, just not enough of a payoff there. That's right, it was nerfed and it's moved and nerfed. That's right. But it's also 15% now. It was 12%, I think. Prevent 1% of suppressed spell damage per hit suppressed recently. Minus 2% chance to suppress spell damage per hit suppressed recently. Okay, so this is going to be quite a bit worse than this, but it stacks with it. And it's an interesting one in that it gives you some payoff for exceeding 100% spell suppression. So you might want to get 108, 110% in order to use this. Maybe even you want to go for as high as 114% or something like that. This is going to provide a stacking benefit in conjunction with this, but it's mostly, like, against bosses, this is not going to be very impactful because you're not going to be suppressing spell damage often on bosses. Against trash, going from taking 47% base damage to 43% is not as significant as it would be against a boss. I don't like this one. I don't think it's complete rubbish, but I don't think it's great. Suppressed spell damage cannot inflict elemental ailments on you. This is much better. This is not elemental ailment immunity. You're still going to take ailments from hits, from attack hits, but this is going to be pretty useful at mitigating freeze, particularly in the campaign. I feel like if you could get more suppression during the campaign, this would be all of the freeze mitigation you needed, probably. But it's got some good stuff. I don't believe you... Someone's asked... Kane Kale in chat is asking, can you suppress your own spell hits? I think the answer to that is no. Now, ground effects implying ailments is correct. Yes, ground effects will apply ailments to you if you have this, because they're not spell damage. Ground effects applying ailments to you can be quite frustrating. It's why people generally want 100% elemental ailment avoidance and aren't willing to settle for 99%, because there's a break point. 99% elemental ailment avoidance, you suffer every ground effect at full, every ground ailment effect at full intensity. 100% avoidance, you suffer nothing from them. So yeah, I don't think there's anything really going on with this. I don't think you want to take this endgame, but I could see this being useful. I definitely see this being useful as a form of freeze mitigation during the campaign. It's just not super reliable, but the things that are most likely to inflict freeze on you are going to be things that are spells during the campaign. Like the slams that do cold damage, you'll probably dodge. You have phasing if you've suppressed spell damage recently. 8% chance to suppress spell damage while phasing. So this, I feel, is something you want to have while you are leveling. I feel like while you're leveling, you probably take this, then at endgame, early endgame even, you respec it to this. So and you respec to this once the 8% chance to suppress spell damage while phasing is no longer relevant. Like once you're 100% without that, then at that point you would swap that over. Also, chance to suppress spell damage is lucky. If you've got exactly 50% suppression, this is 25% suppression. This is big. If you've got exactly 20% suppression, then this is 12% that this is giving you. So that's okay, but not great. But the closer you get to 100%, the less useful this is. This is again something that you take early in progression, then respec to this later, once you reach 100%. This is the best of the suppression masteries, but there's a couple of other ones that have got niche utility in here. And yeah, so there's lots of potential stuff in there for suppression, like where you can flip around things as you progress through the game. The one thing I would like to have seen in spell suppression masteries that isn't there is something like prevent 7% less damage from suppressed spells, but with a big boost to the amount of to your spell suppression chance. So like 25% chance to suppress spell damage, but suppression prevents some percent less damage. I think that would have been an interesting mechanic, but they don't have it, so that's not there. Stun masteries are all new, so let's have a quick look here. The really interesting one is this gain adrenaline when stunned for gain adrenaline when stunned for 20 times as long as you got stunned for. That's huge. That is a lot of adrenaline. And particularly if you're a champion where the act of gaining adrenaline provides you with a major heal and cleanse of ailments. So that stun mastery could be quite good. Then we have a bunch of other stuff there. There's I'll just go through everything here. I think this is Endurance Charge when you stun an enemy with a melee hit is pretty strong, and I could see that being used. There's already Endurance Charge on stun support as a support gem, but this provides part of that benefit. If you are running a build that has like 10 Endurance Charges, then that's one of your best damage supports anyway, so you probably would not want to take this mastery. You just get it from the support gem. But if you're running like 5 Endurance Charges or even 3, this is providing something meaningful, and I would probably take this if you're going to take anything in stun areas. 50% crit multi against stun enemies is huge. Hits against you cannot be critical strikes if you've been stunned recently. Works really well in conjunction with this. I really like this combination here. Like these two together on a champion feel like they can do a lot. The thing is that you've then got to find a way to get your stun threshold really low. So yeah, you've got to. Joustus has just reached the same conclusion as me at pretty much the same time. You want to find ways to get yourself stunned more frequently, and then you will receive a pretty big payoff for that. I feel like you can do that with an Energy Shield Mastery. Let's just check that. I feel like there's an Energy Shield Mastery, an established one, that causes you to... Stun Threshold is based on 60% of your Energy Shield instead of your life. So, if you take this mastery on a character that has very little Energy Shield, you're going to be stunned by everything. I feel like there's a meme to be done there. I don't know that this is good, but I feel like this could be a meme build, and we have the master of meme builds in the chat at the moment. So yeah, I'm going to leave that suggestion of taking that mastery and the stun masteries together and say the words, "Salutations, Exile," and we'll see exactly what Joustus can come up with there, because I think he is the right person for that. It's that combination of... and cast when... and they buffed cast when stun support. Okay, that's really interesting. Cast when stun support I'd forgotten existed, and people in chat are alerting me that it got buffed, so that is going to potentially do some really, really silly things. And yeah, that's definitely going to be interesting, what exactly comes out of that. Trap Masteries are next, so we have 8% chance for traps to trigger an additional time is actually quite good. Then we have all the established stuff. So I think everything is still there from memory. Recover 30 life when your trap is triggered is still there. 5% chance to throw 4 additional traps, which is phenomenal when it procs. Like that just feels so good when that procs if you're using a single trap. Except for Seismic Trap. Like it really sucks with with cooldown traps to have that proc because it uses up all your charges at once. But 8% chance for traps to trigger an additional time, like, that's a buff to Seismic Trap. Now, Seismic Trap Poison has got some other things elsewhere, but that is something to consider. Like, so that means if you preload 4 Seismic Traps, you have an average of 4.32 Seismics that you're dropping out instead. Yes, Skitterbot's mana reservation is gone, so 3 Frog, but we do have that 12% reservation mastery in the mana masteries now. What else do we have here? 2-hand masteries is pretty much the same, except Ruthless hits intimidate enemies for 4 seconds. I can see that being useful, like if you're determined to play a 2-handed build, 2-handed melee build. I can definitely see that being of use there. But it's like Ruthless hits will be every 3rd hit. And it lasts for 4 seconds. So, yeah, that's going to have a good uptime. That's going to have a good uptime of intimidation. That's a good source of it, actually. I quite like that. Okay, Warcry Masteries. Warcries cannot exert travel skills. That already existed, didn't it? As a mastery, or was that may have been something else that was available as? Recover 15% of life when you use a Warcry is established. Warcries have a minimum power of 10, which is great. That's established. Warcries debilitate enemies for 1 second. And now we have remove all damaging elements when you Warcry. Only useful with Enduring Cry and pretty niche there. And Warcries have a 10% chance to exert 3 additional attacks. Don't really like that. It was a notable previously. Okay, cool. There we go. So, Warcries cannot exert travel skills was previously a notable. So, it was there. It was a mod there. So, remove all damaging elements when you use a Warcry. There was a question in chat from Light Easy Wait whether that's good for Righteous Fire or not. Yeah, if you're using Enduring Cry as a sustain method on Righteous Fire, then, yeah, that is not going to cleanse your burning. Like, there's effects that remove burning from your character, turn off Righteous Fire, which is really infuriating. But effects that remove Ignite and damaging ailments in general will not do that. So, yeah, there's... Alright, remove masteries. We have conditional increased accuracy rating. Ouch. So this one was something... like, accuracy masteries got something new for accuracy stacking, but they lost something important too. So I think that's pretty much break even. All reservation efficiency stuff, like we're saying, there's a new mastery in mana that pays for this, and it's going to be a mixed bag, whether it's better or worse for your specific character. I think most characters will break even on the changes with masteries and reservation efficiencies. Maybe they'll break even, maybe they'll be a little better off, maybe they'll be a little bit worse off. It'll be a mixed bag. It does depend though if you're somewhere near a mana mastery or not. If you're nowhere near a mana mastery, then you might be worse off with them. But do remember, Corsica, that the reservation efficiencies, there is a new one. There is a new one in there, so it's not like they're just gone for nothing. Okay, 600 to armor while affected by a guard skill buff. Now, this would have mattered more in the past, but Molten Shell is getting nerfed. So that's going to be one of the biggest changes that are being made here. 100% increased armor from equipped shield. There was something compensatory for that. And armor masteries, yeah, I think they're looking fine. Armor and ES masteries are... they had nothing that's removed there. That was all rubbish. Armor and evasion masteries. 5% of evasion rating as extra armor was significant. Defiance banner stuff, again, see everything we've discussed about masteries in general. But armor evasion masteries look better than they are now on live, except for 5% of evasion rating as extra armor was a very powerful setup there. Yeah, I think that just on the philosophical side of auras in general, I think they're just too strong at the moment. And auras, as long as auras remain as strong as they are now, then players are going to feel compelled to use as many as they can. The game, I really think that they just need to be weaker so that you don't feel like you have to use so many of them. right now, one of the most powerful things you can do on a character is add increased aura effect. Like, it's the best defensive stat on the game. Like, and that's something that's really counterintuitive. Like, a new player looks at a chest piece and goes, oh, that's got 8% physical damage reduction on it. That's a defensive stat that I want more of. Or, oh, that's got armor on it. That's a defensive stat I want more of. And then later they realize, oh, I was just completely wrong. I should have had increased aura effect. Yeah, I just think they need to reduce the amount you can scale auras by. That'd be my thoughts on it. Anyway, so strike skills target one additional nearby enemy was changed to be non-Val. So Val strike skills don't get this, non-Val do, but that's still fine. I think everything else... We've lost the 1% increased attack damage per 16 strength, although there are other sources of this stat. This is actually a painful loss for strength stackers. It's not like an overwhelmingly devastating loss, but it's a pretty painful one. And there's not many other sources of it either. There's the Synthesis Boot mod. There's, I think there's an Synthesis Amulet mod. Shaper Influence Amulet mod. I think there's just not that many sources of this anymore. So that is a genuine loss there. Caster Masteries. We've lost... again, lost the stat stacking mods. So, stat stacking mods seem to be going away here. Chaos Masteries lost a lot. Honestly, Chaos Masteries lost a lot here. Chaos Masteries are in a much worse place than they were last league. Claw Masteries, this is recovered as a critical strike mastery now, and it's no longer... Sorry, it's a poison mastery now. And everything else. Oh, the Frenzy Charge and Power Charge on Kill thing was solid, but like it was niche. People didn't really take it, but it was alright. The Unfreeze to Chill is gone, which was something that was very niche and strong on certain builds. Yeah, there's a fair bit gone there, but I think Cold Masteries are fine. This is the biggest thing that's lost. Honestly, Elemental Masteries in general, they got hit hard. So 15 all-res was a big deal. It's something I always took in Ruthless. 40% effective non-damaging ailments was huge. That's gone, and that's going to make items that have that stat more valuable than they were previously. And 3% of extra mana 3% of maximum mana as extra maximum energy shield was niche, but was cool sometimes. And what else do we have here? That's if there's anything else significant. Oh, this just got moved around. It's not completely new. More fire damage, more damage per 20 strength. That's that stat stacking mod is getting harder to get. And this was just a generic good mod on fire dot builds. And what else is there? Anything else that's significant? Utility Flask recovery. 1 charge per 3 seconds is pretty low, but there is something new in its place that's potentially good. Oh, Flask Effect is gone. 10% Flask Effect is gone. Non-projectile chaining lightning skills get +1 chain. That was Static Strike mostly, wasn't it? Arc got something from that, but in practice it was a bit more limited. Oh, no, actually it was damage on Arc. Well, that is actually going to hurt Arc, unless there's something on it. This 10% maximum life and 10% reduced life recovery rate was pretty niche, but it was good at times. It was a problem solver. And yeah, all the mana masteries are improved out of sight. Skitterbot cooldown recovery. Someone was saying something about Skitterbots before. Yeah, plus chain on Stormbrand is a good point, as well as Orbis Storms. Lingering Blades one was not very good. The numbers on it weren't high enough. I will miss this protection mastery. That was actually quite solid. And reduced effective curses on you is harder to get on there as well. Though people don't usually take that on the tree. I quite like having one of those on a Shaper Influence ring, but it's not necessary. +1 chain on Galvanic Field. Okay, cool. I haven't played Galvanic Field, so that's a big loss there. So that Lightning Mastery is actually a big loss. The non-projectile lightning skills chain +1. So yeah, there's a bunch of significant stuff there, but it's not all overwhelming, but there's a bunch that's going on. So passive skill tree cluster changes. Looking at masteries, we noticed there were some mechanics that didn't have enough passive tree support, so added more options and passive skill choices for these mechanics. And this is something that will take a whole look at the tree. Like, there's so much new stuff on the tree there. I think that the tree is getting revealed next week, I believe. That the tree is going to be revealed in details later. But there's a new attack mastery. There's a bunch of new stuff in there. So attack clusters. A new Righteous Fury cluster has been added to the southwest of the Templars' starting location. Grants 10% chance to create Consecrated Ground on melee kill lasting 4 seconds. And 40% increased melee damage with hits at close range. Really, percentage chance to create Consecrated Ground is just too niche. Like, this is a life recovery that doesn't always recover life. And also does a few other things as well. But really, you just want this for the damage. And multi-shot cluster has been added, and this is the key thing. Multi-shot grants attacks, fire, and additional projectile. Like, that is just huge. That is something that is going to be absolutely needed for bows to get off the ground. I really wish it was a 50% chance to fire 2 additional projectiles, though, because when you fire exactly 2 projectiles, you have issues with one of them going left of your cursor, one going right of the cursor. So it's really, really good. Even though it's a bit awkward as well. Bow clusters. Master Fletcher no longer provides 15% IAS with bows, 20% accuracy with bows, or 20% proj speed. It's now +1 additional arrow. Bow attacks fire an additional arrow. Oh wow! So there is a second one as well. Oh, fantastic! So you get you get two additional arrows on the passive tree. That's everything you need. That means you're not held hostage by having to use lesser multiple projectiles while leveling, and that's phenomenal. So those two together are perfect. It is to make up for changed implicits, but the thing is that those changed implicits are not something that most people have at all. Like, unless you were at the point of having mirror tier gear, you never saw those synthesis implicits. So yeah, that's huge. And some of the attack speed, they're just changes of what the mods are there. Small mods, just... Okay, cold clusters here. So this was the interesting one. Glacial Cage is that stat of enemies permanently take 1% increased damage for each second they've been chilled by you, ever, up to a maximum of 10%. These things, this and the freeze equivalent, are really, really interesting mods. So these are going to be things that are only useful on bosses, but they're going to be very good on bosses. At least tougher bosses. They're not going to be good on weak bosses, but they're going to be good on tough bosses. And now we have minor changes there to cold dot multi things that are upgrades, because I think there's been a couple of little nerfs to dot multi from masteries in general. Oh, Breath of Rhyme no longer has 50% increased effective cold elements. Now it's 50% increased duration. A lot of these things where they're removing sources of increased effective of ailments from the tree. Although actually with Breath of Rhyme, that may not be detrimental there. It's just there seems to be this thing where player ailment effect on the tree is being turned down. Okay, small passive skills in this now giving less cold dot multi instead of more. So this one was giving more instead of less. It's all over the place there. And this is the Fingers of Frost node, which is no longer giving increased effective cold elements again. Instead, it's making freezes inflict chills, which used to be a mastery instead. So again, things are getting moved around here, but a lot of the stuff that used to give increased effect of cold ailments here, now it's still giving increased effect of chill. It's just losing the ability to affect brittle. And obviously increased effect of freeze does nothing. So the cold clusters are mostly just getting away from making it so that you can increase the effect of chill for low investment, making it so that investing in increased effective chill is a big deal, and that is a nerf to bone chill support. Bone chill support is the one that I think is going to be kept in mind here as worse than it was. Fortify clusters. These are... Steadfast is interesting. So that's now going to regenerate a lot of life for you, but at the expense of giving slightly less fortification. I think it's better overall, especially given that the smaller nodes are providing more maximum fortification. Fortify, though, still has all those problems I was talking about earlier. I said it a couple of times, but basically every time you fortify... So every time that you start a fight, you don't have fortify until you hit first, and if you don't hit first, then you're in trouble. Link clusters. So you can now get +2 to the level of all link skill gems, and I'm just not sure if that's a big deal or not without doing some research on it. I don't know of any of the links that gain a lot from skill level, but I could be wrong. I could be missing something, but I don't think this does all that much. Zealot's Oath is moving closer to the Templar starting location. Inspiring Bond is being changed a little bit. And it's going to give you, if you've got 4 link targets, you'll get a bunch of extra, defenses. Just looking to see if the Inspiring Bond has anything particularly interesting on it. It just makes the bonds more effective early on. I think these link clusters will be very little used, as always. Links are just such a niche thing at the moment. Mark clusters here. We have the new mechanic that is, new cluster that's saying the increased attack speed if you've cast a mark spell recently, and increased movement speed if you've cast a mark recently. That is pretty strong, actually. Casting your marks is something that feels like it slows you down. It feels like it slows down the fluidity of your gameplay. This is going to refund some of that fluidity loss. Increased effective marks is an incredibly powerful stat, as long as Sniper's Mark is still the same as it was, which we'll have to see on there. Rubik, that's an interesting point. Yeah. I think there'd be more people who play Ruthless than use links. But that would also be true, I reckon, of probably 85% of the skills in the game are also very little used. I reckon. It wouldn't just be the links. It'd be pretty much everything that's below 0.1% on POE Ninja. Alchemist Mark, yeah, people Alchemist Mark has its uses. It's for an alternative source of Ignite. It really comes down to, is Ignite from attacks good? I think that's the key thing on it there. Val Rejuvenation Totem, yeah, that's funny. Cane Kale, it's going to be really funny if Val Rejuvenation Totem is really good. Okay, so there's a bunch of other things here in the that have been changed. I'm just looking to see if there's anything that stands out as significant, rather than going through every single little node. I was looking for big things. So we've got these recovery clusters. I really don't like this mechanic of every 4 seconds regenerate 15% of life over 1 second. There's a bunch of this that's coming into the game, and it just always feels so unreliable. You probably need to have your finger on your life flask anyway. And so, there'll be times it helps you, that it saves you a life flask charge, but that's really going to be about it. This one's interesting, though. Excess Sustenance provides a 15% chance to gain 200 life on an attack hit. So this is one where the RNG recovery, the unreliable recovery, actually could be quite good, because you can scale it up a lot. Something like Tornado Shot, this is basically just the same as gaining 30 life every attack, or every hit, pretty much, which is a lot. You can see that with Claws. I can see that being really useful. And actually, if you're at long range, that's better. So if it's in the ranger area, that's excess sustenance looks like it's really good. And on the question Kane Cal is asking about the about Petrified Blood, it doesn't really synergize well with it because Petrified Blood prevents recovery above 50% or 55% with Mastery of your life. So yeah, people are saying like link skills are very strong if you're in a party. That's undeniably true. If you're in a party that's not optimized, though, you probably don't want to use them. And if you're in a party that is optimized, then yeah, you probably aren't using them. But there's just I think the point that Rubik was saying is that Ruthless is probably more popular than optimized party play. Jeff Schroy is asking, is Endless Heist gone? Yes, it is. Endless Heist is completely gone. Kaput. Gone. No more. You can no longer down level. So it is completely splatterfied. And it will not be missed. Like, no one really liked... Even people like me that liked Heist did not like Endless Heist. So Book of Regret is gone. Existing Books of Regret will be nuked as well. Okay, so we have changes that are being made to various other things. Devotion notable passive skill no longer provides 5% increased effect of non-curse auras from your skills. Ouch. It now instead provides 25% increased effect of consecrated ground. So that's a nerf, but that is to Devotion, which is one of the best life mini clusters on the tree. So that's not going to be something you're going to miss. Yeah, level 1 crafting ones are gone. That's a good point. Level 1, like, item level 1 items are basically not going to exist anymore now. And the flat spell damage stuff is being changed as well. So yeah, we'll get to that one in a bit. Stance clusters seem like a bit of a nothing. Stun avoidance clusters we were talking about before. This was like there's some stuff that was worth a look in here, but I don't think anything is massive except that there's just a bunch more chaos resistance in some of these, which may actually be somewhat useful, especially given that these had some really interesting. Like, these had some really interesting mechanics with them. The one with Evil Notable that gave all of the chaos resistance is gone now. Not that was used very much, but it was there. Okay, so when they're doing this, they also changed Cast When Stunned support. So Cast When Stunned has a cooldown of 100 milliseconds now, previously 250. Quality now provides percentage chance to trigger spells when you're stunned or block a stunning hit, previously increased spell damage. And quality on the Divergent version instead causes you to gain damage instead of... okay, so I just swapped the two qualities around. But this is a massive buff. Massive buff here. And like what Jousis and I were talking about before, there's some interesting shenanigans you can do. If you set your energy shield to be low, you take the gain adrenaline on being stunned, and you take your energy shield mastery that causes you to have your stun be based upon your stun threshold be based upon energy shield instead of life. There's some interesting stuff that's going there. Yeah, one with evil was useful in if you were trying to avoid dying, but there are some new points for chaos resistance on the tree. So it's not like you're just losing them entirely. There's just stuff's been moved around a bit. There is still plenty of chaos resistance on the tree, like Tolerance Notable Passive no longer has stun avoidance on it. Instead, it has 19% chaos resist. Small Passive that used to provide stun avoidance now provides 13% chaos resist instead. So there's a bunch of stuff like that that's there. Warcry Cluster's got a bit of a change here. Just looking if there's anything massive that jumps out at me here that... quality's being changed to quality's being doubled on it, but that's neither here nor there. Warcry effect sources are a little bit lower than they used to be, but also have that thing is getting some compensation in forms of other stats. Basically, it looks like they're making it harder to get Warcry a buff effect. Oh, hang on, no, the small node is giving... No, they're just putting some of that stat in small nodes. So now we have the Ascendancy Changes. We were discussing these a bit at the start when we were going through the main sort of features of the expansion. So the key things here was that the Saboteur is the Ascendancy that's most aligned with Traps and Mines, but the previous version of the Saboteur made it difficult to play anything but Traps and Mines. The new version has more builds available, including a new specialization, Triggers. So triggers being things like Cast on Critical Strike. There are two notable passives that help with this, Like Clockwork and Perfect Crime. Like Clockwork grants you additional cooldown recovery rate, and it gives you a lot of it. It gives you 30%, where Perfect Crime suffers 2 trigger bots, which override the location where a triggered spell is being cast, and instead causes it to trigger twice, once from each of their locations. The layouts for the Saboteur's Trap and Mine Ascendancy passives have changed, so there aren't separate 4-pointers for Traps and Mines. Now each one has a 2-pointer that is connected to the same shared 4-pointer. So anyways, the whole details of the Saboteur, we were having a look at that earlier. I'll just bring them up quickly once we can find them again. They're somewhere along here, not in Breach, not in Abyss, in the Evolved Meta section. So this is the new Saboteur, and it looks like it's got a bunch of cool stuff going for it, but basically you have the same 4-pointer, which is Pyromaniac, is now behind your choice of either Demolition Specialist or behind Chain Reaction. Pyromaniac is still immune to Ignite and Shock and regenerate life for each thing that you've detonated recently. But the thing that's interesting here is that Pyromaniac used to be a 2-pointer. It is now a 4-pointer. And so there's a bunch of cool stuff here. And yeah, I think something I think would be really interesting would be playing Perfect Crime and a non-traditional payload for a trigger. Like for a Cast on Critical Strike, but with a non-traditional payload on it. Like, yeah, Silver Cyborg is saying in chat there, duplicating Spark would be cool. Spark is something, or maybe just something that's not a Nova. There'd be a lot of different options, but Cast on Critical Strike Saboteur definitely is a thing. Like, there is definitely a build in there, and that's the changes to the Saboteur in general. If you want to go through all the details, they are on the PathOfExile site. Pathfinder is next, and this has had a number of big changes to it. First thing is that they mention concoction skills here. The nature of the Crucible League makes me hesitant to recommend playing a concoction build. You can definitely use explosive or especially poisonous concoction to level. Poisonous concoction is a good thing for leveling and getting started. But one of the key things is that when you get to endgame, you're going to want to have your you're going to want to have a weapon because of the Crucible mechanics. Crucible is giving a lot of extra free power to weapons. And Justice has got a few interesting points about uses for Saboteur. Voltaxic Burst is something I hadn't thought of at all, and that is a really good idea as something that you might want to try and mess around with as something to trigger. So I believe that the way that it would work, if you were to cast your if you were to trigger Critical Strike that is then going to set off Voltaxic Burst on Cast on Crit, I believe that each of the trigger bots would then get a Voltaxic Burst cast on them, but you'd have to test that out. Hollow Palm again is, Hollow Palm is something you probably don't want to run at endgame. Facebreakers you don't want to run at endgame in this league, and also, but that thing comes up a lot with the Pathfinder here, that like the Pathfinder's key strength doesn't really seem to work at endgame here. One of the key strengths, a use of concoction skills, at least they're talking about, is not going to come up as being an option here this league, I don't think. It's going to be like how in 320 they buffed Cleave a lot by introducing Valcleave, and then they made the most Cleave unfriendly league mechanic you could possibly imagine. The Pathfinder concoction side of things is going to be like that. So that's my first thoughts there with that. And Slippery Jim has just realized that, ward looping trigger bots is going to be ridiculous. And I'm just going to let people imagine how crazy that would be. That's going to be absolutely crazy. I think that people are going to come up with some really ridiculous ideas there, and it's going to be funny. I don't believe you can trigger brands, Silver Cyborg is asking. And so I think there's a bunch of things you can do with it, but there'll be a lot of thinking needed, and also probably a bunch of testing of how those trigger bots actually work in practice. But the key thing is that Saboteur is definitely being set up in a way that you can play it as something that hasn't really been viable in the past. In the past, if you wanted to play Cast on Critical Strike, you probably went Assassin on low gear, or Inquisitor on medium gear was an option, or like you could go pretty much any Ascendancy on top end gear. I think now Saboteur is going to be the low end gear setup. It'll be Saboteur or Assassin. I guess you could probably play Hierophant and low gear as well now. The four power charges node. Like there's now a lot of options. I think that's probably where they're trying to go for it. So we have this Master Distiller node that is new here. This is the thing that's so grants bonuses to non-channeling skills you use by consuming 3 charges from a flask of each of the following types, if possible. So if Diamond Flask charges are used, grant 150% increased crit. If Bismuth are used, penetrate 20% Res. And if Amethyst Flask charges are used, 25% of Fizz as added as extra chaos. So these are substantial bonuses in damage that you get if you've got those flasks available, but you have to have those flasks available. Again, that really screams use me with Mage Blood. Really screams that out there. So that's a Pathfinder. That's some of the changes that are being made there. There's a lot of really interesting stuff there to work through. That's going to take a lot of thought to think on exactly what to do with it. Okay, so the Ascendant is also getting some little changes. The Pathfinder's notable is going to no longer provide 4% life recovery on using a flask. It's now instead 25% chance for flasks you use not to consume charges, up from 15%, and also cleanses bleeds when you use a flask. So that means that it's not bleed immunity, but it's not far from it. And 25% chance to not use flask charges is fairly significant, but you're losing all that free life recovery. I think this is probably slightly weaker than it is now, but it's not a gutting, and it is more that it's different. And now the Saboteur is being changed completely. So hits have a 15% chance to deal 50% more instantaneous area damage. That's quite a lot of extra damage for an Ascendant node. And also 15% cooldown recovery rate is quite substantial as well. This is going to be one that will find a bunch of use. I think the Saboteur version of the Ascendant is now one of those just generically high quality things that will have a bunch of cool stuff going for it that's not universal, but that definitely has some good use on it. Now, new gems we were discussing earlier, because these were brought up. This is where you get them. So Maniforged Arrows support is now offered for the Caged Brute. So for Brutus, this means it'll be about level 8 gem. Prismatic Burst is coming about from enemy at the gates, so immediately. The large chest now contains Prismatic Burst instead of Onslaught for the Scion. As a 3, combat focus unique jewels are able to interact with this new Prismatic Burst support. So that answers a question I had earlier when we were asking about it. They now provide 10 to 15% increased elemental damage rather than elemental damage with attack skills. So this Prismatic Burst support is going to be something that you can get early on. So what do the new gems do is being asked. These were things that were mentioned at the very start of the video, but we'll go quickly through them. Maniforged Arrows causes the skill in question to be triggered by you spending mana on other attacks. So it's an attack modifying thing, and it comes online really early for such a complex skill. But it basically remembers how much mana you've spent on attacks, and then causes those attacks to then interact in weird and wonderful ways. It's quite a complex, messy skill. We don't have the full gem info on it or anything like that yet. Just a high level overview of what it does. Prismatic Burst triggers additional damage based upon the stat that you have, the attributes that you have that are the highest. So if your dexterity is highest, then it will deal mostly cold damage, and it deals damage. What was the exact? I have to check the exact details of that. So new gems, I'll check that in a sec. Prismatic Burst mentioned some details on it here. It was supports attacks, causing them to trigger the Prismatic Burst spell. Cannot support triggered attacks or attacks used by things other than you. Cannot modify skills of minions. Prismatic Burst chooses an element at random and deals damage of that type in an area. Higher strength makes it more likely to choose fire. Higher dex more likely to choose cold. Higher int makes it more likely to choose lightning. So there you go. That's what it does. It basically causes your attacks to set off. If you're highest on strength, then your attacks will have a good chance of setting off a fireball, a small chance of setting off a lightning ball, and a small chance of setting off a cold ball. So Prismatic Burst then interacts with the combat focused gems, so you can turn off specific types of elements if you want, or you can do only one type of damage if you want to do that. I got to see the numbers on it, but if you're running Omniscience, it will depend upon your base class. So someone's asking on Crystallized Omniscience is being asked about by Evan in chat. If you're a Scion, your stats with Crystallized Omniscience will be 17, 17, 17, I believe, or maybe 16 on all of them. If you are a pure Marauder, then you'll have 30 Strength, 10 Dex. And if you're, say, a Templar, I think it's 20, 20, 10. Will that count for Trinity? Don't know, DGX meme. DXGMM. You got to find that one out. But that seems like it could be interesting. Vaal Domination mentioned in the patch notes isn't clarified what it is the Vaal version of. And yeah, a bunch of the corner case interactions we'll have to find out. There has been a question as to what happens with it if you use Actum. I believe that it may have a non-zero intelligence requirement, which might prevent that happening. So Actum is that silly axe that causes you to have no intelligence at all. So, the large chest now contains momentum support for the ranger, previously Pierce, and momentum is inertia. The support gem they're calling momentum should be called inertia support because it's about you stand still in place and your attacks get bigger and bigger over time, whereas momentum implies constant movement. It's a really, really messy name. And Cane Kale has just discovered one of the worst combinations of items in the game. Actum and Crystallized Omniscience mean that you have no attributes, you can't equip any equipment. Except that your Actum and Crystallized Omniscience are already equipped, so you can remove them, but your stats are basically completely bricked by that. Don't wear those two items together, they don't work very well. You'll end up with 0. Your Omniscience is set to 0, and so you end up completely unable to function. Pierce support is available. Yeah, so there's a bunch of changes to various gem availability at early game. So Pierce support is going to be available to the Ranger a little bit earlier. To the Ranger, Shadow, Duelist, and Scion after completing Mercy missions. So that's the Quicksilver Flask mission quest early on. And so that's able to be purchased from Nessa for other classes. Now, skill balance. This is one of those things that everyone's always keen to look at. But this is primarily aimed at making no changes at high level. Broadly speaking, this section, because this is the early game section, this is not really talking about major changes at end game. So melee splash support is now better at early game and has no change at end game. Awakened melee splash support has had a 1% buff. So melee splash support is, I think their intention is that this is something that you can viably use if you're leveling a character early on. Blight now has... Blight is like doing more damage, but over a shorter period of time. My initial reading on this is that Blight is probably worse than it used to be. A little bit better at gem level 1, but worse otherwise. But that's something that I'll let someone that's played Chaos Dot more than me confirm. Explosive Trap just nerfed at gem levels, low gem levels. It's going to be fine at high level, and it's still really strong leveling, so it's still fine. Shattering Steel now has less physical damage at low level. Basically, Shattering Steel is being nerfed at low gem level and buffed at high gem level. and this is going to, yeah, and basically it's big buffs and nerfs. So Shattering Steel is going to be quite a bit worse early game, quite a lot worse, but it's also going to pick up a lot of power late. Splitting Steel is being nerfed at low level, and I don't think there's any improvements at... oh yeah, there's improvements at high. Yeah, so Splitting Steel and Shattering Steel both getting nerfed at low level, buffed at high. Base projectile speed of Spark is being reduced. Now, this strikes me as a nerf, because Spark has a rearm timer, so it has an absolute minimum timer between inflicting ticks of damage on the same enemy. This is definitely a nerf to Spark for clear, and I think though in general we don't know how much that projectile speed has been changed. Interestingly, Spark is something that if you really gutted the projectile speed of it, you would actually make the nerf it a little bit, then you make it worse. So we don't know the exact numbers on this yet. The timer that prevents Spectral Throw hitting the same target multiple times has been decreased. So this is a buff to Spectral Throw, but it's probably not enough. Spectral Helix is so much better. Even though Spectral Helix is horrible to use, it is still, despite a huge nerf in 320 or 319 or 320, Spectral Helix is still way better than Spectral Throw, I think. Lightning Tendrils is getting more damage and is getting more frequent, stronger pulses. And even though it's losing a specific mechanic of dealing more damage on some hits, I think it's just generally quite a bit better. Like, always critically striking is something that's interesting. Like, the ability to always critically strike on a lightning skill is quite a bit more valuable than it sounds. And I think someone mentioned lightning tendrils totems in chat. I think that's potentially a good idea because you will be able to do you'll be able to inflict some pretty mean shocks with this. And yeah, Merylaine's Fallacy, a bunch of other stuff. Like, lightning tendrils is a mechanically terrible skill, but it's got some reasonable numbers on it now. So if you want to play the game on hard mode, one option you've got is to play Ruthless. Another option is to play Lightning Tendrils. Explosive Concoction now drinks one... it uses less charges. And how's the damage looking on it? Oh, the damage is better as well. Oh, wow, this is a massive buff on this thing. Like, Explosive Concoction is getting giga buffed, but that is probably not enough to make it into a great skill, but at least in the context, outside the context of Crucible League, this would probably be worth trying. In the context of Crucible League, probably not. So if you're a standard player and you're looking to make a new character, maybe consider going with Explosive Concoction. But if you're playing in the if you're playing in the Challenge League, then you probably don't want to. And I just love having Jouses in chat. I am the Senate. For Lightning Tendrils, that is exactly the thing that, like, the reference that you think of. Like, if you're old enough to remember the Star Wars prequels, and that sounds terrifying to say that, like, having been born only a couple of years after the original videos came out, but saying if you're old enough to remember the prequels, that I am the Senate moment definitely looks like Lightning Tendrils in action. Poisonous Concoction changes are going to be... Poisonous Concoction is actually getting a little bit of a buff as well. I wasn't really expecting that. That skill's been performing well for a while. So Poisonous Concoction, very good for the start, but you want to get off it if you're playing Crucible. Again, same reason as Explosive Concoction. It's just a skill that is going to not interact with the new league mechanic very well. Okay, so Onslaught support is basically getting gutted completely. And so Onslaught support is going to be removed entirely, replaced by Momentum support, which is actually an inertia gem. And items that previously granted Onslaught will now instead grant Momentum support. This could be really interesting. There is a Val corruption that causes items to be supported by level 10 Onslaught. Depending upon the gem level scaling or Momentum support, this could be a big buff to those items. I don't know whether that's going to include new Val items or not, but that's something to definitely keep in mind there. Oh, it's charges per projectile, sorry. Thank you to people who can actually read better than I can in chat. So everything we were saying about explosive concoction and poisonous concoction seeming like they were gigabuffed, there is a little bit of a devil in the details here. They now consume 1 charge per projectile fired, not 3 charges per application of the skill. So yeah, I think we're I think I was just wrong on that. I was just misreading them. You definitely don't want to use 2 different additional projectile gems, but yeah, you don't necessarily want to use scale up your number of projectiles as aggressively as you could before, because that's going to scale up the cost. But yeah, Ignite Explosive Concoction definitely has some real potential there with that, because you're only going to want to you may only want to fire 1 charge from each projectile. So yeah, we'll have to work that out. Basically, explosive and poisonous concoction have just been changed. I was wrong about the way that I was interpreting that, because the text was just a little bit unclear and easy to misread. And I did get up at 5:15 this morning. Okay, so attack and bow base leveling. There's a bunch of cool stuff going on here. The intention that GGG have got here is that they're trying to nerf caster leveling and buff attack leveling and try and get them somewhere about the speed, like a speed that's closer to current day caster leveling than present day attack leveling is, but that is genuinely in the middle. That's what they're going for here. So what they're trying to do here is say that the lowering of levels on faster attack support and also mark skills. These are pretty substantial. Faster attack support is now going to be available at gem level 8 rather than, character level 8 rather than 18. And so that means you'll get it in Act 1 rather than Act 2. And it will scale like other support gems that have a level requirement of 8. It's now going to be a bit worse at gem level 1 than it used to be. It's going to be the same as it used to be at gem level 20. But really, that's not going to make a big difference, because you're going to quickly get it past past gem level 1 if you pick it up later. So it's now available for the Brutus quest for most classes, not quite everything, and other classes can purchase it from Nessa. And it's no longer available from Act 2. A couple other little Champion of the East is going to have Socketed Gems supported by level 15 faster attacks instead of 10. So little things that are like that. And okay, Sniper's Mark is now going to have a level requirement of 4 instead of 24, and it's going to scale in a similar way. Cursed enemies now take 10% increased damage from projectile hits at gem level 1 instead of 16, up to 35% at top level. And projectiles that hit cursed enemies now split towards 2 additional targets at gem level 1, up to 4 at gem level 20. So basically you can think of this as it's like they've added... You can think of this as like gem levels -5 up to 0 if you want. And then the old gem level 1 still exists, and that's going to be level 24. And something broadly like that. It's like they're adding new lower levels of Sniper's Mark, but the old ones will still function basically the same. Now you get this for breaking some eggs, so that's very early in progression. You'll have it for you'll have it for the first bosses in the game that take more than a couple of seconds. And so we have Assassin's Mark is now going to be level 16. That's going to come online at the same time Herald Gems do instead. Warlord's Mark is going to come online at 16 and again be something you pick up at the same time as Herald's, and Poacher's Mark will be the same. Scepters are being changed around a little bit to hit harder and slower, and that's the intention. They think that they should be caster oriented rather than attack oriented, so that's the intention that they're going for there. Vendor recipe changes. This is a big deal. This is going to be one of the biggest deals that's going to come up here, and that is that the vendor recipe. Now this is something. This is going to affect not just the top 1% of players. It's going to affect the top 20% of players. There's going to be a big nerf to progression speed on casters through Acts 1, 2, 3, and 4. So currently, There is a vendor recipe that grants flat elemental damage to spells. And this thing is extremely strong because it grants you mods at character level 20 that you could not roll on an item until item level 26 items. So that's the thing that's going away. The level 8, 14, and 20 flat damage to spells wand recipe is gone. Now, these are going to then... You're then instead going to be picking up wands off the ground and identifying them and finding things. You might find some that are as good as those were, but you're going to need to pay more attention to upgrading your caster weapons. This is going to have a big impact on one other thing, and that is that the standard thing most players do when they start a new character is they've already worked out what their colors are going to be. So it might be blue, blue, green. They look for blue, blue, green linked wands, and then they never upgrade them until, yellow maps. They just use this wand vendor recipe on them. That is no longer going to be an option. You are now going to need to look for your blue, blue, green wand multiple times, or you're going to put your blue, blue, green skills somewhere else. I think that most people are going to look to just get 1 or 2 slots. Like in Act 1, you might look for blue, blue, green in gloves, and then never change your gloves until 4 links come online. And then when 4 links come online, you'll change your gloves once more. Maybe you'll get a really good set of gloves, and then that will change that plan. But that might be your basic idea. And then you'll use those second set of gloves until you get yourself, to early end game. Which point you'll start looking for a 5 link or a 6 link on your chest. So that is going to be the new setup, I think. And I think you'll be not bothering with links in your weapons, which is a lot of how attack builds play now. If you decide to go with attack-based character leveling, generally speaking, you change your weapons so often that you probably don't link your weapons. And that's going to be the feeling, I think, for wands in the future. So let's go through what they're doing in terms of the changes to implicits on wands. So a lot of the implicits on wands are going to be changing to be specific flat elemental damage to spells and attacks. So it'll be feasible to obtain flat elemental damage early on, but you'll also have a lot more. You'll have a lot more available later as you go. Like the further you go through, the more that you'll be the further that you go through the game, the more of this flat damage you'll be able to get. So goat's horns are going to have a small amount of fire damage to spells and attacks. Quartz ones will have a small amount of cold damage. Spiraled ones will have a modest amount of lightning damage. Fawn's horns will have a modest amount of fire. Crystal wands, a modest amount of cold damage to spells and attacks. Coiled wands, which previously were called serpent wands, will now have a large amount of lightning damage to spells and attacks. Demon's horns will now have a larger amount of fire damage. Opal wands will now have a large amount of cold damage to spells and attacks. And tornado wands will now have a very large amount of lightning damage to spells and attacks. This is going to be quite transformative for gearing through the campaign. And I think that these numbers are high enough that casters are going to want them. Like, you're really going to want to have a level appropriate one of these, and you're going to want to have something on it in the way of other mods. I think you'll be doing things like alking and essencing wands much more often than you ever would in the current game. So you're going to be changing a lot of gearing, but this is going to make Acts 1, 2, 3 way slower. Because something like 70% of your damage sometimes can come from getting that level 26 wand mod at level 20, or that level 21 mod, level 19 wand mod, I think it is, at level 14. Like, they're a huge, huge power boost when you get them, and that's not going to be there anymore. So some unique wands will now be moved to different base types as a result. Piscator's Vigil is now being changed to be an imbued wand. So you'll notice that some wands will still continue to give percentage increases to spell damage. This is something I really like. There's some variety in caster endgame itemization that's going to come out of this, because, like, I think tornado wands are looking like they're actually really quite good now. Opal and Demon's Horns as well. Like, all of these wands have a lot more going for them than they used to have as spellcaster weapons. I just wish there was a chaos or physical one. But anyway, Apex Rage will now be an Omen Wand, which previously was called an Opal Wand. Oh, hang on. Sorry, no, it's now becoming an Omen Wand instead. So Imbued Wands will be the top caster wand, I think. The top one for non-elemental damage. Obliteration will be moved to become an Imbued Wand instead. Eclipse Solaris will be moved to be an Engraved Wand. Ashcaller will be moved to be a Carved Wand. Tullborn will be moved to be an Opal Wand, which is the one that gets cold damage. Tullfall and Replica Tullfall will also become Opal. Relic of the Past will become a Sage Wand, so it's becoming one of the non-elemental ones. And Storm Prison is going to become a Spiral Wand, which was... I thought Storm Prison was... I thought that was lightning themed. Anyways, that's what's happening there with those unique wands. They're going to change. Now that's only going to apply to... that is only going to apply to newly created versions of those unique wands. Existing ones will stay the same as they are if you're playing in Standard. Arcane Surge is now going to grant cast speed instead of more spell damage. So this is a fairly substantial change that's going to mean that Arcane Surge is no longer a viable support gem for a number of things it's been used for in the past, but it's probably going to be better for the builds that it still works on. So here, it's going to give you... Arcane Surge is now no longer going to cause Arcane Surge to grant more spell damage. Instead, it will cause it to grant 10% increased cast speed at gem level 1, scaling to 20 at gem level 20. Supported skills also grant 10% up to 25% more spell damage. So there's a bit of a power transfer that's happening here. I don't think it's necessarily better or worse, except if you are using Arcane Surge on damage over time skills. This is no longer an option for damage over time builds. Arcane Surge no longer does anything really for them. So that was a pretty niche use case, but it was okay sometimes, and that's being nerfed. But in general, Arcane Surge is probably going to be better than it was. Hierophant is now causing... Hierophant's Arcane Blessing is huge. Like, Arcane Surge now grants 20% more spell damage to you. That is a big Hierophant buff. Really, really substantial one. So Arcane Surge grants 20% more spell damage to you, as well as all of its other benefits from above. Yeah, basically this is really good. And then there's increased effect of Arcane Surge on you that come from small passives. The Ascendance Hierophant is now going to grant 10% more spell damage to you. So again, more multiplier to damage, really good stuff. There's just generally quite a lot that comes out here in the in Arcane Surge. I think for the Hierophant, it's a buff. For other uses, it's a mixed bag. Some people it will be better, some people it will be worse. Next, we have the miscellaneous section of player balance. Firstly, we have the stun changes, which are probably pretty small. Stunning enemies is getting harder unless you're playing melee, but that's probably... that may actually be significant-ish. This is just GGG reacting to power creep that players have got over time. But I do think most people are still going to kill things quickly or freeze them. And melee, however, will have the ability to stun still. Molten Shell is getting gutted and is still going to be great. Molten Shell is taking a very, very big nerf here, but it's just not as big as it may look at first. Molten Shell, Val Molten Shell, still going to be excellent. What they're doing here, I think, is basically trying to get Molten Shell back into the position it was in prior to the 3.16 Defenses overhaul. In terms of overall power. This is also a determination nerf, an indirect determination nerf. So determination still has the same stats, but is going to be weaker as a result of this. And I'm hoping that this works to see some variety, where there's more use of things that are not Molten Shell. Like more use of Immortal Call, more use of Steel Skin. These are, and more use of Arcane Cloak. Like, that would be positive if we can get that to happen. Okay, so we have the animated weapons are no longer going to randomly pause when moving or attacking. As a result of this, we have adjusted the attack speed and damage provided by the gem. This is aimed at being net neutral, but provide more consistency. So it's now going to basically do 10% less damage roughly, but this is going to be 10% less damage and 10% less attack speed, but this is balanced by a fix to its their AI. Okay, so any trigger skills on items that come from a skill gem, such as Rain of Arrows from Lionized Paws, now share the same cooldown group. So using the gem version of the skill should put the triggered version on cooldown. So using the gem version of the skill, probably that should mean should not put the triggered version on cooldown, or vice versa, unless there is a trigger on the skill gem inherently. I think that's what they're meaning here. It's there's a really messy wording on that. Anyways, I don't think that this is a significant change. Simplified projectile returning, aka Nimbus nerf. Previously, some effects that caused projectiles to return specified they did so only at the end of their flight, others only from a final target, and a few from either case. Now, all effects that cause projectiles to return do so in any case that they can. Projectiles which explode or otherwise destroy themselves only when they cannot move further, such as Fireball, which return will now consistently not do so until after they have returned, just like they don't do so before piercing, forking, or chaining if they have those behaviors. Previously, this was inconsistent. As a general rule, if a projectile wouldn't do something when it pierces or chains from an enemy and continues on, it also won't do that when it hits an enemy and returns from them. So, I am thinking. I want to try and work all of this out because I believe that this is intended as a Nimbus nerf overall, as an overall package here. But I'm just not absolutely certain I'm right on that. I do need to take a very quick AFK, however, which I'm going to run one of the stupid ads while I do. I should probably be back in a minute or so. I just need to really quickly handle something IRL, so it won't be too long. Did I hear you're going down the street? Or? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm still. I knew you'd be busy today. You're going down the street, are you? Oh, okay. No, that's all right. Don't worry about it. I'll sort myself once I'm finished. I'm not sure whether I'll be more like more 30 minutes or more 60 or more 90. I'll do that later then.
No, well, if you want, Dad to get your chicken.
Oh, if he gets a half chicken, and then I'll have that when I'm finished, which will not be when he's back. That works. I'm busy. I've got to get back to this. Hey all, apologies for that, and whether you're watching live or whether you're watching the replay later, that just had to quickly sort something out IRL. That's one of the drawbacks of doing a marathon stream like this, is that you end up with a bunch of stuff jumping up that you need to deal with. Anyways, so projectiles from skills which force them to explode or otherwise destroy the projectile before checking for other behaviors, such as a concoction skill, will now consistently prevent returning, just like this prevents other projectile behaviors. Then, projectiles which initially fire at a specific location rather than in a duration now ignore this when returning, so they'll continue past you until they hit something. And so basically, what I think is going on here is that the overall is that all of the Nimbus interactions are going to change. And with Nimbus, there was a whole bunch of testing that was done to work out exactly what its interaction was with every single type of skill. All of this information is now wrong. And some of it is some things that didn't work previously are going to work. We're just going to have to figure out exactly how it works in the future. Vile strike skills can no longer be supported by Ancestral Call and are no longer affected by stats that cause strike skills to target additional nearby enemies. Power charges now provide more... Wow, they're reversing this change. Like, this is a 3.0 change when they changed the critical strike chance per power charge from 40%, from 50% to 40%. And there was this huge backlash from Reddit about it. And GG went ahead with it anyway. And now, like, something like 5 years later, they've gone and... something like 5 years later, they've gone and reversed it. The Corruption Notable passive skill. This is the north of the tree Chaos node. Provided too much of a damage boost and is being nerfed hard. It's now 20% increased effective withered, not 35%. So it's being nerfed hard. Hard. Phantasmal Decoy Totem is now affected by players' stats. This is a big one. Phantasmal Decoy Totem does a lot of damage. However, it wasn't affected by player stats. So modifiers to damage and area of effect are now going to apply to this. So Phantasmal Decoy Totem, what it does, when the totem dies, it deals damage, I believe it's equal to X% of the life of the Decoy Totem, where X is the quality of the Phantasmal Gem. So that's the thing that's going to be happening there. That's the thing that's going to be happening there with the Phantasmal Decoy Totem. It's probably not any good, but at least it's interesting now. At least it's something that's worth playing around with. For what it's worth, Decoy Totem has phenomenally good alternate qualities. One of them that regenerates life is massive. It's like regenerates 1% of quality. It regenerates an amount of life equal to the quality of the gem every second. So if you've got 20 quality on it, then it's regenerating 20% of the Decoy Totem's life every second. But the Phantasmal one's the one that causes them to explode, dealing a lot of damage when it dies. Previous change in 3.19 doubled the values on the auras from the Shaper's Seed unique, except it actually didn't double them. It just doubled what it said it gave you. It's now been fixed so that it will work. And Shaper's Seeds from beforehand, you have the option of using a Divine Orb on them if you're particularly feeling wasteful. Totems spawned by players are now killed upon player death. This is a pretty big change to some cheesy strategies. And I wonder how this works with Phantasmal Decoy Totem. I wonder if this is like the new cast on death meta, where I've got to find out. Like, this is one that requires testing, but can you Phantasmal Decoy Totem, then run straight into the Maven, let the Maven yeet a ball of fire at you or something? That would be really interesting to see if that works. Torch Oak Step now has more of this. There's a lot more of these things that cause totems to do retributive damage to monsters. I just like this mechanic. Like, it's one of those things I think could be really cool if it's done right. And Withering Step is now able to be supported by Spell Totem. A couple of questions in chat about the situation with minions. Minions have got a few minor nerfs, but that, like, all the existing minion builds will still work, but it's going to take higher investment to make minion poison work. Minion poison is no longer possible at low investment. It's no longer enough just to have the Chaeola dagger. You're going to need more than that, but you will be able to get there, and it will still be really strong, I think. Also, chaos damage over time is being nerfed, like Corruption in particular. This is the poison nerf they've gone for, is targeting the Corruption notable and a few other things for Chaos Dot. So, actually, Bane is somewhat of a... they fired a bunch of bullets in the direction of Poison, and a couple of them hit Bane as well. Not just Bane as well, Soul Rend, stuff like that. Traditional Chaos Dot that's not Poison got hit a lot in the fire that was aimed at Poison specifically. So, bow attacks fire an additional arrow. Synthesis implicit modifier can no longer roll on bows and quivers. And that is a big nerf to Mirror Tier bows. This is not going to affect the vast majority of players. But if you were someone who was at Mirror Tier crafting, then these are going to be gone. These are going to be staggeringly expensive in Standard. If you have a bow attacks fire an additional arrow bow in either Standard or current league, it's going to be worth a lot more. And these things are going to explode in price once people digest these patch notes a bit more. Various mods related to chance to not use flask charges can no longer roll. I think they're trying to avoid this from hitting, avoid this from reaching 100% by any means. Increase the level at which Surveyor's compasses can appear, as they were dropping well before Awakened Sextons could appear. Surveyor's compasses are really weird in that they drop... They're staggeringly rare as drops, but that they're basically... they're staggeringly rare as drops, but that they do exist as drops. It's sort of really weird. They could have just been vendor only. Anyways, I don't really mind them. They're a Chaos Orb every time they drop, you know? They're fine. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Otter's mentioning in chat that poison duration from the tree has been nerfed as well. Like, there's a lot of things that are hitting poison there. Now, item balance. This is the big change to day one play. Anyone that's ever done Endless Heist, you can't do it anymore. Most people who run Endless Heist hate it. And that's a problem. That's something that should have been gone a long time ago. Now, the reason Endless Heist worked was that you could buy all of the contracts from the vendor when your character was level 67. You could advance to 68 by killing monsters in heists. Then you could buy the entire vendor window out again and de-level your character back to 67. Then you could continue this cycle. You keep doing this over and over again, stockpiling more and more level 67 contracts as you did, until at some point you just go, you know what, I'm going to stop buying these contracts. I'm just going to keep going and run all of these contracts and get a whole bunch of unique items really early in the league when they're still worth something. Essentially now, this is no longer an option. You can do the Endless Heist strategy, it's just that it will end. It won't be completely endless, but it also won't be completely tiny either. If you genuinely like this approach to playing the game, you'll probably be able to get to level 77 doing it. If you want to go further than that, then you're going to need to trade for... You're going to need to find heist contracts somewhere else. You're no longer going to be able to do that. Question in chat about Skeleton Mages. Nothing I've seen about Skeleton Mages yet. Although I can't rule it out, there's still another 15% or so of the notes left. So, monster balance. The unique item drop chances for Katarina have been rebalanced. This appears to be a Devouring Diadem nerf. I think GGG might be quite okay with Devouring Diadem being one of the best helmets in the game. They probably aren't okay with it being super, super common as well. The reason that Devouring Diadem was super accessible in the past, all of the Katarina uniques have the same drop rate, but if you run your Katarina to be level 70 or lower, so this is monster level 3 or lower, Bitterbind Point is drop restricted level 73 plus, so it can't drop. It's not an eligible drop. The Katarina Chest and the Cane of Kulamak are both drop restricted level 78 plus. What I suspect might have happened is that GGG might have swapped the drop minimum levels on the Devouring Diadem and the Katarina Chest. That would then put it in a situation where you get Diadem 20% of the time if you do a high level Katarina, but you're no longer getting it 50% of the time if you do low level. In fact, you get it 0%. That is what I believe may have happened here, but we'll get exact details. Now, here we have some changes to minions here. The powerful minions monster modifier. Oh, sorry, no, this is not... this is not changes to minions. This is changes to monsters with minions. So Powerful Minions monster modifier has been split into two mods. Powerful Minions, which makes the minions of the rare monster tougher, and Constantly Revives Minions, which, well, constantly revives minions. Katava's Heralds in the Lava Lake boss arena now spawn as magic instead of rare. This is probably a little bit late, given that Lava Lake for some ridiculous reason was tier 1 last league. I have no idea why that was tier 1. But yeah, that's just not very good. The rare monster modifier that triggers purple crystals when the monster is hit now has larger crystals, so hopefully much more visible. And the crystals have a slightly longer delay before exploding after the monster dies. The crystals now deal chaos damage instead of elemental damage and have had their damage lowered. Now, this one's interesting. This was an absolutely deadly mod, not because there was anything intrinsically all that dangerous about it, but because it was so poorly telegraphed. Firstly, everyone thought it did chaos damage because they were amethyst crystals. Like, they looked amethyst. So you're like, oh, amethyst is chaos. Well, that's going to be what it does. It's chaos damage. No, it was tri-element split between all three of them equally. Really random decision there. Then the things were quite hard to see. So you could be beating away on a monster, get 14 of these crystals to spawn underneath you, and then splat, you're dead because you couldn't see them, and you just die as soon as they go off. Now what's going to happen is that they're going to instead do chaos damage, which is what they look like they do, and they'll take a little bit longer to go off when they do, but most importantly, they will be larger crystals. That's the key thing. It was a visual clarity on that was awful, and it's like what happened when GGG changed I think it was the volatile skills, the volatiles that are left behind when you kill magic monsters. The circles on the ground. Nowadays, it's not magic monsters, it's the minions of rare monsters. These things used to be really hard to see. And when they were really hard to see, they killed a lot of people. Then GGG put that circle around them so you could see the area they were going to affect, and they stopped killing as many people, even though all of the technical play skill you needed to dodge them was still the same. Curses applied by necromancers are no longer removed upon their death. This is going to make some necromancer monsters a little scarier than they are now. Next we have the Ruthless specific changes. So firstly we've got the one that's normal, then we've got one that's really out of left field. So Voidstones now upgrade maps in Ruthless, although the number of tiers they upgrade maps by is less than the base game. Eternal Orbs are being added to Ruthless. So Eternal Orbs were removed years ago from the base game because with all of the other crafting mechanisms we had, they were doing too much. In Ruthless, all they really do is let you save state an item before you exalt it. And so now Eternal Orbs will actually be back there. They're going to be staggeringly rare, and actually Exalts are staggeringly rare in Ruthless as well. Those of you that have played Ruthless a little bit will know how rare Elks are as drops, and Exalts are 80 times rarer than that, I believe. So yeah, basically this is sort of out of left field to me. I'm of the opinion Eternal Orbs should come back in one temporary league, but that temporary league should not have Mirrors of Kalandra in it. But I don't know that they're going to particularly be impactful at all in Ruthless. I think that there's just not going to be many of them. The ones that exist, like they're going to be... Eternal Orbs in Ruthless are going to be about as rare a drop as a mirror is in the base game. And, maybe you might find one in a league, but they're going to be a big investment to use, and you don't often have gear that's worth investing that into. So I think they're going to be a bit of a nothing burger. But it's just kind of cool that they're back somewhere. But like I said, I do think that having a temporary league where Eternal Orbs exist and Mirrors of Kalandra don't would be really interesting to see how the game feels with that. Yeah, Dustin's saying level 84 in Ruthless with Gold, never seen an Exalt. I did see an Exalt in Act 7 in Ruthless with Gold. I did not expect it at all. But like I said, 80 times as rare as an Elk. And by the time you're level 84 in Ruthless with Gold, you probably had, 15 Elks maybe? Maybe 18? So it's kind of crazy. Ruthless no longer has alternate levels for when you start finding 4, 5, and 6 socket items. Really, it was the 6 socket ones that was a big change. They were up to 68 instead of the base game where they were 50. So that was impactful. You did not get Jeweler's Orbs during Acts 8, 9, and 10. Just passively get them for free. You were only getting the Jeweler's Orbs that were direct drops from monsters, and they were pretty rare. Now you're going to start seeing them in those later acts, like Acts 7, 8, 9, 10. You'll probably only get 1 or 2 6-socket items, but they will drop. Time Dilation no longer is as... Time Dilation is getting a targeted nerf in incursions. Various shaping nodes are getting a nerf, but at the same time, base map drop chance is being buffed in Ruthless. And then there's just a number of other things related to specific mobs, to specific league mechanics, like, for instance, the chance of getting a synthesized map or rogue exiles and stuff like that. They're all pretty minor stuff. If you're someone that is playing in Ruthless, and remember that Ruthless will have challenges this league, because Ruthless in its beta phase in 3.20 did not have challenges. It will now have challenges here, so there'll be some options, but there's a bunch of things that you can have a look at there. Now, here we get to one of the biggest things, Kirak League mods in 3.20. Fortune Favors the Brave, of course, is back. Abyss is +1 Abyss. This is going to be big with all the Abyss changes. I think this will be popular to use early, except for the fact that Essence comes along. Essence is going to be a big Chaos Orb sink. People will be using this extensively. It'll be one of the most popular things to configure on your Atlas. I think a lot of people are going to give it a go. John's comment that, wishing you liked Ruthless because of people that enjoy it, have lots of fun. There is nothing wrong with just having different tastes, honestly, at all. Like, whether it be, I do not like solo self-found. Lots of people love it. Lots of people love SSF. I don't. It's just one of those preference things. Nothing wrong with it. It's worth trying, but if it's not for you, don't force it. Just play whatever you find fun. But Essence being in is going to be a big deal. Essences being present is going to be a big factor in the League economy. It's going to make it a lot easier to roll certain types of items. It's going to be a lot easier to roll double elemental attack weapons, for instance. At the higher budget, it's going to be a lot easier to roll really good physical damage weapons. And that is essentially going to mean that things like Starforge are just going to be useless in this league again, even though Starforge got buffed. So there's a lot of stuff there that's significant. And Zar, great with the t-shirt comment. Strong boxes are here as well. Strong boxes are really strong, pun unintentional, in conjunction with the Sextant mods that buff them up. And also they're just pretty solid in just adding generic juice to maps, especially if you spec strong boxes. Metamorph is next. Metamorph is a really disappointing Karak mod. May as well not exist. Heist is next. Heist is one of those things that actually is a really good League mod to have, a really good Karak mod, even if you're not interested in running Heists in maps. One thing I think is really worth your while doing is potentially speccing Heist on the passive tree and running a bunch of maps with the Karak mod for Heist, then just going on TFT and selling all of your Heisty goods in one transaction. You'll find you'll make a bunch of currency doing that. You find that Heist is really lucrative for just making currency out of Elk and Go mapping, like fast Elk and Go mapping, and then you can sell it to someone else that actually wants to run the heists, or maybe, like me, you like running them yourself. Expedition, this is a brick because Expedition Russ's Scarabs will be better. Harvest, however, is a big deal to have as a Karak mod as well. Even though the yellow Sextant mod the yellow Harvest Goo Sextant mod is getting nerfed hard this league, I still think that Harvest will be a big part of a lot of players' gearing strategy. It is still the case that one of the best ways to scale up a caster's damage is always going to be to get a +2 weapon and a +2 amulet. And these are mostly craft. Like Harvest has a big role in crafting that. So yeah, you can get multiple heist caches in a map, and especially if you're running a map like Beach, that's really linear. Beach is present. I think Strand is present again this league as well. So yeah, Strand and Beach, either of those where you never miss any of them. You get them all. They're super fast to get to all of them, and you kill a map boss. That's going to be a super lucrative thing. Now, the thing that's important is that because Karak Heist is an option, there is going to be people doing that who are going to be spending 300-400 raw Chaos Orbs every hour. This is going to remove Chaos Orbs from the economy. This is going to be the thing that wasn't present in 3.20. I think we're going to see cheaper Divine Orbs as a result of this. Even though the crafting meta is no different, and even though Sanctum was quite good at giving out free Divine Orbs to people, so Sanctum was providing a bunch of Divines in general. The fact that Heist is going to be removing so many Chaos Orbs from the economy, Essence is going to be removing a lot, Harvest is going to be removing a lot. I think just Chaos Orbs will be in more demand from efficient players than they were this league, and that's going to cause Chaos Orbs to be worth more. And you might find that Divine Orbs actually cost more Fusing Orbs than they do in 320, but they'll cost less Chaos Orbs. That's my expectation. So, like, if in this league that's just gone through, I think a Divine Orb was 270 Chaos and 1,000 Fusings. Next league, it might be 180 Chaos, but also 1,400 Fusings. So indicating that the Divine Orb has gone up in the sense that it's got more buying power against Fusings, but it's gone down in that it's going to have it's going to get you less Chaos Orbs. I don't think that the stack size will have any meaningful impact on the price of Chaos Orbs. No. don't think they'll have much impact. And in terms of other stuff that I think will be significant there, the economy. The other thing that's really noticeable, if you look at 320, the Mirror of Kalandra, it was the first league that the Mirror of Kalandra hit 120,000 chaos ever. And not only did it hit 120,000, it hit 150,000. So that gives you a sense as to how cheap chaos orbs were in 320. So, like, they just had so much less buying power than normal. The Essence Craft will be used a lot in Trade League. A lot. I actually like the fact that the Kirak mods rotate league to league, just because it avoids a situation where there's so much similarity league on league. Like, you go, last league I ran Essence, this league I run Essence, next league I run Essence, next league after that I run Essence. Instead of that, it's like, there's this forced variety, but it actually does work as variety. UI changes are next. So there's an option to hide your account's email address. This is one of those things that is a streamer-only thing, but I think this is genuinely a good change, although when they talk about changes that affect very few players, this is going to be one of those things that only 200 players are going to care about, but that is genuinely a good thing. I mean, in my case, if some stalker wanted to find out my email address, all I'd need to do is just go to my YouTube channel and find the business inquiries link. But for people that are streaming that have, like, ultimately, if you've just got more reason to be concerned, then that's about your privacy, then that's something that's quite useful. So yeah, this is a good change. And an option to disable tutorials for characters you access, finally. The oil anointments are being changed, that were an improvement. That's going to be great. Beast can now be removed from your bestiary panel. This is another thing that's only going to affect 1,000 players, but those 1,000 players are going to be stoked about it. And Lilyroth and Siosa's shop tabs are now color-coded. So yeah, there's a bunch of things that are going on there. Okay, item filter changes. Has implicit mod condition for item filters, which can be used to filter by items that have at least one implicit modifier. I kind of feel like having the ability to filter for at least one and at least two would be good here, or at least two and at least three. But anyways, that's the situation there. Okay, so now we have the bug fixes section, which we'll have a quick look through. So Corpse Walker is having a bug that was making it more strong than intended fixed. Your Flivian's Trickery is no longer going to allow you to self-curse. That's a fix that would that's like a build killer for something that was like such a ridiculous thing. Oh, that's it. Maps has implicit mod. Yeah, thanks to people in chat. Maps, that's a big one. Adam's asking what I think about Reap. So Reap itself is staying the same, but Val Reap looks like it could be quite interesting. I want hard numbers on the gem. I want hard numbers on all the gems. Rubik, those Exarch and Eater item mods only exist on your maps if you spec into them. And they're actually kind of worth checking things out. So yeah. Oh, and John's right. I'll bet you, yeah. Johnny in chat is right about the email hiding for streaming on Discord, yeah. This would be like, because there's been a real campaign of harassment against some of the people involved in TFT lately. This is probably GGG reacting to that, making it so that I was like, there's been a bunch of real world threats and stuff. I bet you that's the reason there. So Empower is Empower is just a very minor bug fix there, but a welcome one. Item modifiers granting levels of socketed support gems were sometimes being affected. That's not intended. That's a completely irrelevant change, I think. I was looking for anything that will have an impact. Claw projectiles had lower base projectile speed than those with daggers. Okay, so this is a buff to Cobra Lash with claws. Cobra Lash is one of those skills that's not very good, but it is just so much fun. I love it in the early acts. And this is a buff to it with claws. Like, higher projectile speed is good there. That said, it's still just not that good. Okay, so we've got to... Frostblink with Bone Chill is now better than it used to be. That's pretty niche, but Frostblink with Bone Chill is now going to be better than it was. Fixed a bug where Mageblade could be used as snapshot flask effect. That is going to be something that was like only a couple of thousand people cared about, but that was going to be a big deal. And then what else do we have? Oh yeah, someone's saying giving lightning tendrils. I do not suggest League starting lightning tendrils, but if you want to have a joke build, yeah, definitely go for it. Then we have Lino's Paws unique boots were bugged and doing less damage than intended. A lot of this seems like it's really, really minor stuff here. So just looking to see if there's anything else that jumps out as being significant. Okay, Val Cleave's buff that was providing more cleaved damage to hits and ailments to enemies on low life is being fixed. It was not previously working. Searing Exarch quantity and rarity item mod was actually doing more than it was meant to. So that's something that's a notable thing there. Fixed a bug where empty favorite map slots were counted as a different map when you had the Shadow Shaping Keystone Atlas passive allocated. That's not really relevant. That's like such a corner case. It's not really going to matter for most people. And I love the wording here. Fixed a bug where Ravenous Digester's pustules were not dealing damage or creating ground effects when popped. I'd rather not have even learnt of this mechanic. So yeah, there's a few other real corner cases here. What we will do later, I'm going to refresh this in a sec, once we've gone through all of the things here, just to see if there's anything else that really jumps out. Yep, so Enduring Influence is just getting a clarification of wording. It works the way that people think it does. And I'm not seeing anything significant here. No, okay, that all looks the same. Alright, I'm going to look to see if there's any changes, because there often are. And are there any changes listed in here? Yes, there are. There are some changes. So, Saboteur. Oh, Saboteur notable on... This is the Ascendant Saboteur. Is different to what was originally posted. It's 15% CDR. We'd already seen that. Oh, sorry, no. It's here. It's 15% CDR, 15%. Okay, so there was a typo in what was removed. So it's not anything significant. And here we have the Lightning Tendril stuff. I'm just looking to see if there's anything significant. Or at least there's a stronger pulse. Oh, it's got the extra damage, extra effectiveness of... So, extra effectiveness of added damage is something that was missing there. So that's being fixed up. And then we have quality on Phantasmal Lightning Tendrils is going to be pretty much neither here nor there. That's a niche corner case. Okay, so let's talk about some of the things that come up with respect to potential league starters now. So I think that's going to be the main thing people want to know after this. So, Poison is hit pretty hard by these patch notes. I think that if you were to sum this up in one thing, if you were to sum up these patch notes with one thing, like if there was one major overarching mechanic that's been nerfed here, it's been Poison. It's not being gutted, but it is getting hit fairly hard. As a result, like, you could league start Poison if you wanted to, but I don't think it's necessarily something that I would be jumping out to do. There's a number of interesting little mechanical things that have come up, but let's just have a look at what was top early in the league. So Seismic Trap was the top build on day 3, and it's getting nerfed really hard. I don't recommend it anymore. Explosive Arrow seems fine. Righteous Fire had some minor nerfs, but I think is still fine. It's lost a 20% dot multi-source. I don't really think it's lost much else, has it? Poisonous Concoction is getting quite the overhaul. That thing that I misread like 3 or 4 times. Both Poisonous and Explosive Concoction are getting changed. They no longer do like they're now probably better if you're doing them as ailments. Although Poisonous Concoction has to deal with poison being worse. I think Explosive Concoction to ignite might actually be reasonably viable, but that's a risky starter. All of the physical damage spells like Exsanguinate still seem fine, with or without Corrupting Fever. Toxic Rain still fine. Cold Dot still seems fine. It got some minor nerfs, but it's fine. Bone Shatter looks like it's in an excellent spot. I think it's going to be the preeminent melee build of this league. And Wave of Conviction Ignite should still be good, really good potentially. Armageddon Brand is one of the newer discoveries, and it looks like it'll be really good as well. So there's a bunch of good stuff. I do think that any pre-3.21 build guides shouldn't be used because of the mastery changes, but they can be used as a starting point for inspiration. Venom Gaia should still be good. That was asked a bit. I mean, it's lost some poison, so it's in a worse spot, but I think it was strong enough that it should be fine. Yeah, basically, I think that there's a bunch of different options available there. In terms of new skills, it's hard to say. And on terms of starter build guides, no, not yet. That's going to be a while. Starter build guides will take a little while. We need the full passive tree, which I do think is online now, but we need to really have a chance to digest it. We also need the new skill gem numbers. Bone Shatter is definitely really good, though, if you're looking for a starter. Righteous Fire is still fine if you wanted to play it for a while, and it does actually pick up a cool new mastery that lets it start doing explodies earlier than it otherwise could have. Even though that explodey mastery is pretty weak, it's got some good stuff on it. And yeah, Subtractum's points, like Johnny is saying, Subtractum is one of the preeminent knowledge sources on Chaos builds. And when he says Bane is in a bad state, I agree with him. I think I agree that Bane is one of those skills that, like, I wouldn't recommend forcing it. The situation in which I would play Bane now, and this is the only situation, is if you are playing with a friend and your friend can handle all the bossing. So if you've got a friend that you want to play with and you like Bane, then by all means play it. But your friend is going to be doing the bossing. You'll be there and supporting them, like you'll be inflicting really staggeringly nasty curses on enemies. So you'll be doing a bunch of useful stuff, but they'll be doing the boss killing. Subtractum also had something else recently, didn't he? Oh no, it was his Fire Trap Occultist. That's right, that was his new build, the one that John's talking about. That looked good. The thing that I like the most, if you're looking for a build that will get you to maps fast, that will kill the Exarch and the Eater of Worlds, and that if you're quite good mechanically at the fights, will kill the Maven and the Uber Elder, but that also has really fast mapping, I liked Jung Rowan's Hierophant Armageddon Brand build. This is a Brand Recall / Armageddon Brand build, and it takes advantage of the interesting mechanics Armageddon Brand has particularly. Like, all brands have this with Brand Recall, but Armageddon Brand can exploit them, where when you teleport the brands to you with Brand Recall, it causes all of them to detonate. So it causes the 7 balls of fire to fall from the sky, and Armageddon Brand therefore gets to do a lot of damage on really bad gear with that. Jung Rowan on the old version of caster gearing was able to take that to the Searing Exarch and Eater of Worlds in literally 6 hours 55 from a fresh start in hardcore solo self-found. But that was something that requires, like, he's probably one of the 5 or 10 best players of the game, so most people are not going to be able to replicate that. I sure as hell can't. But, you know, so it gives you a sense of the power of the builds. Like, if Jung Rowan took a random skill that was okay, he'd probably be looking at 8 hours 30. If he takes an above average skill, he can probably do it in 7:15. But to do it in 6:55 is something that really shows that skill is good as well as the player. On the question of whether Brand Recall can be triggered, I don't think you could afford the mana on it, or in Jung Rowan's build's case, the Energy Shield. I don't know if it can be triggered, but even if it can, I think you'd just be stuffed on mana. Like, all of the things that trigger spells cost a lot more mana, And Brand Recall costs a lot of mana too. A lot of mana. When you're recalling 7 Armageddon brands to you, you're spending a lot of mana. So yeah, I don't think that that's an option there. Okay, let's turn it over to questions at this point. I think we're going to start getting to the point where we wind down. Let's just go rapid fire questions because we've gone through everything. It's been a huge in-depth deep dive as we were talking about doing. Lots of fun, but we'll start wrapping it up with some time for questions. While we're doing that, I'm just going to try and I'm just going to put a note to that effect in case there's a delay at the moment. So what item do I think got the biggest boost from the patch notes? What was the thing that really jumped out at me is like Tullborn Tullfall, the Tull ones. They look like they've gone from rubbish to interesting to very interesting. Trying to think what else was there that was particularly... Abyss Belt. Abyss Belt is the best. That thing got a lot. Tanlai is asking, is Essence Drain still a league start friendly build? No, I think anything that deals chaos damage over time is getting caught in the crossfire of the nerfs that are aimed at poison. I think that Essence Drain is something that only play Essence Drain if you are completely okay with really struggling on Atlas mini bosses like the Phoenix and needing a carry for bigger bosses like the Searing Exarch. 40 plus old man, which is a scary name given that I'm 40 plus, asks, will claws with Frostblades be good? Yes, I think Frostblades remains good, claws remains good. One risk is that Heat Shiver might be made rarer than it's been in the past. Heat Shiver is not getting any targeted nerfs, but it might not be as common as it was in patch 3.19 and 20. So if that happens, that's going to be an indirect nerf, but Frostblades can function without them. Big Mac is asking, what's the deal with the black bars for ultra wide screens? I think they used to have it so that ultra wide screens could see more of the screen, and they felt that it was encroaching on, not really encroaching too close to pay to win territory. They didn't like it, like that people who were playing more competitively would end up feeling compelled to buy an ultra wide screen that might be like, $1,000 or more, and that was kind of needed. I think there is an element of that being true for CPUs as well. Like, it definitely helped me getting a PC that was, at the time I bought it, was 5,000 Australian, so 3,600 US or so. Granted, it'd be a bit cheaper now, but having an 11900K processor instead of the old Xeon that I had on the old PC was just an out of sight performance buff. So there is a bit of that still, but I think that's their intention there, and it's it's just one of those decisions that they've got to make and say, what is the limit at which we're willing to let people pay for power indirectly in the game, and they just have to make the decision somewhere. Japao is asking, what does momentum do? Essentially, it's a really badly named gem. It should be called inertia. And what it does is, while you are standing still, it causes, and making multiple attacks while standing still, it causes those attacks to become progressively more powerful. Rubik Manat is reminding people that if you've got a delay, you should set your play speed to 125% to catch up. Unfortunately for those people, Rubik's comment is not going to appear for them until they do catch up. At which point, they're going to be right at the end of the stream and they're going to realize, oh, that's what I should have done. EA Ballista Totems, I think all that's changed to EA Ballista Totems, I think, is that they lose a Fire Mastery that was good on them. So they lose 20% dot multi. They pick up a few other things on the tree from the new masteries as well, but mostly it's a slight DPS nerf, I think, but not much. John McAuliffe is pointing out that the amount of life on block you can get from the Surrender now is absolutely absurd, and that is right. The Surrender got even better. It was already really good, and it's better again. The other is asking, are there any other meaningful endgame changes? I think that some of the big stuff, there's the Breach overhaul, there's the Abyss overhaul, there's the Crucible mechanics themselves. They're probably some of the biggest things, and the Atlas gateways will make it so that it's easier to change around. It'll be easier to change around from one side of the Atlas to the other. Most notably, if you want to do Searing Exarch with right side mechanics or Eater of Worlds with left side mechanics, you'll be more able to do so. There's a question about what's up with multiple references to unique shields. I didn't really notice that. I must have missed that, Don's Doom, so sorry about that. Otter Seaborn points out that, yeah, Essence Drain also got hit by the Arcane Surge changes. So Arcane Surge changes were a buff to people who use Arcane Surge on hit-based spells and a nerf to people who use Arcane Surge on dot spells. And nowadays, you just don't use Arcane Surge on dot spells. It's just not worth it. So, yeah, that is true. That is another nerf to Essence Drain. And I think, basically, Chaos dot skills, I'm just not going to recommend starting them. Omar Sadoon is asking about the availability of Brutus's Lead Sprinkler. Fair warning, never rely on a unique item staying at same rarity tier. Brutus's Lead Sprinkler has been tier 3 for a while, and I believe it probably will still be tier 3 rarity next league, but yeah, will it be available on day one? Don't know. Generally speaking, I think Brutus's Lead Sprinkler will be harder to get this league than it has been in the past, just because of the league mechanic. But be aware, a lot of the strength stacking nodes that are on the masteries are gone. So make sure you check all your masteries, because there have been nerfs to stat stackers in those mastery removals. For example, 1% increased damage per strength is 1% increased attack damage per 16 strength is gone. Okay, so where else were we? We've got, is Heist dead with nerf vendor refresh and no more de-leveling? Is being asked by Risk It for the Battery Biscuit. And no, what you can do is you can start out doing endless Heist, but it will have an end to it. And then you can just do contracts that drop in maps. So I think it'll be fine. And yeah, you just do regular Heist instead. It'll be fine. So James Sunderland 7th is asking, the way the recovery mastery that kind of transforms regen and recover works, do I think things with Calm's Spirit will work with it? Yes, I didn't pick that up. Fortunately, our resident legend Jousus was in chat at the time and pointed out that I was wrong about that, and that yes, the recovery mastery that causes your regeneration to instead be save up 4 seconds worth of regeneration, then give that to you in an instantaneous burst, and also at 2.5 the effect, that is going to work with Calm's Spirit. So Calm's Spirit will be really good with that, potentially. Big Mac is asking, Cold Dot, Cold Dot, Juggernaut, and Bone Shatter will be the Ruthless meta. That's quite possible, yeah. They'll be very good there. Chaos Dot has lost a lot from Ruthless, so it's not going to be played much more, especially in Ruthless where it needs the damage. Maybe Bows will be okay, though, now. All the bow changes might be good. So, yeah, there's a bunch of things there. Bone Shatter will be everywhere, I think. Bone Shatter looks like it'll be really good. And that's exactly what Howren's saying there. So, Vancet is asking, will Trap Saboteur playstyles still function after the changes? Yeah, I do think they will. Poison traps, less so. But hit-based traps should still be fine. But all existing build guides for them are gone. So, all existing build guides for traps are gone. But there will be new ones. There will be new trap guides that will work. And there's a couple of things that, like, actually, hit-based Seismic Trap looks like it's got some potential there if you like being Seismic Trap. But if you're not set on being Seismic Trap and you're okay with other things, Explosive Trap is still fine. It's only getting nerfed at low gem level. It's going to be full power at high gem level. And Lightning Trap is... I don't think Lightning Trap's that good, but some people have more success with it than me. So there's lots of stuff. Tanlay is asking, Spectral Shield Throw, opinions on it as a league starter. It is a dangerous league starter because it's in this weird spot where its best in slot shield is a unique that's quite rare. Like, I think it's a tier 2 rarity unique, the best in slot shield for it. So that's going to be very expensive early on. And you don't really want to invest a lot of resources into crafting something that's a bit worse than that. So it's possible to do. Lord Vig is asking for a weapon-based build if you want to explore the Crucible mechanic. My first gut thought is to go with either Vaal Ice Shot, probably Vaal Ice Shot, would be one of the things I would play around with, partly because Heist drops a lot of good rare bows. A lot of good rare bows. So that's an option, but I'm not saying it's necessarily the best option. It's just something to consider, and there is a Val version of Ice Shot now. Black Omega is asking, can I do a Fizz Claw dual wield build? All claw builds I see are Tri-Alley. People make Tri-Alley because the Tri-Alley weapons are better. They're better and they're cheaper to craft. That's the reason that Tri-Elemental claw builds are made. And also they function better, like, pretty much across the whole gear spectrum. If you've got very little gear, then all it needs is an Essence, a Benchcraft, and a second OK mod. And you've got something okay. If you've got a few Divines to throw at it, you can do better. And if you've got dozens of Divines, then you can start using Fractured Claws and get something really great. So there's lots and lots of stuff there. Yeah, Ledenov, it is a very long day. It is. Ledenov was just saying it's 5 hours in. It is a very, very, very long stream, the patch notes. And unfortunately, I had a terrible night's sleep last night. So don't forget that before this, I was also on Twitch this morning. 6 o'clock my time was the live stream. And then that went for an hour or so. Then I had a shower, then got in to do this. It's kind of crazy. But it is a long day, but it is one that comes up once every now and again. Now and again. Toxic Rain does sound like it's in a good place for 3.21. As Fo is saying, I agree with that comment. I think that's right. Dustin is asking, how does Poisonous Concoction feel as sustain on bosses? I feel like you probably want to not be stacking as many additional projectiles as was the norm previously, which is a total change of how it's going to work. Poisonous Concoction, I think, just needs a lot of rethinking. Same with Explosive Concoction, I think, which is actually looking like it's in a better spot. David Bickle is asking, is Poisonous Concoction still a fine league start? I think it's a risky one. I think... I feel like you might hit troubles once you get to Cyrus level bosses. So I think you should be fine up to, but not including, Shaper, Cyrus, Maven. That sort of tier of bosses might start getting harder. Yes, Rubik is commenting that Pox will have a Righteous Fire Guide. Pox's Righteous Fire Guide is something people absolutely swear by, so definitely give it some thought. If you're looking to play a Juggernaut, or for that matter an Inquisitor, he still has the Inquisitor Guide, I believe. And yeah, he has... Pox is the authority on Righteous Fire, just as Subtractum has been the authority on Bane for some time. Pox is the authority on Righteous Fire. Andrew B is asking, what do I think about Maniforged Arrow, Triggerbot, Saboteur as a league starter? I would not be keen on league start. I would league start something less risky unless you're okay with a risky league starter. Brad B is pointing out that Heat Shiver hasn't been touched, but just be aware that it might be rarer than it's been in the past. GGG don't mention when they change rarity tiers on items, so that might be. Howard and Lou is asking, Elemental Bow Ranger, what's the changes there? The answer is that they got buffed because they've now got more access to additional projectiles on the passive tree, which means that they're going to have a much smoother leveling experience, particularly leveling experience, but also into endgame, like there's a lot more... A lot of the top-end gearing options, like +1 projectile stuff, has been moved from inaccessible locations, like synthesized bases, into accessible places, like the passive tree. So yeah, I think that the Elemental Bow Ranger is, whether it be Deadeye or Flask Finder or Raider, I think all of them are looking good. Vote for Pedro is asking, league starting zombies, any advice? I don't think it's appropriate to say don't, is it? But like, honestly, I know nothing about zombies. If you want to find out about minions, I would ask Gazzy TV if he's streaming, because he knows a lot about minions. He's probably the preeminent authority on minions in the game at the moment. And hey, Dustin, yeah, thank you. And just having a look, see. And anything else. So Double Claw, 30% instant leech is being asked about by Kayuden. I actually think that getting the first 10% instant leech is more important than any of the rest of it. Anything else is a bonus. Yeah, Cybermind is thinking what I'm thinking with the new Val Bow elemental skills could be good. So we have Ice Shot. We have Val Ice Shot, which I think really addresses a weakness of Ice Shot, which is single target damage. Eye shot, when you don't have an external source of auras, is somewhat of can be a somewhat dubious skill, but when you've got external auras, it's fantastic. Well, Val Eye Shot is providing a bunch of extra damage, which is exactly the weakness that the Aura Bot fills in. Black Omega, I think the passive tree is on the POE website somewhere. I'm not sure. I haven't looked for it yet, but people have been giving information as saying it's on. Eddie Nash is asking about Ice Spear totems. So one of your critical upgrades on an Ice Spear totem is the unique jewel Rain of Splinters, and that is very, very rare now. That is about a 1 in 400 chance to create when you apply a Val Orb to a Crimson Jewel. So, are you okay with having a probably 5 to 8 divine item that is one of the most important upgrades for your build? If your answer is yes, then yes, you can play Ice Spear totems. If your answer is no, then you probably want to rethink that. You know, it's not that you can't play it, it's just that it's going to be kind of icky until that point. And yeah. Oh, cool, I didn't realize Kobe Black Mamba had a Venom Guy build up. That's good to know. So Bex has released the tree, apparently. That's good to know. So David Bickle is asking, any direct or indirect changes to Deadeye Venom Gaia? So apparently Kobe Black Mamba has a guide to that build, and that there's a couple of little changes. So there will be a bunch of changes to it. So I would just check out what Kobe's got there on that. Apparently Ethernet Game Report is also involved in Minions as well, which I wasn't aware of. Nick, I'm sure you might miss Endless Heist. I think most people who did Endless Heist hated it. So that's something that is worth... Yeah, it is probably the reason that they've done it. So Val Ice Shot info, there's a question about where that information is. It is on the Crucible page. Hang on. Oh wait, no, it's in the patch notes. Let's just bring it up here. Val Ice Shot, we jump down to... Oh. Where is it? It did say somewhere. It said what it did. Maybe it was in the video, but it causes echoes that sit behind. There's something in here. New gems, that'll be it. I'm not sure where it is, but anyways, Val Ice Shot was going to create echoes behind you that then fire when you fire. So it looks like it's gonna deal a bunch of additional single target damage. So another raises a good question here as to what people mean when they say League Starter. So there are three main ways people will make a League Starter. The first way is the disposable character. There's a character that you level to 90, then you respec out of, and you never think of them again. Or you don't even respec out of them, you just make a new character. The second one is a character that you play on no gear, that is fine on no gear, that you get a fair number of achievements done in-game. Then at that point, once you've built up a whole base of currency, you then consider making a different build, or maybe you just stay with your League Starter. And then the third way people do it is a build that's somewhere in between the two, where you make a build that is going to that has a transition path into an endgame build. So all these are different ways that people use the term interchangeably. When I'm talking about a League Starter, I mean a build that I could say to an inexperienced player, here's a basic outline you can follow that will get you to the point that you are strong enough. Your character is strong enough. Leave aside whether you know the fight well enough or not to do it, but your character is strong enough to defeat Maven's Invitation the Formed and everything easier than that. That's my usual approach there. Mr. Raven is asking, is this one of my longest streams? Yeah, one of the longer ones. I think the longest one I've ever done was an 8-hour start of Atlas progression in the 3.13 era Atlas. And then maybe a couple over on Twitch that have been that long as well. Anyways, you can rewatch the stream, and also because it's on YouTube, you can watch it at 125 or 150% if you want as well, which is something that makes things a lot better. Alrighty, anyways, I have finally caught up, which means that it is probably time for me to call it a day because this has been a very long day already. It's 2:30 at the moment. I've been sort of streaming on and off for the last 9 hours between Twitch and then YouTube. So I think I'm going to finish up for the moment. Thank you all for tuning in. May your Varlobs have interesting results. And I will be thinking a bit over the weekend, trying to work out some sorts of ideas as to what might recommend from here. And then thinking together, I probably want to get together some sort of Atlas ideas as well. Because I know I'm going to need to re-record my Breach video and my Abyss video. The rest seem like they're all right. But the Breach and Abyss, they might not quite be exactly right now, but they'll be mostly right. They won't be misleading. But the Breach and Abyss videos were the first 2 in that series, and they're now wrong. So I'm going to have to redo that. But anyways, that's all some fun stuff for me to do over the weekend. But I'll leave it there. I will be appearing on Catmaster OP's podcast on Sunday morning, my local, which is exactly 50 hours after the start of the initial live stream from GGG this morning. So thanks all. Have fun, and I'll see you around.